Good evening, everybody. I hope you're excited because endurance racing is back in 2026. It's the 24 Hours for Anna charity stream presented by Live for Speed Endurance Series by LFS France. And indeed, yeah, we're hoping to raise some money for the Enfants Cancer charity. It is a very, very worthy cause, but at the moment, it's going to be a bumper broadcast with everybody here in SBTV on Twitch and YouTube getting involved. So myself, Eoin Harmon, I'm back for the first time in this new year, but it's a huge team beside me. So we'll start with Adam, Sears and Rob at Mathershaw. So guys, how are you keeping?
Good evening. Yeah, really, really excited for this one. So, looking forward to it.
Great evening. Also, my first one back from the year as well.
Splendid stuff. Of course, we've got so many more guys involved, but the ever-reliable Pete Butcher and Chris McElroy will be in the background, but we'll be excited to have more commentators join in later on. Kieran Redman and Adal Coşkun should be here throughout the broadcast as well. So here we are, round 3 of the Live for Speed Endurance Series Championship by LFS France, and this is the big one in terms of publicity and helping to raise some funds for charity. So the 4 hours of Westhill is the follow-up to last year's 4 hours of Kyoto, which is a very exciting time. But Westhill, in my opinion, is probably the endurance track in LFS. We've had the 8 hours in 2023, and I was part of the 4 hours in the GT2 Challenge 5 years ago now, would you believe? So Westhill, absolutely incredible track for endurance racing. Has the balance of the high-speed straights. You've got tight chicanes and flowing corners. So the threat of a safety car is never far away. So Adam, I suppose you've driven a few LFS races in RTO4, for example. So how do you think this one will go?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping. It seems like we've got a massive group of very experienced, very talented drivers that have shown up for this one. I'm sure we'll get into that later, but yeah, I'm hoping that's gonna lead to a very high quality race.
Yes, indeed. So we're all getting briefed, and the grid being set up as things stand. So yeah, Westhill in the sped up. You can see the sim time event. It starts at 2:45 UTC time, but the clock is sped up by 6 times. So we'll get the dream of so many LFSers throughout the decades, day-night cycle. I always thought, yeah, it would be great to have it, but it never seemed possible. But now in the new LFS build, our time has finally arrived, so I can't wait for it. And we will certainly be excited with the multi-class event. So that was also something we thought was impossible, but it's now becoming the norm, really. So let's begin with our LMP2 prototype car, which will be the most powerful, the quickest car heading around Westhill. So Rob, any information you'd like to share?
Yeah, loving the multi-class racing that we're going to see today. The Prototype 2 looks like it's going to be a fantastic drive with the downforce and the power, but the GT3 class absolutely stacked with a number of amazing cars and some really talented drivers and teams as well. So the cadence of the strategy of this one, especially as we head into the night for the first time, it looks like it's going to be a very exciting one indeed.
Yeah, for sure. And my experience, I've driven the BMW most often in LFSES. My teammate from last year is unable to attend, so I have no conflicts of interest. So I'm sure everyone's lie about that. But the popularity of each individual car we put to the test. I know certainly the Audi has become a big favourite, but the likes of the McLaren, the Ferrari, and the Ford Mustang, I'm sure we'll get to spot a few of them throughout the day's action. So yeah, lots of joy and variety in the GT3 class, but if you're here for pure speed, then yeah, the LMP2 is your home here with the Prototype 2. And we'll see lots of exciting drivers take to the wheel in that one in just a short while. And build-up continues, of course, with qualifying. We don't have to worry about that on the stream because it was run on the server for the last 3 weeks or so. And everyone set a time before the closing deadline hit. And it's pole position for the 15 team, the Lemon Dinosaur car. Imran Azar put in the 1 minute 36.01 time to secure the pole position from Yes Motorsport 2's Gabor Gior, just about 10th behind, really, but it was so close there to get onto the front row there. Rhoda Preza will feel very unlucky they couldn't get there. And the number 72 Yes Motorsports car, Darius Rosinskas, behind the wheel of that one, just behind Rafael Villar's time there. And a 5th car got a 1 minute 36, guys. Gabriel Lara for Saturn Esport will line up in P5. And we have a total of 15 qualifying times entered here. So yeah, a good variety of teams, all the way down to the number 16 car, Hormiga. And now we move on to the GT3 column. And it's the number 134. So Yes Motorsports with Vitautas Laguskas there. He'll be pretty confident of his chances. And the batch of Audis there came close, but not able to really compete with that minute 46.68 time. Rhoda Preza in the 75. Energy Virtual Racing in the 100. and Master Race Car in the number 14, all giving it their best shot in the low 1 minute 47s. And in the top 10, we've got the Lost Points team, the Pixel Air Attack Racing team, who needed a late substitute, and thankfully they got one. The number 2 car, the leader of the overall championship, the Renesis car, with Julian Shine behind the wheel there. Vortex V2 Racing, Team America, and SG Racing complete the top 10. But this top 20, there's far more where that came from. So very exciting times. On to page 2 now. And it's number 21, or P21 there for the number 46 car, Growler Racing. We had a good pick of teams and drivers that we are familiar with in the world of Live for Speed. Number 64, Savage Sim Sports, is there with Martin Capal. We've got the number 81 GT Autosport with Miguel Figueroa. And Team America have another car there with the number 25. And a few cars were on the standby list just in case there was a dropout at the last minute. So if you got the asterisk next to your name, I think that's the cars on standby if there is an opening. But we will certainly use our tracker at newdimensionracing.com just to verify everything when the action gets underway. So as the briefing continues, I'll open up the floor to Adam or Rob for their next thoughts.
Jump in, because from what we saw in the previous round, a little while ago now, but that was very oversubscribed with McLaren's, and it seems like that balance has shifted now. We've got a bit of a spread still. There's a couple of odd ones, but there's a lot of Audis in this lobby. So it seems like that's. Not sure if people have switched due to a better performance, or if that's just the new people have come in and picked that Audi. But it does seem like the balance has shifted there.
Yeah, certainly it's possible there, Adam. Definitely the appeal of this race, if you just want to do it as a one-off challenge for yourself, this is definitely the one to pick. If you aren't committed to the full championship but just want to get your interest built up, you can definitely build up a brand new team if you're normally a solo driver, and the opportunity to see the day-night cycle under real live conditions here, 4 hours sped up by 6, will give us that simulated feeling. So yeah, in my opinion, that's just my pure guess, but I would say a few one-off entries are willing to give the Audi a chance because they've heard or they've seen how strong it is around Westhill, but we have to put it under the actual racing conditions where things will probably be a bit more wide open.
I think another thing to look out for is the solo entries versus the team ones. I think I think from looking at the entry list, we've got a few people that were originally running a solo and then for this longer event have switched to doubles. And it'll also be interesting to see how they divide that time up with the day-night cycle. Obviously, conditions are going to be different overnight. We're going to have some people that prefer the night driving, and they'll wait it out until that night. They'll do the nights and then give it back over in the day. It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out.
I think that's a really intriguing point, because when you look at the entry list, as you say, there's a pretty split balance between people who've elected to go it alone for a 4-hour Ironman stint, for want of a better phrase. And then you've got those with the 2, or even in 1 or 2 cases, a 3-driver lineup. So you have to anticipate that over the course of the race that those driver lineups might be a little bit more fresh. But obviously we've got some single driver teams that are really top notch in terms of their pace. So you have to anticipate they're going to be right there at the end as well.
Yeah, I suppose my point is I've done Westhill 4 hours in the regular international course. So the fact that my experience would say I prefer the original layout, but now they're going in reverse. The threat of turn 1 and turn 2 is a little bit nullified, but turn 1 and turn 2 in reverse up the hill and through the tie hairpin, that's going to be a real challenge. And when I joined the server and it was practice, there was the night time, and I was like, is this Westhill? This looks nothing alike to me. But yeah, once you realize how the night cycle works, I hope plenty of practice has been taking place for that. So hopefully none of the experienced drivers will be shocked at what they're seeing once we do hit the night time.
That's a great point, interesting point. People have been running these tracks for years and decades. Some of them have been running these tracks. They know the layouts. As soon as it goes to night, that changes everything. All your references change. You might have a normal breaking point that you just can't see at night. That's going to be a massive dynamic. Like you say, you'd hope people have been practicing and experimenting with that one. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, definitely the double whammy of the fact that reverse, it wasn't picked for the 8 hours in 2023, and it wasn't picked for the 4 hours in GT2 Challenge, which was a single class. But the fact that we have built up from that special occasion in October 2023, where we had multi-class racing, we've now got the double excellence here, a huge grid, the day-night cycle, and the multi-class. It just cannot get any better than this in the world of LFS. So hopefully everyone's excited, and we'll give this the best go. As we're just about finished the briefing, so that's great news. It's all a matter of the drivers being assembled on our grid, so we're almost there, and this will be a magnificent occasion for our charitable cause here with LFS France. So yeah, very, very thrilling times. But yeah, it's all about getting everyone on the grid, set up and ready to go with our New Dimension Racing support. We cannot forget the excellent team at New Dimension Racing. Will provide the course cars, the safety car, and of course the tracking system. So yeah, we have the tracker, but we will have course cars able to help out if anyone's in trouble and bring the race to a neutral status with the yellow flags, VSC and safety car enabled for this one. So very, very tricky strategies. I'm sure you can't really plan for the first hour apart from making sure you get track position and making sure you don't run out of fuel or tires either. So that's all you really can think about, because so many variables will come into play, guys.
Yeah, those variables will be absolutely key. And again, when we talk about these multiple driver teams, it's all about when you put your drivers in and why. If you've got a driver that's faster and you take the risk of a full course yellow by putting them in at the start and then having any gap that they could make effectively removed, obviously that's a really big talking point. So you'd anticipate that these guys with multiple drivers in the team, they're going to be trying to run it back from that end point, trying to back time it 4 hours, which is no mean feat, especially as you have to take into account the fact that you've got 15 cars in the Prototype 2 category and then a whopping 30 racing in GT3. So it's going to be fast and furious and hectic throughout, and then you have the problem of trying to do some maths while you're going at 200 miles an hour. So yeah, an unenviable task for everyone involved.
Well, yeah, and to add that to that aspect as well, obviously as it's New Dimension Racing, we will have proper safety car periods, proper yellow flags. If someone has a crash on track, they can't just disappear. They have to wait until they're allowed to recover back to the pit lane if they can't get back on their own speed. So yeah, there's going to be not only just the regular strategy of pitting in when you need to, also making that decision. If a safety car comes up, do you dive in the pits then? Do you try and gain track position? How are you going to approach that?
Yeah, I know when I did my stint 5 years ago now, the safety car had just taken place, so Adam Brown handed over the seat to me. So I had P4, something ridiculous. I wasn't capable of driving so high up the order, and I just had to make sure I didn't crash it. So I was put in a situation I wasn't ready for, but at least I got through my hour and a half roughly in 6 hours. So it was a 6 hours race, beg your pardon. It was a 6 hour race. We did about 1.5 hours each. So yeah, that was a good time. But now that we're down to 4 hours, but with the day-night cycle, then it's all very much intense. Like, you don't really have that much time to think. But yeah, I was definitely encouraged to tell Adam, pit the car and I'll take over for my stint. So yeah, the 6 hours were definitely tough, but yeah, the threat is never far away with the gravel traps, and there's so many cars will be vying for position. So yeah, if you're down the back, then definitely pit. It can't hurt you at all. But if you're the leader, that's really difficult to make up for the time, because with about 3 hours, let's say, if the first stint is over in just about 70 minutes and you're on the edge and you can't really decide, do I pit early for the safety car or try and stay a bit longer, it's so difficult to make up your mind. And if you're stuck in the mid pack, having to earn your places back, then yeah, that can be a devastating impact on your race. So we'll see if that comes to pass. Grid still got a few problems here, but hopefully not too much longer.
Another key talking point in the GT3 category for today is that we've got the 25 car from Team America towards the back of the field. When you look at the qualifying lap times. Really interesting to note that the 666 entry was actually faster on pace, but by virtue of being a full season entry, the 25 was given the spot in the race. So kind of, as you might expect, rewarding a full season entry to the LFS ES for this year. So I think it's a great move by the organisers to kind of reward that. So
yeah, I think onto your other point as well there, Eoin, when you said that you dropped in during that safety car period, because you had multiple teammates, you could make that decision for the driver. They don't think about it. For those solo entries, they've just got to make that decision on the fly while they're on track driving around. Do they come in or not? How much fuel they got? How long in the race? They've got to try and do that all on their own. Whereas if you've got a teammate or multiple teammates, they can make that decision for you and just call you in.
Yeah, of course. Like, you have to plan for far more scenarios as a solo driver. Yeah, that's very true, Adam. What they have to do is they have to think about everything in their first hour, and then if that doesn't happen, then they're already on the back foot. So they have to regroup for the second hour, go again, and hope something goes their way. Whereas other drivers and teams will be able to deliver tactics together. So if they have communication between the ones not driving, they can hopefully pick a buddy system using our TeamSpeak here. You can be in the same voice chat, for example, but those drivers by themselves, they've really got to be on their toes for any possible situation. And of course, the GT3 cars, if you're a sole driver on that, you're already thinking about lap traffic with the prototypes, the LMP2s. So they're going to be coming at you very quickly. So they can't recklessly dive just because it's a blue flag, but they do need you out of the way when it's safe to do so. But you don't have to yield necessarily, so you just have to balance the traffic, the blue flag laws, with making sure you don't be too cautious yourself, because you might lose a position. Being polite, and you can't be too aggressive either, because you could ruin your own race and or that of another car as well. So very, very difficult.
Yeah, those that are very experienced endurance racing will know that a lot of issues happen when those faster cars come around the first time to lap. Once you're used to being lapped, it's fine. But when it comes up unexpected, that's when you see sometimes some little collisions of people just not checking their mirrors.
We are now on circuit. Fantastic news. We are just about ready to join the on-track action with safety car Stuart Baker. He will be leading our drivers around for their formation lap before the 4 hours can truly begin. So there we go. We will adjust the clock closer to the actual start time, so there's no worry about that. Here we go.
Mid-pack course car there as well.
Yeah, we do have a course car as well. So, the number 28 has jumped a bit early there.
That's going to cause an issue.
That's, got a hold. But yeah, at least you can tell behind you they didn't move, so it's not too confusing. But position for Imran Azar here. Very, very fetching yellow car there, with Isaac Price in the 51 behind you. That's a scary prospect. If ever I've seen it, and Viller and Montejusis will be on the second row just behind, so there will be the 2x2 release for the first safety car by Stuart Baker. Then we have the GT3 safety car as well, so different starts for both classes. We can look a bit of lag for number 73 at the moment, and he's timed out, so Johnny SVK already will be way behind schedule. He's lost connection, guys, but hopefully maybe he can rejoin. Yes, he's rejoined, so he'll have to get out of pits and ask for course car permission just to get into his correct queue. So he's just asking about permission now.
I anticipate that'll be back of his field, I'd guess, right?
Yeah, he'll be back at field, I'm sure of that. River is driving the second safety car intended for our GT3 cars, and that's Yoni Katila, who will be the first to lead us away in the second Yes Motorsports car there. There are many of them, but he has the Ford Mustang with Picanco in the number 75, Audi just behind, Veloso and Luengo will be interested watchers there in the second row, and then the category championship leader Loudon's.
Some brave weaving going on here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing it quite that dramatically.
Not at all, but yeah. Certainly tire temps at the night cycle Again, that comes down to the practice. Do you know how the tires will behave themselves when it's nighttime, for example? That'll be interesting to find out.
Well, obviously, this is LMP2 based prototype, not the notorious GTP Le Mans hypercar ice cold tires. So hopefully, it should be a bit warmer, so a bit easier to warm up. Excuse me. But yeah, we'll have to, as you say, remains to be seen on that one.
Yeah, true that. But we're almost there now. Should be very exciting. For the LMP2 cars to start with, they're now ordered into their correct formation. And there we go. It's the right-hand side from the behind the view of Stuart Baker here. So he's picked the inside line for what will be turns 1 and 2. Isaac Price, if he can get his nose ahead, he could brake a little bit later. But that's the dilemma as we round the final corner and begin a historic day combination here and Live for Speed. Let's begin when the green flag waves.
Oh, an issue at the back.
Oh, the trouble at the back here.
Looks like they're going.
Yeah, number 16 is slow. Very slow indeed. But we're allowed go, so a little bit of confusion. Oh, the number 995 has spun it into the wall. That's trouble. Are the leaders okay? Here we go. Isaac Price on the outside. Let's have a look. The number 11. Oh, contact door to tire nearly there. But Price takes the lead. Isaac Price has taken the lead. And this is an extraordinary pass there. But now they're coming to the chicane. Yeah, let's see now. Montejusis watching in P5. Gabriel Lara just behind. And a definitely big fight in the top 10. Number 98 just lagging a little bit, but it seems to be okay. And GT3 needs to get started. Oh, there's a car on its side. Number 9, I think it was on its side. So I don't know if we can even have the GT3s go. It's their turn for the green flag drop. Safety cars deployed, so we cannot let the GT3 cars go. They'll need to go single file again. The number 9 was on its side under the bridge. I've never seen the likes of it, guys.
Well, the advantage is that now those people that really messed up in LMP2 and really struggled on their start, they can have a redo. So,
of course, but it wasn't the prepared start like you would have planned this double file start in your mind. But yeah, already a bit of trouble for Azar. He's gone into the grass. He's lost a bit of traction, so he may appeal that, saying we're under safety car conditions. I just lost a bit of traction, but yeah, the number 9 car is underneath the famous Westhill bridge. That's Georges, who's on his side. I cannot fathom how that could have happened, but that's why the GT3 cars never got a fair start. But we now have a 4th voice ready to go. It's Kieran Redman. So Kieran, not the start any of us would have liked to see, but it is still a chance to have a bit of extra reflection time.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I think we need a moment to breathe. That was controversy aplenty, with incidents happening before, during, and after the starting sequence there. So thankfully, we're under safety car now, and we can take a minute to breathe. As you said, Eoin, take a moment to gather our thoughts, reflect on what's just happened, and just count our lucky stars. We've got enough people here and ready to go.
Yeah, so I think one safety car for everybody now. That's going to be quite the dilemma. A few drivers complaining of being hit under the yellow flag safety car conditions. But yeah, the Lemon Dinosaur that started on pole has come a cropper here, and he's way down. There's the look at our view. That is just absurd, really. I cannot understand how that could have happened.
I mean,
yeah, 100% safety car needed. Yeah, it's beautiful.
That's an impressive display.
Testing.
There, as far as you got your car doing a handstand propped up against the wall, I will be very interested to know how on earth that's happened. But you mentioned there about the various incidents that were happening at the start and drivers complaining that they were hit from behind. This is the problem with your rolling start. You get that kind of concertina effect where people are sort of going, they're not going, they're going, they're not going. People are trying to predict the start, get that fraction of a second. They're not thinking about the 4 hours. They're thinking about that 1 or 2 seconds at the start of the race, Eoin.
Of course, yeah, Kieran. What I'm interested in is just seeing the cars at the back of the GT3 grid. They didn't even get to turn a wheel in anger, so It's going to be a dilemma for them, but at the moment they're all staying out on circuit. Just getting heat into the tires again. Number 87, sorry to interrupt the Ferrari, has made a mistake and it's stationary on the road at the minute. Hopefully that car can actually pick up again, but the TOS racing car made a big mistake, and that damage, it has definitely made an impact on the suspension, everybody. So I would pit that car for repairs 100% when it's safety car. You might lose your lap to the LMP1s anyway, so you won't be allowed back past them. But yeah, 100% agreed with this decision from Mathershaw to get into the box and pit.
I'm betting that the organisers will have said in the briefing, pay attention to yellow flags, and it does seem like there's a few people out here that potentially aren't. You said someone in the safety car on the grass when it first came out, and then obviously that Ferrari's on the wall. Assuming that was on the safety car.
Yeah, number 15 made a mistake. And I have to get my track map up. It was turn 11, I believe it was. So just on the exit of turn 11, Azar lost traction and went onto the grass. So was the fact that the drivers saw the car on the grass permission basically to overtake him, or should one or two of them just lifted, making sure everyone behind was not in danger, and just let that number 15 rejoin the circuit? So that is a question for everyone in New Dimension Racing's special race control room. How will they rule that? Because at our previous race, we had no grass to worry about. It was all concrete barriers.
Well, if I can jump in with some rare knowledge here again, Adam, you might have to remind me of the specific round, but I believe it was Gordon Shedden at Brands Hatch for the British Touring Car Championship was leading the field under safety car and spun at the restart, and the rest of the field didn't quite know what to do. They were all braking, accelerating, creating a big concertina effect where they all had to overtake him as he spun under safety cars. So it could be one of those situations where, well, you made your own incident and we've just got to assume that you're having your own accident. I'm going to plow on.
Yeah, it's always difficult, that, especially when you've got someone that's recovered and going slowly. Do you go past them because they're slow, or do you sit behind because you're in the safety car in yellows? It's always a tricky one for drivers, and I think if it was me, I'm going for it, and then just if the director tells me to leave to give it back, I will. But you're better off, I think, carrying on with safety car pace and then sorting it out after than slowing down and then everyone stacking up and crashing like this.
Number 28, Tambu has made a mistake himself here, and the GT3 cars would have overtaken him there. So
opposite the existing crash, or
just after turn 2, car off. Number 16. And those tires are
a spider
Arctic.
on the side.
That is properly damaged. That's not going anywhere. That might have to be one of those
I think that's
exit recoveries moment and take the penalty, because that front right wheel is not turning, guys.
The splitter is dug into the grass. He's not going to move for love nor money. That car is done. I agree with you, Kieran.
We've got so many drivers having incidents in such an early stage of this race, that it's classic endurance racing. You can't win the race at this stage, but my word, can you lose it? And several drivers and teams that have been preparing for this for weeks have lost this race already.
Well, I think we can see in the corner here, and something to take note of over the race. We've got quite a few different types of teams here. Obviously, some teams are made up of people that have known each other for years, doing in LFS, and they've obviously made friends that way. Some teams are made up of people from the same nationality, so potentially people who know each other in real life, or just they're on the same time zone, that sort of stuff. So it's, as we go through the stream, keep an eye on that, because it's quite nice to see some teams that are single nationality and some teams that are completely mixed.
Gents, we've got Price here, our lead car, harrying our safety car, looking to put the foot down a little bit more. Max Verstappen-esque. Get your foot down, please. You need to put some heat in these tyres. He's pretty much glued to the back bumper of the safety car, and concertina of cars behind each other, frantically weaving, trying to generate those temperatures and try and prevent those incidents. As I think we nearly had our second and third place cars tripping over themselves there again, but it could have been a bit of lag. I think the guys just need to look around with what's going on around them. The incidents that we've had, just take it easy. This incident is going to take time to clean up, and then you can start running your race again. But this is, a series of bizarre events for sure to start the sequence of the race.
I think we get a light on the safety car, as you would usually, to signify that we're going to be going green soon. So they do know that right now they're not going green, especially with a car that's stuck there. So this tyre weaving, while probably important, is maybe a bit early.
Oh, there's a course car helping out Valen Zize here, because that splitter is absolutely dug into the turf, so that car really cannot drive on its own power anymore. The nose is completely destroyed there, as we can now see from the helicopter shot. And
I've seen a lot of room given by these drivers going past as well. Apart from that one.
Yeah, there have been times where the warning is set by race control, stay to the right hand side or the left hand side of the course, just to avoid the work being done. But some drivers just come barreling in and they are on the wrong side. We're clearly warned, stay away from the crash scene, and they didn't do it. So there was definitely plenty of anger and frustration there, but thankfully it is visible from the exit turn 2. It's not a blind part of the corner. You're able to see the car is having a lot of trouble, so you can just stay well away.
I would be very curious to know if our leader here, Price, his heart rate has calmed down, or if it's still just as high as it was at the start of the race. You know, it's one of these where you get yourself so hyped up and ready to go for the start of the race, you know, trying to control that position, control that pace, you know, get out of the first few turns without incident, and then you get this safety car to come in. You've not really had the opportunity to settle into that rhythm and get your heart rate calmed down. It's the same for all the drivers, but Price in particular, you know, he's got a frantic pack of vehicles that are going to be chasing him down when we go green eventually here, and he's just got to be thinking, well, there's been so many incidents. The last thing I want is someone getting over ambitious into turn 1, locking up the brakes and ploughing into the back of my car. But again, you just can't think like that, can you guys? You just got to think about the job ahead of you. You've got 4 hours here to run and try and get the win here, but Price is in the best position to do that right now.
Yeah, well, you can't win on the first lap, can you? I just had a chat with our TV directors, doing a brilliant job, and asked if we could have a look at the number 2, who is currently running in 5th place in GT3. That is our winner from last round, and I think the round before that as well, that we didn't stream, but I think, yeah, championship leader there. Yeah, 5th place currently, and obviously just being sensible right now. We didn't get a start in GT, so if they had a crash on the first lap, that would have been impressive. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye, see how he gets on this race, because obviously championship leader, you want a good result, but at the same time, 4-hour race, don't do anything silly.
Yeah, car 99 won race 1 actually in GT3 class, but didn't start the race. Didn't start the race we streamed. So Team America number 3, they're situated in this race. Yeah, they're just 2 cars behind actually. Yeah. So Logtenberg, very good driver. Yeah, so indeed, Adam. Yeah, so very good driver there in the number 99 car, Logtenberg. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out for the number 99 Team America car.
Yeah, that battle between those two we definitely want to watch.
Yeah,
of course,
really important.
That's a heck of a livery. Well. Yeah, I was just going to say, I love that livery there for Lottenberg. That's a really, really nice put together livery there on the Team America car.
You are not missing that on track, are you?
You're not. You're absolutely not. It reminds me of some very vibrant helmets that I've seen from the the Formula. It's very Formula Drift livery. Very Formula Drift.
That.
Yeah, bit of that.
Yeah, definitely. As the race will ease into itself, we'll definitely get a look at the liveries in more detail as things go. Yeah, the very Mazda 787B inspired Renesas team. There's no question mark about that one. 100% Mazda style car. So we'll see how they get on in their bid to dethrone Stephen Martin and myself as the GT3 champions. But yeah, we'll have no more of that. I promised no more bias.
It's interesting as well where these teams decide to place their number board. Obviously, the regulation will just be you have to use this color board and it has to be somewhere visible. So obviously for LMP2 cars, very easy. There's a nice little spot for it, and if you don't put it there, I'll be surprised because it's quite obvious where to put it. But for these GT3 cars, they're all so uniquely designed. It's kind of a challenge to find somewhere where it kind of fits and doesn't get sort of bowed in by bits of bodywork and stuff. So yeah, definitely want to look out for when you're looking for what car you're looking at. You've got to kind of look around and find it. But yeah,
the McLaren, I think it favours the driver tile at the
Oh,
very
was that
back of
one
the
on the
car,
grass
Adam.
there?
So, is there trouble? Let's have a
No, I
look.
think it's just
No, maybe just a bit of lag.
Yeah,
Maybe.
dramatic weaving.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, we've gone nearly 17 minutes without. Yeah, so our excitement at seeing the sun go down. We were hoping. Oh, there's the car off number 74 with lag. Hopefully, he comes back. Or, yeah, he's dropping. But he may have to seek race control's help. He's completed 6 laps. Yeah, 6 laps. Like everybody else, that's a headache. The GT3 cars are very right if they're not in pit lane. Martin Capel missed the pit box.
Well.
Martin Capel missed the pit box, but he's now found one, so he will get service. Garcia's in the pits there just in front of him. So yeah, I was saying those GT3 cars, if you're at the back, you may as well just pit anyway if you want a fresh set of tyres. It gives you a little bit of an advantage in terms of heat peak. You won't have the freezing cold tyres that you started the race with, so that's well worth a try. But number 87 needs advice just to get his position on the queue, basically.
Yeah, well, so on your point with the daylight fading, that's going to be interesting for those driver strategies as well. If there is a driver who's not very confident in the night time, they want to get their stint out done early and then come back in later. With this delay, that might not happen. Because obviously, they're not using anywhere near as much fuel or tyres in the safety car as they would do in the racing speed.
You've also got the fatigue element. Your number one driver, who you're putting in at the start of the race, they're not going to be exerting the same energy that they would be pushing with the maximum, mental effort to try and keep that pace up here. These guys are hungry and ready to go. And obviously, we're seeing some mistakes happening under the safety car as they try to weave and get heat in the tyres. But the fact is here, take Tapia, who we're looking at here, for example, right now, he might be thinking, right, I'm going to do 45 minutes in the stint and then swap over to my second driver. But now he's like, well, I haven't even raced yet. I kind of want to go a bit longer, and the strategy is now ever evolving and changing, and this is it. The first plan never survives first contact with the enemy.
Oh, here we go, everybody. Safety car in this lap. It's a late call. We're about turn 12, so only another 2 corners to go in terms of actually turning the wheel. There are some little gentle curves here. This one here at the Sector 2 line is not considered an official corner, but Isaac Price, he has the responsibility now after Imran Azar and the Lemon Dinosaur car fell away a little bit. But now that we can actually go racing, we can see what everyone is truly made of at this restart with single file this time. So they will have perhaps a bit more familiarity with this. They have the chance to use a little bit of gamesmanship. But there it is, an early push from Isaac. Early. He's away early, and Villar was caught by surprise.
What a call there. Brilliant stuff. Sorry to cut across you there, Adam. That was a great start by Price. Fantastic work from there. He's given himself a nice little cushion there as they scream over the start-finish straight for the first time under full pace. And we've got a move here going around the outside for P3. Brilliant stuff there from Mathershaw. That's brilliant stuff. It's Lara, apologies there. Lara looking for a move around the outside. Great stuff there. Really capitalising on that start there. Timed it to perfection, but they're coming back now and attacking there. Here comes Mathershaw up round the outside there, side by side for the chicane. Lara's trying to claim it, just clips the tyre barrier. That was narrow stuff there, Eoin.
Absolutely there, Kieran. How about the GT3s? Picanco, is he in the lead? A bit of confusion. Yanni Catella is on the inside of Veloso trying to get his place back. But Picanco,
as well.
Yeah, just the other P2 cars are battling for position towards the back. We have vicious battle. Veloso may have been caught speeding, so I'll have to verify that with race control. Did he actually get caught in game, or was it the in-sim? But yeah, huge battles going on. Lochtenberg ahead of Cardoso. Cyril Bisset has trouble with Sinner and Janssen. They're all very close. Or Martelur, beg your pardon, as the timing tower has to update, I think. But Martelur is just behind Sinner, and that should be a fun battle in class. And let's see how that develops. But
Lexus Loudon wants absolutely no part in that battle as well. He's just sat off the back, lifting off. He doesn't want to get involved in any way in that.
Not at all, but yeah.
you've got to be patient here. Again, this is the best chance to gain as many positions as you can while the pack is all backed up. But again, this is also the opportunity where you can lose the most amount of positions. Those big mistakes will have big consequences. Again, you won't be overtaken by just one or two cars. It'll be several as we now go under floodlights here for the first time. The sun is beginning to set here at Westhill, and this game is looking fantastic as our GT3 field scream over the start-finish straight. Katia here is looking to make amends and catch back up to Veloso, who had several cars all over the back of him, and Katia sits in the stream now. Can he go through? No, thinks better of it, elects to hold the inside line and hold station for Veloso here, and then we ride on board with Janssen there, the number 23. We've got cars scattered all over the place as LMP field tries to get through slower GT3 traffic there. That is big off and a big spin there for Lahai there, our recovering driver who had a bit of damage there at the start of the race, having to hold the brakes there not to interrupt the GT3 pack. That is not ideal. His race is going from bad to worse.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that was just some desperation zone in there. They've just sort of rushed in trying to get through this field, and they've not really. It's up to the faster car to find a way through cleanly, not just send it and fly down the inside. And yeah, I mean we didn't see all of it, but that's how it looked to me.
Yes, indeed, Alan, very true. But now we're looking at Isic in the Pixel Air Attack racing car, which has Michael Malik as a last-minute substitute. He's taken a spot in the team at Sean Lee's request. But yeah, on board now. Look at the beautiful interior here of the McLaren, chasing down the Audi. Championship in mind for him. He doesn't want to lose any bonus points tonight, that's for sure.
I'm hearing from one of our assistants, Rob, that one of the last in class in GT3 has set the fastest lap. So obviously taking absolute, I'm potentially backed off the back, number 93 potentially backed off the back of the pack on that restart just to give themselves some space. And yeah, going quickly at the moment.
Yeah, we've got fast drivers through the field there as Veloso goes rally crossing there in his Audi R8, but just about keeps all four wheels on the road over the start-finish straight. Now, again, still being pursued by the young and hungry Katia there now as he chases him down. But at the front, it is Price leading from Vela in P2 there by just over 1 second. So small margins as these two continue to pull away from third-place man Lara and fourth-place Majuskas. And then we have Azar in P5, Marquez running in P6 as well. McDykel is running in E7 with Cabrel in P8, and then Roni Krompush pursuing him hot on his tail in P9 as well, in that very vibrant green liveried LMP2 vehicle there. As Cabrel gets slightly sideways, we ride on board now with Krompush providing entertainment on command for us watching on the broadcast there. Great move from Krompush. They're able to capitalize on the mistake of Cabrel, but not too much got lost there for him as we have Yoni Katia here looking for an opportunity there as Velocis just runs slightly wide there, but Katia can't quite make the move stick. We've got action aplenty in both our fields, Owen.
Yeah, exactly, Kieran, but Yoni needs to put on his headlights. Don't forget, put on your headlights. He's got them off at the moment.
On that point, I think honestly, while we've got a day out to look at these cars, I think during the night these brightly coloured cars can have an advantage because the black cars, even with the headlights, as they sort of stick a nose in or pull out, they're going to be less visible than those bright green, bright pink, bright yellow cars.
Absolutely, yeah. Some of our most artistic vehicles will definitely shine under our spotlights, but thankfully Yoni either heard me or the game forced him to do it. He's now got his headlights on. He's gone for the attack. Veloso looking at the light effects on the wall on our right hand side, but here we go around the outside. Is this the opportunity to get back into P2 after losing the pole position? Yanni Catella on the high side, but Veloso successfully defends. A great defense there from the Brazilian.
Pushing the better part of Vala there from the 134 car.
Yeah, a lot of room given between the two of them. They're really fair racing, thinking about the long-term vision of this race. They're both giving each other the room that they need to succeed. Adam, I'm going to tick a personal racing bucket list off this evening when it turns to full night time and we have our full LMP1 flash going on here. And there's Katia looking up the inside, electing not to flash the headlights there to alert Veloso to the move that he's intending to make. But yeah, I can't wait for our LMP2 field to frantically flash the lights on the GT3s as they try to go past. But here is Katia trying to frantically go past himself here, electing once again to go round the outside. Veloso doing a great job there of pushing Yoni Katia to take the unpreferred line, and again going very defensive. But while this is great racing for these two, it's costing them huge amounts of time as they slip further and further away from Pacanco. As again, Katia goes around to the side there of Veloso. He's holding the right rear quarter panel. There's no way on earth. Yeah, they're both on the grass there, just keeping it all together. That was a real heart-in-mouth moment. Brilliant stuff as Yoni Katia for Yes Motorsports keeps pushing on the back of Veloso there. This battle is not over, boys.
Yeah, I anticipate that before this race, every single driver in this field would have checked their key bindings to make sure they've got that flash button set.
Yeah, without a doubt, it is a function that's always been in the game, but you never needed to use it necessarily, just more for your personal choice. But now you need to use it. And Yanni will try again. Trying the outside line.
He's got a much better run than the previous laps. He might have a chance to make this stick here, but Veloso goes in deep and again pushes him as wide as he can. He is holding the position, but Katia is looking for the switchback, getting all crossed up, catching a lovely slide there, but not being able to complete the move. This battle rages on for another lap.
Yeah, well indeed. So we're nearly at the first half an hour of the race, which is the equivalent of 3 hours with the 6-time speed of the clock basically in our server. So the number 74 is just coming here, guys, so watch out for blue flags when it's safe to do so. It is technically for position, but you may as well just treat it as a blue flag situation. Oh, they're gonna block the road.
He snuck through.
Oh, thank goodness there was just enough space there, and the number 74 is allowed through. But Veloso probably didn't realize what was going to happen there, as he wanted to block the inside for this chicane. But well done to all three drivers for the cooperation.
This is it. You're just getting so wrapped up in your own race. But speaking of your own race, Villa here has made the move, and we have a change for our, not just the lead of the Pro 2 category, but the lead of the race there. That's been happening off screen in front of us there. Price has lost the lead of this race, but he is not letting this go just yet. There's not much separating these two very fast drivers here, but it is Villa who has taken the lead of the race, and they're coming up to traffic as well. Will that play a factor? It certainly will, and here it is. Speaking of the factor, they're stumbling over each other through the chicane. Somehow, some way, they remain incident-free, but Villa was caught out.
LMP traffic coming up to catch these GTs on the first time, and they won't be expecting it at all.
There's so many battles raging in the GT3 category that these guys are focused on trying to defend their own positions, and then all of a sudden you've got a GT. There you go. All of a sudden you've got an LMP2 car diving through. My word, Villa is taking all the risks here to try and separate himself from Price. Look at the switchbacks here. This is insane stuff from the drivers.
Yeah, we're in dust conditions. Yeah, it feels like a sprint race, absolutely. But the throttle is firmly flat because you can hear the engine. It's a perfectly fluid note. It's just pushing 100% as if, as Adam says, it's a sprint race.
Pretty much every driver setting.
But if
we're getting personal bests from all drivers we're hearing in our ears. It's brilliant stuff here from these guys. They're all going hell for leather. There's no conservation here whatsoever. They're all pushing for the maximum. Again, the field is still fairly bunched up. We are seeing a big opportunity to gain big positions here as Majuchis here tries to go up the inside of GT3 traffic. That's probably the most conservative move we've seen so far for overtaking slower moving traffic. But it's like being on the motorway and you're doing the speed limit, you're doing 70, you're sat in the inside lane, and all of a sudden some driver, most likely in a BMW, just comes past you doing a ton, and you're like, oh my word, where have you come from? It just blows you about a meter sideways. But again, these cars are so compact, you're just like, you're not expecting it, and all of a sudden you just get this slosh of colour. Like here, Azar just going up the inside, looking here for the position on this GT3 car. It's like, oh, there's a yellow car, hello.
I should now say, if you're following on the tracker, the important part of this race has changed now. up until this point, it mattered how good your lap times were. Because you were running on your own or with your own people in your own class, lap times were important. Now, the important thing is how well you can handle traffic. From now until the end of this race, it will be how well you can get through, carve your way through this traffic. For both the people that are quicker and the people in GT as well, how well can they let people through, not lose time?
We've got a battle for the lead here. Sorry to cut across you, Adam. We've got Villa and Price again exchanging blows here. These two have loaded their guns and the powder is very much dry. Price is looking to make amends here. Again, we've got more GT3 traffic in the braking zone. That's a brave lunge up the inside from Villa, but he's going to get blocked by the pink and white Audi R8. And we've got a fully sideways Audi R8 in front of Price there.
27's lights aren't on. The 27 isn't using the headlights. That's a no. Nevertheless, I don't know what the penalty is if you don't do it in a certain time. You probably get a warning, I'm sure, just to say, yeah, they've all been told by race control, but not individually. So hopefully number 27 is ready to put those lights on before a penalty has to come.
Well, again, I think you'd have to hope that that they've actually bound the button, because obviously this might be the first time these people have raced in. I mean, I doubt it, given how desperate everyone was. But when you start a race at night, your lights come on automatically. For this, I'm assuming they have to turn them on manually.
It's all manual.
Have they bound the button for it? Because if not, they might get called into the pits and do a driver swap or whatever to somebody who has got it bound so they can do it.
The heck of a keybind to miss, Adam. You'd be sitting there going, it's awfully dark in here. How do I change these on? Oh, oops. Sorry, guys. I've forgotten the keybind. That's the last thing you want under these nighttime conditions. But again, this is new territory for Live for Speed. How many of these guys have gone, I haven't sorted that out. Really sorry, guys.
I found out while testing during the beta period is that obviously because these cars are mods, the LMP2 car has got some kind of thing in it which has a really bright light, which during the day was great. As soon as it got to night, you are just like half the screen is blinded by this really bright blue light. I'm not sure if that got updated since or if that's still in there, but if that is in there, that's difficult to drive around.
Yeah, anyway, we're past the first half an hour mark, so we can show the donation target on the top right of your screens. So this is the overall 24 hours, it's not just our singular 4-hour event. So 7,400 euros have been raised successfully. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup to everybody who has donated. But the target for the entire 24 hours, not just tonight in LFS, it's 30,000 euros for the for Anna campaign. So hopefully we can keep that moving along in the coming minutes and hours. So yeah, well done everybody, and thank you for donating.
The battle here is raging on, but from our lead position, the two guys are still yet to be separated with less than a second between them.
Oh yeah, they're still very close there, Kieran. The fact that the number 2 car is in the vicinity, yeah, safely done. Oh, the mistake for the Ford Mustang, I believe. Yanni Catilla has made a mistake.
That's unfortunate for them.
Turn
That
11,
damage as well.
Yanni, the car's arriving on the scene there, so he's going to tumble down the order. The tracker will tell us exactly where in terms of his class. We'll find that out in just a moment. It was about 2nd, 3rd, yeah. He was overtaken for P3 in class, so he's going to be down probably 7th or 8th, something like that.
There are some confident drivers in this race when they're moving through traffic. They are just keeping it pinned and I guess hoping that a gap appears.
I'm not sure confident is the adjective I would use to describe some of these moves that are happening right now, because these are right on the edge. Optimistic, I'm hearing in the ear from my director there. That's a much more polite way of doing it. We've got Yannick Katir trying to get back through the field, and somehow he's doing it, which is brilliant stuff there on Luktenberg. There, great stuff from Katir. We'll have to try and find out what's gone on, if he is carrying any damage, as Azar, our former pole sitter there, continues his climb back up the order in P5 as he navigates through the GT3 traffic.
I think that would indicate it's probably just a bit of bumper damage, and all the suspension geometry is absolutely fine because he is pushing. We're hearing no damage at all there. So yeah, he's got off very lucky with that one.
Now back to the action here with Azar 5th overall here. He's going to make another overtake on a GT3. He's got a ways to go. to actually figure his way back into the battle for the podium, for example. So let's see how he gets on. But yeah, empty bit of track for now. Oh, we have an incident on circuit. Car 31.
The director is currently trying to find this
Rosa's car has made a mistake somewhere, so he's hopefully okay. Yeah, he seems to be back on.
Well, there's some damage on that. You can see that's pretty.
The rear right, yes, absolutely.
See, this is what happens in the twilight hours. Your brain just starts to behave a little bit differently. I mean, I know, yeah, exactly. That I'm hearing in my ear, the witching hour. Again, that's the writer's exact phrase for it. You hear just the night goes down, the lights come on, and your brain just starts to wander. You start to fall into that rhythm, and all of a sudden, you've just made a little error as Rosa tries to march his way back up the order. But very good to see here that he's not carrying any significant damage to that car, although it is not looking too healthy from an aesthetics point of view, as we have Veloso in the pits.
That's a big name, a contender for class victory here. This is a very early pit stop after the safety car would have allowed drivers to save fuel. So I wonder what's going on there.
Potentially some damage we're hearing there as well. So again, you know, it could just be a bit of damage repair, could be a slightly alternative strategy, thinking there's probably going to be another yellow flag, another safety car at some point. Is it worth refueling, putting some new boots on? But he is on the move now. We will get that information to you on the nature of that pit stop in just a moment. Veloso is one of our main contenders, as we're hearing now. Tires damage and a bit of fuel as well. The number 100 is up and moving again now. We'll have to see how this strategy plays out over the long term as we head into 35 minutes run of this amazing race, and we have had action aplenty.
Oh, for sure. So let's bring in Adal Coşkun to the commentary booth. So Adal, you're very welcome. How are things?
Yeah, thank you. Nice to be in the commentary box again. Speaking of action, lots of action happened at the start, and it's messed up the pitting strategy a lot. So normally when you're racing at Westhill at LMP2, you want to go 1 hour with the full tank and you want to pit. Some people change their tires, some people keep on with the stint, and they change it halfway through with their fuel. But with this safety car, we've seen a lot of action, and their strategy are all over the place. So it's really interesting to what they will do. I think it all depends on the leaders and what will they do. I think the follow-up cars are going to follow them, but everybody's playing the chicken right now. Everybody's thinking of pitting, but they don't know what to do. So it's interesting.
Absolutely, and of course, you and I shared the Kyoto circuit for last year's charity event. You got yourself a podium, so...
Oh, it was Westhill, not the Kyoto.
Oh,
yeah, it was a really interesting race. So I was racing with Lara, and he's a really ambitious driver. So he picked up the podium right now, and I remember him pushing through the whole 4 hours race. He was pushing non-stop, and he's doing the same thing twice. And we saw some actions with the GT3 cars. We saw some LMP2 cars getting into the tight gaps that could not be possible, but they still do it. And you can keep up with it, but it's going to crack down on the pressure sometime. You can't keep up with this for the whole race, and I think we're going to see some crashes with the GT3 cars if they continue to go dangerous driving like this.
Yeah, that's a real possibility. Go ahead there, Kieran, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say we've had several close calls and several stumbles already in the first sort of 35 minutes of this race being run. But you can just see here the pace difference between our LMP cars and our GT3 vehicles here as well. And particularly in the high-speed corners, they can just apply that power far better. But again, these guys are having their own battles, as we see one happening right now on your screen. Gorgiev here in the Air Attack Racing McLaren here is doing his best to try and make the move here. I'm just trying to get the details of the car ahead of him there, but that Porsche, that blue and pink Porsche there, is just unable to hold station for now. But we got Valero, I believe Valero in that Porsche ahead there, trying to hold on position. But again, you don't want to go too defensive here, because again, if you lose track position now, you're going to stumble further and further away from the cars ahead.
Right, you are, but let's look at Gorgiev here. The North Macedonian driver qualified 20th. And he's certainly making some progress here for P27 in class, or overall I should say. That should indicate he's pretty comfortable at the moment. Having a good fight here with the Team America cars. So let's see. Oh, yeah, Gorgiev, Valero, they're going side by side now. Stephen Hart in the McLaren just watching behind. Martelor has a penalty for crossing the pit exit blend line. So we had trouble with that in the last round. And that row's already been broken. So there we are. Race control confirms car number 87 has received a drive-through penalty. But yeah, lovely work here from Gorgiev to make that overtake on Valero. He now has to defend it.
And in the back there, lurking is Stephen Hart here with the Camel Racing team, looking for his opportunity to maybe get a 2-for-1 special here through the section. Just keeping watching brief on this. And again, there's no lights on display at the moment there. It's a really brave decision. I know we were making a joke about it, but maybe he hasn't set up those key bindings. Oh, apologies, I'm hearing the lights are on. My apologies there. But there, if we're looking through here, Stephen Hart is trying to make his move, but this battle's starting to calm down ever so slightly as the three begin to pull apart ever so slightly.
And trouble for car 72. Is he able to rejoin? Car 28 in trouble. Istanbul. Hopefully we can spot that car. There it is. Yeah, the P2 car, Tambu in spot of bother, but that seems to be recovered now. Yeah, made contact with the barrier, but Isaac Price, now he's losing a bit of ground here to Viller. Now battle for P4, I believe, or sorry, yeah, P4, it's Azar, and he's got to deal with Carlos Montejitas just behind, so that's an intense battle for sure. But Azar, at least he's getting his mojo back after that difficult first 5 minutes of the race, basically.
Yeah, he's finding his rhythm, he's settling in, and you can just see that pace is building and that consistency. I know Adam's taken a step away from the booth for the moment, but he did mention before that it's all about keeping that lost time in traffic all the way down as he has to sweep over to the left side of the track. And again, it's happening again. Wow, that's Veloso there again in the same GT3 car there, just not catching those LMP cars through there. And again, we've just got cars in the braking zone. They're just stumbling across these cars at the wrong time there as Mathershaw just about getting through there, incident free. That was, again, those heart and mouth moments. You can have a race that runs amazing for 3 hours and 59 minutes, but all it takes is that 1 minute, that one moment of an incident, and your race is run. But again, you're just seeing here under the brakes, this is the problem with finding that lap traffic at the wrong time. There's no way through here, but Azar is doing his best to hold position, but Mathershaw has been caught behind the Ferrari there, but sweeps around the outside. A little bit of time lost. They need to break through these cars and get a bit of a breather.
And another dive into the apex there. He has to avoid the curb because the other car was there, but that will certainly help Imran out. And a spin for Krampush. Ronnie Krampush in the gravel at turn 5, I believe.
Yeah, just hearing there's a bit of a stumble there with some GT3 traffic, unfortunately. Such is the nature of the beast of multi-class racing. You're just trying to look for any advantages that you can, but again, these guys are running their own race. It is down to the fast cars to find the way to overtake cleanly, but again, you can do that, and all it takes is a small mistake from a slow-moving car, and you can find yourself in the wall. So Ronnie now has to get his foot down. Hopefully minimal damage there to the vehicle, and it's more cosmetic than anything else, but again, we'll relay that information to you when we have it. And there we are. We have the first GT3 flash there. That's my commentary bucket list ticked there. Very happy to see that, albeit I think it's not for the right reasons there, as Ronnie Krampush sweeps across the front of Garcia into something of a gesture there. But I'm hearing no damage, just time and pride there lost for Ronnie. But he now continues his march up the Prototype 2 category as Garcia trundles on in his BMW.
It's trouble for Garcia. He's kind of on his own in class at the moment. Rose says 21 seconds clear of him, and then Al Saki in class in the number 46 is a good way behind. So Garcia is just racing by himself. Oh, McElroy! He was just out of pits after the penalty. I think he's made another error. Big damage, and that'll have to be repaired if this affects the performance of the car.
Yeah, the car's going to be very compromised there. Again, we'll wait for a full comprehensive damage report, but that is not looking healthy. He's going to have to, he's crabbing almost down the straight there. He's going to have to peel into the pits, no doubt, for some more repair work. And again, he got caught out with one of those crossing the line and the exit of the pit lane. But we've got a big battle here for P3 in the GT3 category. We've got Yannick Attia here and Loudon's here, last race winner there, battling for position. This is going to be a great scrap between these two.
That it will. So the pressure of trying to maintain the championship lead. Lahai is Lahai there coming through, but the P2 car will just fill the gap as Loudons now has to look in his mirrors with the bright lights. Oh my goodness, you'll definitely see them. So yeah, let him go now. There we go. Beautiful stuff. Well, yeah, Yanni will feel like he's lost out through no fault of his own, but he looked pretty good through the corner there. But then we move on to number 16, who's very aggressive in the Hormiga Loca racing car, who wants to make a bit of time up here. He's P34 overall, and that's a long way back. Even the gap to 32nd place is quite significant there, so that's a lot of work to do for the 16.
That certainly is. And if you guys remember, this car was involved in an incident under the yellow car, had its splitter caught on the grass. The front right corner of that car was all bent up and broken, which is why they're so far down the order. This race is a big about recovery now. They need to keep their race incident free and pick up whatever points they can from people having their own incidents in the remaining 3 hours and 15 minutes. That car is looking healthy. Driver looks composed as he tries to make up for the mistakes made under that yellow flag period at the start of the race.
Now, race leader, it's Viller, also from Brazil. So Brazil hoping for success in both our classes with Isaac Price trying to hunt him down as best he can, about 3 seconds off pace. Gabriel Lara for Argentina there in third. And Imran Nazar just crossing the start-finish line there. He's quite a ways behind, but he'll be happy just to know after qualifying first, he's still in the race. With Carlos Montejusas representing Yes Motorsports with his Lithuanian colleague Darius Brzezinskas, who I teamed up with in that 6-hour race 5 years ago. So good up Darius, keeping strong. And Montejusas now going through the chicane, 3 and 4. Beautiful stuff as we continue to watch the handiwork on the bottom left of the screen, looking very aggressive but composed at the same time. So lovely work here from our drivers in the P2 top 5.
I did love that onboard there from Montejustas there. That onboard was brilliant, just watching him stab the wheel there, trying to get it pitted in. And we've got big contact there between Cabral and Kronpush there, and they're stumbling over GT3 traffic. That was not fun to watch there from Roni's perspective there, but Cabral finds his way through, but Roni is not going to take that lying down as he tries to recover there. I think Cabral just clipping the tyre barrier through there. Camera's jerking all over the place. A little bit of lag at play here, I think, on board there. But Cabral from Brazil is pushing for all he's worth, but Roni is right on his tail, and there is a run. There is one heck of a run there. Around the outside he goes. It's a drag race up to the top part of this start-finish straight here as to go up and over the hill to the crest. Brakes first. Roni sweeps across the front of the car, takes that position and locks it down. Great move from Roni Kronpush there as he continues his march to try and get up and above the 8th position he currently finds himself in.
Just through the middle sector now, or nearly. So good stuff there. We saw number 90, Tapia, has come in for a pit stop. Perhaps a little bit earlier than necessary, but yeah, there may be a driver swap plan coming in the next stint, so he's willing to carry on for now. But yeah, he will be in contact with his teammate and the Vortex V2 racing team just to say, yeah, your turn in the next hour, please. So yeah, he will rejoin, I think, 25th or 26th.
We've got McDykel here having a very quiet race here, running in P6. He was one of our protagonists from the last race, one of the contenders, but finds himself slightly further down the order than he did last time. Just quietly going about his business, not too much to report here from McDykel, running in the number 73, flying solo this evening for the Master Race Car LMP machine here. And I'm just hearing that we have someone off at turn 1. We'll wait to hear who that is at the moment. They're quite far down the order as from what I can see there. Yeah, it's Valesis here. Yeah, there we are. Amigo Loco Racing. They're having an instant pack race, and that's not the best thing there. Oh my word, what's going on there? And there's a good... was not the best. Just trying to work out there. I think it's Thambu that's just been caught up in that, unfortunately, finding himself the innocent bystander in that there. What too short? What is going on there between the two of them there, as we have a very slow moving car up the inside. That, yeah, we're hearing there might have been some fumbling over the blue flags as our leaders start to peel through now past both those machines, which will be no doubt carrying damage and maybe heading to the pits to get that repaired. But again, I was just saying literally 2 minutes ago that the Valenzi here just needs to have a quiet race, having had that incident under the yellow flags, and now he's got himself involved in another incident. It's going to cost him more time.
On camera shot here with Garcia, who's just letting Carolus through. But yeah, his battle is with Mache in front of him, but it is quite a distance, to be honest. So a lonely race here for Team America's number 25 car. With he's 20 or 34 seconds in front. So yeah, the odds of making up places are looking slim here for Garcia. But behind him, Vauclair is another 10 seconds behind, I think. So another driver, 15 seconds actually. So a lonely race for sure there for the 25, but not the reason to give up. There's still lots of racing to go. 53 minutes gone.
Every point counts here for Garcia. If he just keeps himself nice and clean, there will be more incidents that will happen, and he will no doubt pick up another couple of positions for that Team America machine. At the front, Price is continuing his march towards Villa, but he's slowly slipping away, unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries. Could be a mixture of traffic management, could be a mixture of consistency as well. But Villa now has a over 5-second advantage over the second place man Price, although Price does have the fastest lap, but we are yet to see pit stops from our lead vehicles, which will probably be due, I imagine, in the next 10 minutes, Owen?
Possibly so. I haven't got the exact field data on me. Oh no, Magic has had a collision there with the 74 LMP2 class. But yeah, definitely the fuel should get you past 1 hour anyway. You'd want to have a 4-stop strategy, one for every hour, ideally, depending on safety cars, etc. But yeah, another awkward point there between the two classes. Magic in the race green autosports. Ferrari's able to carry on and keep pushing. Yeah, he's towards the back of the pack here in our very busy grid. The excitement of seeing so many qualifiers meant that there was the expansion of the grid. It was a distinct possibility. I think it was allowed, so we'll just double check our scoreboard. We do have the, I think, 38 cars really. Just the two did not start and not replaced in time. So yeah, near enough 40 cars on show.
Yeah, well, I think we only caught the tail end of that incident there, so hard to impart any blame if there's any at all. Just probably a case of fast car tripping over slower moving vehicle there, as we have a Weza here just trying to find his way through this pack of GT3 machines, electing to hold back, not being quite as aggressive as his counterparts are. And we've got Velosa there in front of him there. He's been a man on the screen throughout the evening here, and we have Weza here, who is the host of this amazing event here. Yeah, the French Destroyer here looking to overtake a couple of GT3 machines. Currently finds himself running in 10th position in the 995 FSR team machine, putting in a pretty good stint, running solo. Again, another Iron Man, to call back to my colleague Rob's earlier comment at the start of this race. Just quietly plugging away, again, having a good race, looking to pick up whatever action that he can. And I believe he was the only driver here to pit under that yellow flag at the start of the race. So opting for a slightly different strategy did Has Hueza. Let's see if that pays off for him in the latter stages of the race.
So speaking of the update, we see a lot of different changes in the tracks in LFS, and the major updates here are not in general Westhill, but we see some curb changes in the few next corners, and we see Lara really hurting his suspension getting on the curbs.
This is Veloso, who did pit earlier. Oh, he's made contact with the 9! They're tied together with the latency, and absolutely remarkable that neither car went spearing into the wall. We have prototype pitters now. So we've Villa race leader, the big one. He's the one who's going to tell the other competitors how they're going to play it now. So big moment here for Villa in pit lane. And I think the 72 team are going to initiate a driver swap in just a few moments. So that could be the thing that Kieran was talking about. Is going to have the waterfall effect, where everyone needs to pit at roughly the same time. So Mathershaw could be pitting right next lap, I think. So he's completed the first hairpin, so he's carrying on another lap. But Isaac Price regains the lead, so we will expect more prototypes to come into the pits very soon.
Yeah, as you said there, Owen, just keep an eye on the likes of Price, Lara, Azar, and Mathershaw, who's on your screen right now, throwing a move up the inside of that GT3 machine there. Very last minute, but again, taking all the risks that they deem necessary in that Yes Motorsports car. And Price is stretching out his advantage here. Thinks he's okay on the boots that he's got on that machine right now, and must be pretty confident under fuel load. Potentially, he's been saving his tyres, saving that fuel. Maybe that's why that 5-second gap has existed there, because Price was looking to maximise stint number 1 as he navigates through this traffic here, because it's fairly light right now, which means he's not going to lose too much time, but it's all going to depend on where Villa are now running in 5th place comes out to the field. And that's a very risky moment there, as fast LMP2 machinery comes across slightly slower LMP2 machinery. But over the start finish straight again, and Price is extending by another lap. Owen, that's 2 laps extension for him.
Absolutely fascinating stuff here. But Villa, his preference was just to refuel the tank. He didn't need a change of tire, so that's a good signs for our prototypes, because they can keep the tires alive. And we've got Carlos Mathershaw joining Lara in the pits. So the driver swap for the 72 team will take place. So Darius Versinskas will take over there, but Gabriel Lara, he's just going to exit as the number 72 pits. So
So we're us hearing in our ears that fuel only for all of our prototype pitters so far. Those tires are capable of going for multiple stints. So again, it does pay to look after those tires, minimize those lockups, keep the flow nice and simple here, as we're hearing that Darius is now in the car as well there, taking over the Yes Motorsports machine there. Darius Versinskas, the number 2 driver of the Yes Motorsport machine behind the number 72, has taken over that wheel. Mathershaw will take a break there for him now as well, and he will take a bit of a rest as Marquez is into the pits as well. The number 400, the NFR Team 5 machine.
He needs to repair damage here, Kieran. I saw the car chassis just flex into shape, and there we go, just behind him it's Cabral. So I think there's a fascinating opportunity for both of these cars to fight it. And now Isaac Price feels it's time to pit, just with 59.5 minutes gone. And there we go. It's a jump in the pit lane. Cabral will overtake Marquez, but Price, yeah, so he's got a bit of damage. The race leader has to fix. Yeah. Oh, the mistake I just saw from LaHaye in the 74, but he's back on the road in 12th
that's
overall.
Narrow stuff there. Sorry to cut across you there, Owen. There, within the GT3 machine, I thought there was going to be a little trip and fall there, but Villa is screaming past the start-finish straight, and he overtakes Price, who is still stationary. Gets off and away now, but he has lost a little bit of time in there, electing to extend that stint. We'll find out if he has repaired that damage indeed, and I believe he has. The damage has been repaired, and we've got Gabriel Lara screaming past as well. Price, while extending his stint by 2 laps, electing to replace that damage, has lost position. And Lara also, hearing in my ear as well, replaced their damage. So time lost for Price, unfortunately.
Oh, car 16's Knight is getting from bad to worse, everybody. He crossed the blend line. The golden rule, just do not cross that blend line. And there's the confirmation of the penalty from race control. But the battle for Isaac Price now is to try and catch and re-overtake Gabriel Lara. But of course the 400 car of Marquez is not in the contention for the podium as of yet. So we will have to... But Bakanko in the GT3, just he'll have to let the number 400 by. So yeah, there we go. The separated prototype cars are now clear of there for Marquez. So Catilla, his race, he's going to try and rescue as best he can, and he's pushing on pretty well so far.
Just hearing in our ears there that the reason why Price lost so much time in the pit lane was due to that damage repair. 10 seconds all in all to get that car straight and narrow again, but he'll elect to have a much quicker car for the remaining 3 hours of the race. What's cost him 10 seconds now in the pits might save him multiple seconds beyond that in the remaining 3 hours. Hasn't lost too much time, but he has lost track position, so he will need to get past the very fast-moving Lara, who now finds themselves in P2. But at the front, Villa leads by 14 seconds. It ticks over on the timing tower there as well. There is your race leader. Everything going according to plan for the Iron Man at the front of the field there. Villa in the number 11 car for the Roda Presser Racing Team, LMP. They're making moves on slower moving LMP traffic and causing a bit of a spin. Spooked by Villa there, the fast moving machine there. And I'm hearing we've also got Mallard out of the pit as well. We'll see if we can have a cut there to that, hearing they're back on track with
Literally
no
just
incidents.
The car over.
Yeah.
And Mallard is just being the new driver after the swap. Yeah, so InSim thinks Mallard was caught speeding, so we'll see if that's going to be confirmed by the human review. But yeah, devastating for the 22 team. Vauclair drove as hard as he could for that first hour, and unfortunately Mallard has lost a bit of time.
It's not how you want to start a stint from Maillard, where spinning out of the pit lane and also speeding in it as well. Reminds me of Sebastian Vettel's first test for the BMW Sauber team, if you remember. Got one of those for the world's, I think has a record for the fastest penalty ever received in Formula One. But Stephen Art here is also looking for a move there. We've got an absolute gaggle of cars here. Valesso leading the charge at the front of him. We've got cars going straight off and on. Who's that in the world? Who's that in the wall behind us? Isaac Price, our third place man, is in the wall there. Front completely compressed there. That is not looking like a healthy machine, but all four wheels are turning. He might be able to get that back to the pits. We've got significant damage to... apologies, no significant damage to Price. I don't know how, and I don't know how on earth he's got away with that, because he went nose first into that Armco barrier. But the car is pointing in the right direction, but that has cost him so much time, and he finds himself in P5, losing positions to Azar and Vazinskis, running in P4. But on your screens now, we have Kapal looking for a move upside the Pixel machine there, the Pixel Mustang of Isic. Up the inside goes Kapal there, round the outside of Isic, trying to hold that position there, looking for the cutback, but that move is done and sewn up by the savage sim sportsman Kapal. Easy for me to say, but the Pixel machine is looking on the way back here. Isak looking to place that car around the outside, throws it up the inside. Can he get it stopped for the chicane? Just about there, getting through. Luckily, the tyre bundles have been eliminated in the earlier stages of the race, but we've got an
Look at all these cars.
Absolute screaming battle going on at the rear. We've got cars scrapping away.
Goodness me. Yeah, the first hour is complete, everybody. We don't know what's exactly going on here. There's so many perspectives to cover as the prototype 2 cars need to get by. Isaac Price is coming next, so we watched that fantastic battle between the coffee-coloured Mercedes of Kapal and then Isic as well in the 888 Mustang. He'll let Price go now, so that's all fair. But the battle at Pakanko, Kadrich, I think they're outside of the battle here, but Isic is just going to let Pakanko by. Thankfully, no contact. There's a look at the penalty. It's been confirmed. Mallard crossed the pit exit blend line as well.
So what I'm going to do now as we look on board with Veloso here, I'm going to take a small breather there as everything got a little bit too much for me now. And I'm going to welcome back Rob Mathershaw to take my place over now here as well. So Rob, welcome back to the booth. I'll see you guys in an hour or so.
Thanks, Kieran.
Hello, everybody. This has been very exciting, hasn't it? Great job from you guys to get the action underway. Apologies for my slight absence at the start there, but very much enjoyed watching from the sidelines and keeping an eye on everything. So I think I might have had the luckiest seat in the house there. So great stuff, Eoin.
Indeed, Rob. Welcome back. We've gone past the first hour. Lots of incidents and drama. Isaac Price has seen the fortunes rise and fall, for example, but Maillard just trying to get the pits, and the RTFR bespoke livery there of the Race Green Autosports team with Magic coming into the pits. That could be a driver change coming. So, Rob, if there's a little bit of calm, we'd be delighted to have you run down our class orders so far, both the top 10 of Prototype 2 and the GT3. Maillard gets his penalty served, but the Race Green car will have to re-overtake him at some stage. So now, Rob, when you're ready, let's run down the order of both classes.
Absolutely. So in the lead of this one, after the hour mark, is the number 11 Road Oppressor Racing Team car of Willer, with him taking the start of the race and indeed racing very well, going through the traffic very hard as well, with some excellent manoeuvres through as we now are deep into the night. Second place, we've got the number 5 car with Lara at the wheel for Saturn Esport. He's had a really steady run so far, some good lap times showing why he should be in P2. While in third place, it is Isaac Azhar in the Lemon Dinosaur number 15 machine, ahead 9 seconds ahead of the number 72 Yes Motorsports entry, with Vajinskis currently at the wheel, one of the two LMP2 cars that have had a driver change so far. MotoGP so far driving that car with aplomb. The second of the S Motorsport entries, Isaac Price in the number 51 machine, 3 seconds further back after a couple of excursions, one of which obviously we've just seen that caused a little bit of problem for him, and also with damage, losing 10 seconds in the pit lane. So really that 51 car having a troubled run, but still not that far off, really probably within 30 seconds of that race lead. It's Sleeve McDykel in the 73 for Master Race Car LMP in the 6th position. And we've got a bit of contact there. McDykel, as he was going through there, the GT3 is in a bit of a schmozzle. I didn't quite see, I'm afraid, which it was. It's sort of the blue Audis, and then it's the coffee-coloured Mercedes that we mentioned earlier on. But McDykel is in 6th position, and he's got 22 seconds, a nice comfortable margin ahead of the number 96 machine, Race Green Autosports, with Rony Krompus at the wheel, who is battling hard with Uze, the event organiser, in the number 995 machine. I thought we were about to see a change for position on camera for 7th position there, but Uze still just behind, so unless we see some action in the next couple of corners, we'll carry on. The number 98 Team Synoris LMP2 machine with Cabral at the wheel, 20 seconds further back from that. And then rounding out our top 10, the number 400 car with number 400 car of NFR Team 2, Enzo Marques, racing solo, doing a great job in the 10th position. In our GT3 category, though, it's the number 75 car of Picanco, leading for Rosa Presa Racing Team. Rosa Presa indeed leading both of our categories today at the hour mark, so a fantastic start for them as a team. While the number 134 car with Yuri Katila at the wheel, Johnny Katila, at the wheel, driving really well there, recovering from an earlier mistake, but with the fastest lap currently in the GT3 field as well. In third place, it's the number 14 machine of Luengo, 10 seconds further back from Katila, and we see a spinner there as we've got a couple of cars coming into the pit lane. I think that's one of the LMP2s off on the grass on the left-hand side as we head over the line. But at the moment, it's Luengo in third ahead of Alexis Loudons, the number 2 machine for Renesis. French Destroyer, we're hearing, has just gone. Uze, has just gone off into the wall there. So after we were saying that he's had a good run there, unfortunately we've just seen him make an error. As I say, Loudons is in 4th place. In 5th position, the number 17 car of Something and Giggles Racing with Cardoso at the wheel, with the 6th place car 13 seconds further back, Logtenberg in the number 99 Team America entry. Fantastic with Bisset is in 7th position, then in 8th. Doris de Cola, I've also been told not to translate that one, 10 seconds further back with Moreira at the wheel. And then rounding out the top 10, ninth place is the Gumgary's number 3 machine, the number 176 of Donald Fenner. And then in 10th, it's the FSR Team GT number 3 entry as well, rounding out the top 10 in GT3 with Janssen, the Dutchman. So yeah, a really fast and frenetic one there. And we only really mentioned half of the field. We've just heard that Maciek has spun as well. But yeah, what do you reckon? This has been an absolute barnstormer of a start. And Magic there, as you see, just coming off.
I'm going to jump in. Hello, guys. I found a fourth microphone, so Adal's still here and doing his thing, but I sort of pop in and put in my opinions as well. Just wanted to note that the Price Gabba car obviously had damage that first in, came into the pits, fixed it, came out, immediately crashed and presumably damaged the car again, or at least it's not gone quite well. So that's not ideal for them, especially because they're running the front.
More trouble here for Benoit Hueze, the French destroyer, just losing a bit more time, and he needs to pit the car. So yeah, probably for the best there, just to get the suspension in order. Martelor's Ferrari just breezing by, so Marquez, he will be in contention to get the position if he can push on with all his might. He's just completed Sector 2 now. Gabriel Lara now, he's got a car to dismiss there, one of the Team America BMWs. There we go, leaving it to the last minute like any expert driver would, to get as much slipstream as he could. And yeah, the Saturn eSport car is definitely very impressive. There's a car spun, and one of the prototypes spun out of pit lane. It's Tambu again, so he elects not to use the pits. He was just on the edge of blocking pit lane entry for other drivers, but thankfully he's recovered it, so he's 13th in class there, down towards the bottom. But Georges is 23rd overall. He is a long way back, unfortunately. There he is for FSR in the LMP2 class. So Tambu in the 28. As long as he just keeps the car pointing roughly in the right direction, then he should be okay just to hold that position.
Just note on Lara there that currently running second in the 05 car. That is another solo entry, so doing very well at the moment. Interesting to see how that develops as fatigue sets in over the course of the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good point there. We've got two of our top two are both solo entries, Villa and Lara, with Lemon Dinosaur, the first of our duos, taking on the race with Azar on so far the only one who has been in the car, and that is a very, very askew Porsche there with Al-Saki at the wheel for Growler Racing in the number 46. Luckily he's going through the final corner and will make his way to pit lane via the grass, but
really struggling there, aren't they?
His upper suspension's gone. It's completely collapsed.
So we've got the upper left wishbone completely snapped.
Oh no, I missed the box.
Oh, he's hit the wrong pit box.
And Alexis Loudon's in the pits as well. Needs to avoid that completely.
Yeah, great spot. That's our P4 in the GT3 category. Alexis Loudon's championship leader as well. So this is a critical moment. We are an hour and 10 minutes into this one. And that's his first stop. So it's a good lengthy run on the fuel, obviously, for them.
I am loving the hazard lights here in the pit lane.
Yeah, loving that. With the first stint, obviously including the formation lap and the rolling laps to the green flag, we might expect these stints to maybe be a couple of minutes shorter potentially, but we're certainly getting to the point now where we've obviously got all of the LMP2 cars who have pitted, as we see the 51 of Isaac Price right up behind teammate Vajinskis in the number 72 machine. And with the pace difference there, it looks like on the last lap, Price was 0.7 of a second faster. And you've got a lapped car in the P2 field ahead as well. I think that might be the 995, I think I read there. 400, sorry. Had three numbers on it, I do apologise. But Price deep in the toe now of Vajinskis, so it's going to be really interesting to see. You can see the first of the two Yes Motorsports cars with the headlights flashing, trying to tell the lap traffic that there is a battle right behind him, but hasn't moved out the way as of yet. And to make things more complicated, it looks like one of the BMWs of Team America are going to be right in this battle as well. And
that
here
would
we
also
go,
indicate
pulling out there, Isaac Price. He's on the right-hand side, I believe, as the drivers look at this, but that wasn't quite the right line, because unfortunately he was on the outside.
Just completely blocked here.
Blocked. Oh my goodness, there's no way through for either of them, and we've got a GT3 on the grass coming with a rejoin as well. Everything's happening all at once here. Isaac Price is very, very close behind, and the LMP2, the lap car of the number 400 of Marquez, doesn't actually look like he's that slow, relatively speaking, which means it's going to be quite a challenging car to lap. So, yeah.
I'm really impressed with the realism of this because we've got, even though it's only an hour or so into the race, we've still got people driving crazy in the night. Good fun.
Oh, 100%, and a big lock up there from Vajinskis. You can tell he's pushing hard to keep Isaac Price behind. They might well be teammates, but obviously there is no reason for them not to try and maximise their own position at this stage of the race as well. But this battle looks like it's going to roll on. We're hearing that there's someone stationary at pit entry. We'll give you a shout as to who that might be. That was Emir. So, yeah. Vazidskis there, not quite getting the run out, but with the two S's there, I think Price didn't quite get the run we were hoping for, or he was hoping for, certainly, sorry.
Very slow.
But Emir slow in the pits, waiting for his teammate to turn up. Perhaps we're thinking, hasn't got the gloves and the steering wheel ready. No, he's gone for a pure drive through the pit lane there. Tried to...
he's got the pit lane limiter on. Yeah, penalty.
He's been given a penalty, right.
But he served it.
Oh, sorry, he served... Right, that was his apologies. That was him serving his penalty for the blend line. So, yeah, hectic action.
I think that this showing can show that that 51 car, even though it has had a bit of front end damage, clearly no pace effect on that one because he's sticking with his teammate and really pushing.
Absolutely. Both Darius and Isaac there through the lapped LMP2 car and indeed through the next of the GT3 field. So they've got another one through, but there'll be a couple of clear corners. Get past that.
Oh my gosh, a huge crash. Turn 2, a massive incident for Gabriel Lara. The race
no.
runner.
Yeah, contender for the win.
Oh,
a huge incident.
Bad rejoin by the GT3 car. He didn't see Lara at all.
Wow. That is
1 second.
Unbelievable. So we're going to have a look to see which GT3 it was. That Villarreal, one of the back markers in the GT3 category there we're hearing, has unfortunately taken out the number 5
Was
of
that
Lara.
car in the wars earlier? We got duplicate skins.
Absolutely. That is that is the number 46 machine. We did see have some significant problems with Al-Saki at the wheel. So both of the drivers, unfortunately, having some pretty unfavourable contributions to the front of this race. But
I get the feeling the stewards will be looking at that one as well.
Yeah, a little bit of left side damage we're hearing for Lara as well. So that one's not just a one and done losing the time. Unfortunately, that's going to carry on all the way through the stint, about 20 minutes into this stint as well. So unless he needs to pit earlier, he's going to have to carry that a significant way into this one.
My goodness, the fate of the race has changed 3 times at least. The pole sitter started out, Imran Azar, he was first, then he lost the lead, and then the safety car made a little mistake. Isaac Price took it, and then he hit the wall head on before reversing and starting again. And now Gabriel Lara picked up in an incident with a back marker. So that means Villar is back ahead, so he was keeping it nice and cool.
We're not even close to halfway through.
Yeah, not halfway, exactly. Adam, very good point.
Yeah, significant margin now. Villa 36 seconds to the good ahead of Azar. And obviously, as you guys said, at the start of the race when we saw Azar have his incident, we saw him drop off. And so Villa really to the good now. We've got the 176 coming out the pit lane. Gum Garage number 3, Donald Fenner being replaced by Madigan. So it'll be interesting to see how fast he can get up to speed. That car pretty much on the pace in GT3. And I think he's got his team car behind as well. So we've got Madigan there. And then
interesting nationality distribution going on there as well. Lithuania and Australia, I believe.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Racing all over the world here in the support event for the 24 Hours for Anna. So brilliant to see international representation on the grid. And we're seeing that Lahai has timed out the number 74 machine. So that's big news in that category as well. So, Villa with a bit of a snap there.
Yeah, they were 12th on the road at the time.
Mid-corner. 12th on the road was the car that timed out number 74. And then we've got Mayal here in the number 22 machine with quite a lot of damage, and indeed will be electing to pit.
I did see him sideways at the side of the track a second ago, so that would be why.
That would contribute to that if he had spun out, absolutely. But we've got Darius Vazhinskas here making his way through yet another one of these endless numbers of GT3 cars, it must feel like, for them, for both he and Isaac Price. Price now with a really good run, it looks like, out the final corner, but there's really nowhere to pull out, but there is indeed. He's going to go the middle 3 wide. He is on the inside line now as we head down into the double apex turn number 1 and 2. Price is through very comfortably. You have to say that Wazinskas gave him a decent amount of room. He knew that the move was coming, and as teammates with just under 3 hours to go, it wasn't the fight that he was worth dying on a hill for. But yeah, really good move, decisive from Price.
I was just getting ready to say that they were going to work together as a team, and then suddenly the move came. Obviously, he saw an opportunity and went for it, but I thought they were just going to sit behind each other and car through the pack. But I mean, they can still do that, just swap who's in lead.
No, I think you make a good point, and I think Adal, I heard you there say about saving fuel. I think that Price looks like he's the faster of the pair, so even if they are going to carve through the field together and do that, it makes sense for Price to be the one that makes the moves.
Yeah, I do like that thinking there, Rob. If Isaac, he's got the confidence to just push, then yeah, it makes sense to have him act as the navigator, making sure he can see what's coming before Darius needs to respond while he saves some fuel. There will be more traffic to come, but Yanni Catella also in a Yes Motorsports vehicle, but he's in the Mustang in GT3, so he wants to try and reclaim a shot at victory. At the moment, he's P2 in class, 10 seconds behind Pacanco. So yeah, he had a bit of trouble with another car making contact with him, but he has fought back very well. We have seen in the past how good he's been cutting through the pit, or cutting through the order when he starts towards the back of the grid, for example. But he's now ready to pit for tyres, hopefully, and maybe a bit of fuel and repair.
Well, will they bother with repair? He's been running around with that damage the whole race. So
yeah, tyres and fuel.
The damage is not enough to even bother waiting in the pits and wasting time on.
Absolutely, and one of the things to bear in mind here as well is that Vitauskas Lagushkas is waiting in the pit lane. Will it be electing to make the driver change this time round, or will they go one more stint, as we see in the top right corner? The important thing for this race, €7,445 raised of the €30,000 target for the 24 hours for Anna for this year. Obviously, that includes both this race as a support and the 24-hour itself. So brilliant to see that total going up here during this race.
Absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, the money raised continuing to grow slightly, but yeah, keep it up, everybody. Thank you very much. Loudon's here with the objective of maintaining the championship lead, especially with the extra points on offer for the distance, going an extra hour. And now let's have a look at the battle for P2. It's Azar. It's Lara. Yeah, Lara is trying to catch up to Azar. So this is for second overall. Let's see how it fares out. But Lara, now he's starting to get his confidence back after coming into the pits after the contact with the back marker. Imran Azar. He's got a lot of work to do here. 141.813 was the last lap for Gabriel. And Imran Azar, I'll have to pull up his time. Got a 144, yeah, so much quicker is Gabriel. He's really pushing as hard as he possibly can to get back up the order into second place. Victor Veloso, a quick driver in GT3, will have to watch his mirrors just to see the quicker prototype going by. And number 93 gets the permission to rejoin the race, so that's good news for Kadrick. He'll be allowed back in.
That's brilliant. Brings up our number of runners to 42 once more for this wonderful event here in the 4 hours of Westhill. A little thing to pick up on in the GT3 category. We've just seen the number 134 pit with Catilla at the wheel, and now Picanco also, I'm seeing on the timing screen, has made his stop. We are now 2 hours 40 from the end. So that's an hour and 20 through the race. These cars at the front pitting now or later look like they'll probably be able to do this on one more stop, obviously accepting the fact that maybe they managed to save a bit more fuel than expected during those yellow flag periods. For the championship, that's important because the number 2 Renesis entry pitted about 10 minutes ago. So for them, unless they can extend these next 2 stints, I think that they might be the most questionable about getting to the end on one more stop without any of that fuel saving. So it'll be interesting to see how the pace of the number 2 with Loudons at the wheel is compared to his competitors.
Yes, indeed. Now we've got Yannick Tilla back on show here. He's found another Mustang, but this is going to be traffic. So Oliveri, he's going to just stand to the side and let the fin go here. So there we have it. Nicely played. Lap time here. He's going to cross the sector 2 line in just a moment here, or should be next corner. And let's see how he's faring for his current lap. 1 minute 25 is his split time, so that should be near enough. Probably a 2-minute lap coming. So let's see how he gets on through the final 2 corners, or maybe a 1 minute 50. But now blue flags are coming for him. Let's see in the background who it might be. There it is, the white and pink. So he'll breeze through, and it's a 1 minute 49 there for Yanni, and it's Cabral going by. So the best lap of Yanni's race was a 1 minute 47, so he'll have to try and find that pace a little bit later on.
Absolutely. We're seeing the GT3 race leader there, Luengo, in the 14. He's now dropping because of a pit stop, as is the number 420 machine of Theodoris de Cola. So we're starting to see the GT3 field really now cycling through those pit stops. We've got a good battle here. The number 90 of Tapia for Vortex V2 Racing, 31st overall at the moment. They are battling with Team America.
It's Valero.
So Valera, sorry, there's number 6 machine in 30th overall, but a hard battle really deep in the slipstream. Here is that Audi versus the Porsche. 2 very different philosophies of how to go GT3 racing, especially when you see one of the P2s going past as well. We've got the big growling V8 there on the left-hand side by side with the flat 6 of the Porsche. There's nothing to separate them here. It looks like perhaps the Porsche is just going to eke a little bit ahead. No, sorry, the Audi's going to eke a little bit ahead. I got them the wrong way around. And just for now, the Audi, the number 90 machine. In fact, that is a change for position, moving up to 16th in the class for Tapia, ahead of Javier of Team America. So really good move from them.
This is overall leader into the pits. Villar comes into the pits here. Number 11. Should be sorted here for another visit to pits. So, we'll have to wait and see. Villarreal has a stop-go penalty for an unsafe rejoin. So that is the fallout of what happened to Gabriel Lara's race. He was just minding his own business when he saw the 46 car coming, and there was contact. So that was that. And Imran Azar, just double checking, he should be just coming on start finish, so it's going to be close. This to be an interesting contest now. The Paul Sitter and the P3 qualifier are within view of each other once again. Good stuff from Azar to take the lead now, and through goes Isaac Price. Very interesting scenario for us to watch now. 2 absolutely rapid drivers are reunited on the circuit, and I've got to push on here. And stop-go penalties have to be served in the penalty box. So if you've never seen the penalty box before, it's a specially assembled part of the scenery where you have to just sit there and the InSim will track your time. So there it is. There's our penalty box. So you must stop in there so it doesn't affect any of the other drivers who want to pit, for example. So you just sit there for your mandated 10 seconds and then race control will let you go after the 10 seconds have elapsed.
And you can see there the man in orange, hopefully with the most boring job at Westhill this evening. Unfortunately, it probably won't be the case. We've already seen a few penalties and a few more might be inevitable. With thanks to Pete, the race director, we've got the number of stops for... Sorry, the race broadcast director. I'll try that one again. Showing Villa the only P2 to have made 2 stops so far. An interesting one on that one is that his stint length was around 18 laps compared to the 28 he achieved in the first stint. So certainly splitting the race along different lines to just fuel and tyres perhaps there. So that's going to be a little bit of a subplot where he has dropped down to the 4th position and he's about 6 seconds off the lead. But he's the first to have made his second stop. So let's see how that one plays out for Villa as the solo driver in that number 11 machine. We've got Azar, the number 15, 3 seconds to the good over Isaac Price now, with a further 1.5 seconds back to Lara, recovering after an incident earlier on through no fault of his own for the Saturn Esport machine. But everything really closing up now. The top 5 all covered.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, Jose and Val, there's contact with the number 70 or 16. The Valenzize have just gone into the back of him there. So thank goodness. Jose's car was able to be back under control in just the nick of time, because that could have been a terrible incident where the car got banked off its rear tires and would have been able to slow down at all. But thank goodness, nothing more than that.
Yeah, really.
Visual damage I think we're seeing, but not actual any suspension geometry damage, so it shouldn't affect him. But yeah, you can see the back of that car is at a significant angle.
Yeah, slanting very far back there, the rear wing, compared to possibly where it should be. But the left wheelbase is slightly shorter, we're hearing, potentially. Wouldn't be surprised. The impact was pretty significant and pretty square. So the fact that that is now the new short wheelbase LMP2 is no surprise. We've got Rosa coming, no, not Rosa, number 46 machine, sorry, coming in for the stop and go penalty, making use of the penalty box as we just described there. So the number 40.
He's earning his paycheck.
Yeah, the Growler racing machine with Villarreal in the seat there will be serving that penalty, and off he goes. Hopefully that was pretty textbook. It looked pretty good, but now you guys know exactly how the penalty box works here in LFSES. Oh, we're hearing that
too short.
His time stopping might well have been too short. We're hearing no.
I think he's okay now.
Oh, we've got someone off there. That's a big off. That's the number 15, was it? No. 16, sorry. Hormiga Loca, Valenzize, he's not ingratiating himself with the rest of the field here, making some errors that are not only affecting his own race, but others as well. So hopefully he can clean up his act a little bit for the remainder of this one.
Yeah, a team there where you've got 2 drivers of the same nationality. Sorry, Eoin.
No problem there, Adam. So Gabriel Lara comes into the pits again, and that will allow him just... probably just narrowly in the box, yeah. And LFS will count that, yeah. It is close, certainly, Adam, but it's all considered. He's going for the full service, tires, damage, and fuel. That should be hopefully all sorted. Mallard has come to a stop at turn 11, I think. Yeah, he's just on the...
Another car's been in the walls all day so far.
Or the blend road there, so down at turn 11. But thankfully, we can just see everyone coming by, safe and sound. Yeah, he's just going to get back to speed now.
The hazards are on there just to give everyone an absolute warning. I am going to be slow.
And Etilu is in pit lane here for N4 team with a lot of damage to the right.
Presumably
the
related.
Suspension on the right side is destroyed, really. Yeah, not quite collapsed, but certainly 50% damage on the suspension. So he'll be stationary for quite a while to repair that, and he's going to refill the tank as well. So no need to change the tires. But it's going to be a long way back for the 11th overall car. Tambu is a lap down, so he won't lose a position in all honesty. But Tambu still has to get to that start-finish line. It's a bit of a distance, but hopefully they can have a fight later on.
Lara here trying to get through those S's, completely blocked off by the 2 GT3s ahead, and we've got another one of the prototypes coming through. Is that the number 98 machine? So it's Cabral, not for position, but what it is Lara being unlapped, or 98 unlapping himself relative to Lara, and then now we've got Lara back through. Roni Krompus in the number 96. If you can get past that pink machine, this is for position. This is for 6th place, less than a second separating the two now. So that looks like our next battle that is all set to hot up as they dive into this tight right-hander here at Westhill.
It's great having battles brewing, isn't it? You can see it coming. You start getting the anticipation going.
Yeah, Gabriel and Roney, both on the start-finish straight together. They're going to catch up to another GT3 in just a moment. We've driver change here in that 49 car, so we say goodbye to Etele, and we welcome Proxy, the Belgian, to the car, Delacourt into that car. So, mistake. Yeah, we're going to come up to the bridge, and it is the Audi of Mallard. So Mallard down the order has gone wide at the bridge. He's now back in the correct direction, and he can. Well, Dominguez putting his destiny in the hands of the car that wasn't back at full speed, but it paid off, and now we have the Team America Porsche just letting other faster cars go. But Maillard, I probably can't believe what he saw.
It can be difficult in that situation to know where you should be, because he's on the right hand side of the track, but that's where the racing line is. So you're rejoining slow. Do you weave across the track to get to the slower side of the track, in quotes?
And there he goes again.
Things going from bad to worse. We almost don't want to watch anymore. We're going to cut away to the race leader just for our own sanity and.
Switch, guys. We've Victor Veloso down the inside of Loudon's. Championship leader Loudon's down a position. Yellow flags in the scene. It's Lemery, I think, in the gum gurge. He might have been in a spot of bother there.
Yeah, good move there from Veloso. Loudon's on a slightly different strategy, about half an hour more of a tank of petrol in that McLaren in the wonderful Mazda Tribute livery there. So again, perhaps electing to take things a little bit easy when he sees a faster car coming through, knowing that any position that any time he can gain by following will be well worth it come the end. Loudon's, I think, and with his teammate Shine in the number 2, it's going to be really interesting to see where they end up relative to the rest of the field.
I think if I'm that number 22 Mallard's teammate, I'm probably gently suggesting that potentially do a driver change, because when your head goes, it's difficult to get it back again.
Yeah, that's a good point. Vauclair has already been in the number 22 machine for about 70% of the race so far. Maillard, in for 11 laps, and yeah, you can see that the differential between the two of them on the lap time and indeed just kind of how comfortable they appear to be with that Audi is considerable. So Vauclair has done quite a lot of driving already, relatively speaking.
I thought I'd seen Maillard in there earlier. Let's see, I'm wrong.
I don't know the...
That'll be why.
Yeah, so we're hearing that his escapades have unfortunately started from like turn 1 of his stint. Vajinskis here coming up behind one of the backmarker prototype 2s, I believe. That's the number 2, is it? But you can see the pace differential between cars, even in the same category in the spec LMP2. It was the 28, of Tambu. But Vajinskis, you can see how well he is absolutely wringing the neck of this LMP2 machine as he comes up behind one of the Audis. Brilliant stuff. So we've got Vajinskis there. He's 37 seconds ahead of 5th place Sleeve McDykel, which I know makes you very happy, Sears, to see that name in Live for Speed Motorsport.
A great little Easter egg.
Absolutely. But Vajinskis is only 4 seconds behind the number 11 of Villa.
Course, he was glued, well, he was in front and then glued to the back of his teammate earlier, but also just lost that ground. In not that much time, really, in the grand scheme of things.
That's a good point, and to be fair, their fuel mileage is pretty similar. They pitted within a lap or two of each other, but yeah, that 7/10 margin in the best lap so far for Isaac Price is certainly showing. In fact, that in the last lap, Price was 1.3 seconds up. But it's interesting to see that Villa, with that gap there, it is slowly growing, I believe. The number 11 isn't under an imminent threat, but if anything, we're hearing that McDykel has pitted from 5th position, so we'll see him drop down the order potentially, although it's he's got some damage repairs, so it looks likely that number 5 Lara will make up enough of that 38-second margin to pull up into 5th position overall, and indeed in the Prototype 2 category, as we see Azar making his way through, taking no prisoners past that GT3 car there. Really solid driving here from Azar. Of course, our pole sitter for this one as well. It was easy to forget when he lost a little bit of time early on, but he's done the whole race so far, and he is leading this one nicely at the moment. We're hearing that Vauclair's finally got in the number 22 again to take a little bit more drive time in that one. Price's last lap, 3/10 of a second away from Azar, but once we have a little bit of a lull here, I'm going to have a quick look at the times between the two of them, and I'll come back to you, gents.
Well, yeah, so I kind of mentioned it earlier about how the race has changed from it being about pure lap time to how it all off again, pure lap time to how you handle the traffic. And I think we've seen that kind of play out over the course of this, or getting closer to 2 hours now. We've had quite a few different cars in the lead, but then we've also had quite a few of those leaders, or at least front-running contenders, come a cropper with GT traffic or getting through and getting damage and losing time. So really, it does highlight just how important your traffic management is if you want to win a race this long.
Yeah, 100%. I think that, as you say, it's the classic age-old adage of endurance racing, and someone who might, I know, right? Someone who might be commentating on something a long way away in a different part of the world would certainly say that sometimes traffic giveth and sometimes traffic taketh away. Ironically, that's easier for me to say. But just looking at the lap times for Azar compared to Price over the last 5 or 6 laps or so, it averages it out about a 10th or 2 per lap at the very least. So the number 15 not only in charge of this one in position, but actually that gap is extending between he and Price. So that's an interesting one. The gap between the 51 and the 11, similarly, is pretty stable, but I think, if anything, Villa might be a little bit faster over the last few laps, and we see a gaggle of GT3s and Prototype 2s coming down the main straight at Westhill. A joy to behold, really. Azar still managing to dispatch them all, and it looks like he might have gained a little bit of we even on that lap there. So it's all going pretty well for the Lemon Dinosaur team, although we did see one of the prototypes locking up. So a little warning shot that danger is never too far away in a multi-class endurance race, particularly as we head into the depths of night.
Yeah, they had a very clear number on the front of that car that I'm too blind to read. That's 98, is it?
Yep,
yes.
98. Absolutely. I find it easier to read the one in the circle than the one on the board, but that's just me.
I'm just blind.
We have seen that 98 make a couple of moves back down the inside when he's been lapped to kind of unlap himself. So Azar needs to make this one pretty decisive just to make sure that there's no opportunity for Cabral to make a move back and lose further time. It looks like it's going to be pretty cleanly done before they get to the next Audi in the train. So really good move from Azar. But you can see that 98, I think, has spurts of pace. And when you look at the fastest lap, it's certainly there or thereabouts for Team Sonoris LMP2. But it's just that overall consistency that might be lacking a little bit, which is really the sole differentiation between leading this race and being in 9th.
Well, you kind of alluded there to knowing your competitors, and that is another aspect with this driver changes we're seeing of people, when they get in the car, if they haven't been paying really close attention to their teammate while they've been going around, if they've been, popping off, getting a drink, whatever, getting themselves ready for their stint, you might not know exactly who's out on track with you and who drives in certain ways. So like you said, with that, knowing that that prototype they were going to lap likes to cut back on you, you're not quite sure when you jump in the car what everyone's going to do until you do a few laps and learn. So that's a little pace difference that you see.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, I thought we'd seen a driver change for the number 72 that I hadn't picked up while I was chatting away. Motajutis back in the car, but Isaac Price now also, as you can see on our screens, in the pit lane. So they are electing to make their stop. I'm just having a look. That looks like a 40-minute stint, so a little bit longer than the previous stints for both the 11 and the 5. So what's interesting to note there is that if we do get a caution later on in this race, any advantage that might be gained from pitting earlier in terms of track position or running with a lighter car for long, or the other way around, sorry. But basically, the later you can pit, I would have thought, especially for the single driver teams where you don't have to worry about that bit of strategy, the earlier you pit, you kind of box yourself in with regard to the full course yellow window. So it's an interesting call. I don't know whether or not it's something that to do with the tyre wear or something like that means it's the limiting factor once you've been double stinting, but certainly an interesting balance for strategy on this one.
We've both had a dabble with a bit of endurance strategy, haven't we? And I think we both came to the conclusion that when you're doing these, going as long as possible with the fuel is so much more beneficial, because not only do you have people coming out on cold tyres and potentially spinning and causing an issue, you also have people that might forget to check their fuel, and then they'll run out on track, and that can cause a full course as well. So the longer you go, just the more options you have for strategy if someone makes some of the mistake that can benefit you, because you get that basically free pit stop under the full course.
Oh, 100%. Flexibility is absolutely key. I think, as you say, we've dabbled in it a bit. You were a racing driver that became quickly a has-been and decided to do it. I was a never was who's only ever had a spreadsheet in front of me. So hopefully between us we can call this one at least relatively well. But yeah, looking at, in fact, I'm just having a quick look. Apologies. We're seeing the number 51 now has Gabor in the car for the 50.
That's his first time out, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It
55
is indeed, yeah.
consecutive laps from Price and Gabor in the machine now with 2 hours 20 to go. Unless there's one more driver change, I would anticipate now probably Gabor till the end. He looks like he's already pretty settled in, looking at the body language of that car. So really looking forward to seeing what his pace is like, particularly as we compare that with Azar, who's going to be finishing off his stint probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. He's been out for 3/4 of an hour.
Those of you that have the tracker up on a second monitor will notice that Gabor's flag does not quite match the one on stream. That's because Gabor is Gabor, and he is entered on New Dimension Racing as from Christmas Island.
Yeah, that's true, but we got a puncture for Vauclair, last on circuit, 42nd place.
That's a driver change.
It is, and we've got one of the Gum Garage cars, I think, who was off behind as well. Yeah, I don't know whether or not there was a coincidence. Luckily, that happened right at the end of the lap by the look of it, or at least the instant we saw did. And Vauclair back into the pit lane, 42nd or 41st position, and I think probably amongst the last of our runners today for Sodium Racing, unfortunately.
I think
the previous stop was only damage and fuel. The tyres remained worn. And here we go, Azar in the pit lane. And this is the key moment one of the key moments for the race. It'd be interesting to see, will Azar go for one more stint, or will Przec get into the car? And then also what he elects to do regarding tyre and fuel strategy. And indeed, there we go, Przec in the machine now. The number 15 looks like he's going to maintain second place. Gabor had a pretty sizable margin to try and catch. So here we go.
Yeah, a familiar driver helmet for some of you.
We've got Sean Lee in the waiting room for an interview, so just closing in on 1 hour 50. Let's have a chat with Sean Lee. So Sean, I know your morning was taken up by needing a substitute driver, but how have you felt the race has gone so far?
Hi, can you hear me first?
Yes, hello.
Okay, so the new mic's working, that's a first. Well, this is a very good morning. This is 5 something in the morning, coming to 6.
Yeah, so has been a chaotic race, certainly across the board here, Sean. But the fact that there's not been any safety cars since that first one, did that change your strategy at all?
I heard our car started from the back due to some problem. I woke up to it and I saw that we were, I think, 15 in class. So I think we're doing okay-ish. The car doesn't look fine, but I guess it's with some contact in the background. But so subbing in with Michael, that was a last minute thing, because unfortunately our second driver Rodriguez couldn't make it. And Michael has very gratefully stepped up to take the second seat, which is I can't thank him enough for it.
Yeah, he's just going to have to let Carolus through there. So, it was close. Anyway, that's all good.
Sina, I got a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
So, since the layout changed from the last year's race, do you think the philosophy of the track and overtaking really changed, compared to the last year? How do you think of the flow of the track is?
Sorry, what was last year's track?
What?
What was the track used last year? I didn't race last year.
So the normal Westhill. So how do you think the reverse layout affects your driving and your overtaking?
It's slightly better for overtaking, I think, because there's actually no, I'm wrong. I'm retarded. It's worse for overtaking because there's less braking zones, but it's also worse for the tires because you have turn one, because you have to put a lot of braking force, and if you lock up the inside fronts, even with ABS and whatnot, it will affect your stint. I saw that there were a few Audis that didn't look like Audis anymore. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer.
No, yeah, sorry, I'm still groggy. I just woke up. I'm holding a glass of hot.
So,
When
Sean,
you will be in the car, by the way?
Sorry?
When you will be in the car? When's your next
okay.
stint?
Not magic. My Michael just started, I think, 15 minutes ago. So we'll let him suffer in the car for a few more. A while more. But I think
Do you know how
setup's
long
fine.
do you know how long a stint is for you guys?
Yeah, so I'm hopping in about I would say 40 minutes or 40 or 30 minutes or so. Hopefully, another Audi is facing the wrong way. The car hopefully should be fine. The race setup is quite safe. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it, but I have to wake up.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah, well, it is night time, the historic day-night cycle. So
Has there been
hopefully you
any-
can tune in for a bit and take it all in before the daytime returns.
Has there been any safety cars yet?
Not since the first one. No, we just had one at the very start.
Okay, we'll see.
All right. Well, yeah, you better get yourself organized and enjoy the remainder of the race before it's your turn, Sean. So we'll let you go and
Best of luck.
Best of luck.
Hopefully you're enjoying the real wing.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Good result is forthcoming for Pixel Air Attack.
Thank you.
Some big flashes going on down that straight.
Yeah, Sean.
So speaking of the philosophy of the track and changing how you overtake, I think it's really important that we take into account that the new layout actually changes a lot of things when you're getting overtakes and you're managing your racing line. So we didn't see a lot of action at last year's race because it was a normal layout, and at the normal layout, and we nearly see number 10 spinning and getting onto the track.
There.
And in last year's race, it was really easy because you go straight and then you slow down a lot and you can get the overtake done. But at this year's layout, you're always going at a certain speed, and it's really predict what's going to happen. Oh, and we nearly see him spin again.
Oh, it's at the wall.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that's
the wall. He has to
just
pitch.
light tap. Thankfully, not more than that.
And it's really interesting to see how these different philosophies affect the racing.
Really interesting. Thank you for that. It's something that you really have to, especially if you, like you say, with the drivers that did race last year and are jumping in again. Obviously, reverse layout is a whole different. It's not just jump in and do what you did last year. You've got to relearn everything, haven't you?
Yeah. And there are certain points of the track that you don't really brake. Like you brake, but you don't get to a certain speed that you're safe. You're just still going around at a certain speed that you're unsafe. So it's really hard to predict what's going to happen in front of you. And something bad happens, it's really hard to save yourself because you're going at a fast speed.
A limited margin for error then.
Yeah, it's a really small margin for errors here.
I don't know we clock that. If we can jump back to number 72, I think that's some new front end damage. I think maybe I don't remember seeing damage on the front of that car before, but they've clearly been in the walls again.
Yeah, the number 72 car, Motorjoytis there with quite a lot of damage to the driver's right-hand side of the aerodynamic package on this LMP2 car. Remains to be seen what the mechanical problems that will cause is, but certainly the 72 not having a clear run of it over the last few laps. Looking at our drive times and pit stops, we've now seen everybody in the Prototype 2 category taking their second, and indeed in the case of the number 15 car, their third pit stop. I think anyone who's pitted in the last 5 minutes or so now is nailed on for that 2-stop till the end. And then we've got a couple of cars like the race leading number 11 of Villa things look. He's been out for 25 minutes with 2 hours and 8 to go. I think it's around 3/4 of an hour for a LMP2 car around here on the fuel. Just judging by having a look through a few of the different timing screens that we've got available to us during those brilliant interviews. I think that the 11 car has got a 45-second gap, but he's going to have to make full use of his speed, because that 45-second gap, I think, doesn't account for the extra stop he may well have to make. So this one is far from over, and Gabba looks like he's going very well. His lap time.
The 11's soloing it as well, isn't he?
He is indeed, yeah.
So there's no rest for him, and coming up to halfway, we're approaching the end of a regular race in this championship, I believe. We've still got to do it all over again.
Absolutely, and just looking at the lap times for Villa, it's not dropped off significantly, if at all, really, with 62 laps under his belt and just under 2 hours, as we see Motojutis getting pretty close to that GT3 car there. His last lap time was a 1:39.3, but that was in traffic. He can get down to the 1:38.1s really pretty comfortably, which is right on the pace for where he's been throughout the entire race. So he is really testing his own endurance, and you can see that he's rising to the challenge fantastically.
Well, something else I thought about is that you've also got to take not just on-track strategy, but your own personal strategy as well when you're doing this, because you kind of have to make a decision whether you want to be keeping yourself hydrated during the race, or strategically, for reasons that will be obvious, not doing that because you've got to last 4 hours and the pit stops aren't long enough for you to quickly jump out of the seat. So that's a strategy they're going to have to pick, not only just the on-track strategy, but their own stuff as well.
Absolutely. We're going to have a change in the booth with just over 2 hours to go here. Welcoming back to the booth, Kieran Redman. Kieran, how you doing?
Good evening, gents. I've had a nice refuel, had some cereal, had a drink of water, and I'm ready for the second half of the race. It's been action-packed. I stepped away for just a moment. Timing tower had a bit of a change over there, but looks like we've got some great racing still continuing on through the third hour.
Band's back together as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I tell you what, the last time we were doing this, the cars looked a hell of a lot older, didn't they?
Who's Doc Brown and who's Marty McFly here? Because it's very much Back to the Future here. I do love it. Nice to be back with the band. And for those not aware, we were the Retro Cup team. We had a great time. And
debut championships as well, wasn't it?
That was it. Yeah, we love a bit of endurance racing, don't we, boys?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think you probably said it before, Sears. If it's less than 2 hours, we're not interested, right?
Exactly. But yeah.
Also, referring you back to the Back to the Future thing, I can't be either of them. I haven't got enough hair.
Me neither.
So
are you? So who's Biff then? Which one of you wants to be Biff?
Oh, I'll be Biff because I don't know. He's the bad guy, and so.
I'll take my hoverboard. Hoverboard's cool. Absolutely.
But yes. Just looking at the timing screen, chaps. The number 15 car with Przec at the wheel. Put in some really good lap time since he's got in that car just about 6 minutes ago. Yes, he's fourth in the class at the moment, but I think that he's going to be a dark horse here. The 1.6 second, or there's less than that now. I'm looking at the wrong screen. I'm looking at the timing screen rather than the screen in front of us, which is never a good idea when we're looking at endurance racing, because you're seeing him right behind the number 72 machine of Yes Motorsports. Przec really starting to settle in for a good stint here.
Lost the rear end there as well.
He did a little bit, but we're going to see him go on the right-hand side here, pulling alongside the number 72 machine. I'm not quite sure where we are on the track. It's going to be a sweeping left-hander and then a right-hander.
Squeeze!
Wow, that was pretty close. Nice little move into the chicane. Przec deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, as you might expect this stage in the race. But the pace of Przec looks like it's right there or thereabouts for a good battle with the 72.
I think that was a decision that they did not want to get overtaken at that point in the track.
No, but it looks like a question of when rather than if here. It seems like the pace is with Przec now. He looks for a move around the outside, but nothing doing there for him. Motojutis is back in that vehicle now, taking back over and holding on to third position in the 72 machine, but he's under mountains of pressure from Przec here right now, and as he looks to pile on that, filling his rear view mirrors full of yellow lemon dinosaur liveried LMP2 machinery there. The number 15 is on the pace and on the rear diffuser of Motojutis. How long can he hold on for?
Yeah, well, they're both pretty fresh in the car, aren't they? I think the 15's been out for about 8 minutes, the 72 about double that time. So, I mean, yeah, like we said, this is his first time in the car in these conditions, trying to learn what everyone's doing and how everyone races and how the traffic's going to handle and just getting thrown in the deep end, really. I think Muska has been in for a little while.
Yeah, he has.
And
Yeah.
they've been swapping through, so a bit more experience, a bit more to date, kind of showing in the fact that they managed to keep position at the moment.
It's a really interesting philosophy here when it comes to driver changes. Do you do just 2 big double stints, each driver doing 2 hours, or does each driver do 1 hour and alternate through? As you can see here, obviously 2 different philosophies here. Azza doing the first
GT3
2 hours
there.
and then handing it over to Przecz there. But yeah, GT3 traffic always playing a factor here with these battles between the two as we start to encounter more traffic, Rob.
Yeah, Przecz looking really, really racy here. Villa leading the race by 48 seconds. He's been in that one for about 31 minutes now, according to our timing screen. You have no idea how much I love a timing screen. This is heaven for me. But yeah, that 48-second gap I anticipate will come down a little bit. So for Przecz, it's not just a battle for 3rd place on the track and indeed in the race as it stands. It's really close, in fact, to see Przecz there 0.3 of a second through the last timing beam as they broke it. And he's going to come through traffic here. We've got the green GT3, and Przecz takes full advantage there, using him as a pick straight past Motorjoitis there. A brilliant move, opportunist stuff there from Przecz, but fantastic heads-up driving from everybody involved.
Reading the situation perfectly there was Przecz. That might be one of the moves of the race so far, using GT3 traffic to his advantage. He can now get his head down as he looks to hunt down the 51 machine of Gabba, who is just under 19 seconds up the road, so just under 18 seconds up the road there. Przecz, even with the traffic, is eating into that advantage, and there's enough time left in this for Przecz to move further up the timing order here. Now, obviously, this was the car on pole at the start of the race, lost it, fell down the order, has been slowly climbing back up again, but we switch our focus now to some GT3 machinery here. The Energy Virtual Racing car, number 100 with Neva on board. The second of the drivers here is looking to hunt in as much as he can.
So I'm just gonna have a quick look at the lap times comparing Price and Gabba. It looks like Gabba's actually losing about 2 or maybe even 3 seconds over what Prices were doing at the end of his last stint. So it's interesting. I mean, obviously he's just jumped in. He's got to get used to the car and used to the track and used to conditions and that sort of stuff. But you expect a lot of practice to be put in. So maybe that's just the pace, and that would explain why Price started the car and did so long earlier on.
And there we go, making the move, taking that position with aplomb there. We're just over 2 hours to go here in the 4 hours of Westhill, so it's the halfway mark. So I think it's time to take a look through the top 10 in each of our categories. In the first position, we've got the number 11 car, Rodepressor Racing Team LMP in the P2 category, with Villa at the wheel, as he has been and indeed will be for the full event. A brilliant drive so far sees him lead this one by 51 seconds over Gabor, who's now in the car, having taken over from Isaac Price in the S Motorsports machine. 20 seconds further back, but having just taken that 3rd spot, is Przecz in the number 15 Lemon Dinosaur car after a brilliant start from pole sitter Azar. And I think we've just seen a bit of contact involving the 3rd place car, so you can see he's pushing hard. Luckily, it doesn't look like anything too catastrophic for anyone involved. Motorjoitis in the number 72 Yes Motorsports machine is looking with big damage on the front, but it's been an interesting strategic call from the number 72 with Wyzinskas and Motorjoitis, his countryman from Lithuania, sharing the drive time pretty equally in terms of stints, but with Wyzinskas taking 1 so far and then Motorjoitis in this second one. So it'll be interesting to see who takes that car next through to the end. In 5th place, it's number 5, Lara in the Saturn Esports car, a further 22 seconds back, having had a couple of issues there in this race so far, through no real fault of his own. Sixth place is number 73 of Steve McDykel, 37 seconds further back from Master Race Car, while in seventh place it's the number 400 machine of Marques, a further minute back, therefore a lap down on the leaders. And as you can see there, the fifth place car of the 5 of Lara just taking that spot to lap a further time. The number 98 Cabral is 8th place, 26 seconds further back with that. And then we've got Agostino and the race organizer 96 for Race Green Autosports, Agostino taking over from Rony Krompus. And then in 10th, it's the number 995 machine of the Antiaris FSR team, the championship and indeed race organizer Ben Uze for rounding out our top 10. Next up, let's go to 3-wide action in the GT3s with Picanco leading this one for Roda Presa Racing Team, despite all of the battles and all of the madness we've seen so far. That team still leading both of the classes with their cars, 46 seconds ahead of Fornieles for Master Race Car, the number 14 machine in the Audi. 2 Audis leading in GT3. Third place, Loudon's in the McLaren, the number 2 machine. Slightly different strategy, about 15 minutes further into his stint than the number 14 machine. And then in fourth place in the class, it's Logtenberg in the Mustang. No, in the BMW. I do apologise. 36 seconds further back. Not all that far behind though. It is Lagushkas in the Ford, 3 seconds behind. So that's going to be a battle. Looks like it's set to brew. And then even closer is the number 100 Energy Virtual Machine, the Brazilian Audi with Neva at the wheel. So another one where we're going to see some cars come up for some excellent action. Seventh place is the Kia Doris Decola number 420 machine of Dominguez. Again, I'm not going to tell you what it means. If you want to have a look, I won't argue with you. And then in eighth place, it's number 42 machine of Fantastic with Bisset at the wheel. Ninth place is the Gumgarish number 3 with Madigan. And then rounding out our top 10 in GT3 is the Savage Sim Sports Mercedes AMG GT3 of Martin Capel. And there we go. Great stuff. So really, really fascinating stuff so far. Sears, where do you think we should be looking next?
Well, I mean, it feels like anywhere, because something can just happen out of nowhere. It's very difficult. I mean, obviously we've got, if you look at the third and fourth place, very tight gap there. But I mean, yeah, I mean, we've just seen the 100 getting close. I mean, take your pick.
Yeah, we've got battles brewing up and down the timing tower here with a variety of different gaps between lead vehicles. As we've got cars just skirting off the road ever so slightly there. We've got a well-represented Team America machines there going down the start-finish straight as we have Garcia here, the number 25 vehicle here, just plugging away in the BMW machinery. And as you said, things just starting to settle down ever so slightly here. Everyone's finding their rhythm, plugging their way through the twilight hours of the race as we've got series organizer Hueze, the French destroyer, in the pits.
There we go. It's race leader Picanco, 45 seconds to the good with the number 5 making a pretty deep lunge in the Prototype 2 car. Oh, that's a big twitch there, which very nearly takes out. I think that was the race leader, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's Villa,
That was Villa going past the race leader. Oh, the race leader in both classes very nearly ending each other's night pretty soon there, but Villa lives to fight another day, while Picanco similarly manages to carry on. But I don't know whether or not that's an indication of people starting to get tired, perhaps. Everybody is pushing really hard. Picanco and Villa both single driver entries in this one. It's got to take its toll, especially when your eyes are straining, looking through the darkness with only 2 beams of light, and indeed the ones in the track lighting to guide you. But it's really tough at this point in the day.
So the driver for the number 11 there, would you describe that as brave or having confidence in his competitors? Because, I mean, I would have gone with brave.
It is his teammate. That's another point to mention. So maybe he's been practicing and he knows that if something like that does happen, he can catch it and he will sort it out. But I'm going to go with brave regardless, to be honest.
But I think as well, just to jump in on that, I know you just got the phrase ever so slightly wrong there, when you said fighting to live another day, but it's kind of true. You are fighting to live another lap every time you go through the chicane there, every time you go to overtake the track, the slower moving vehicles. It's so true. Like, you're scrapping for every inch of track that you can to find any advantages that you can, and Villa there really, really getting close to tripping over that slow moving Kanko vehicle there. Again, this is just a tricky thing of multi-class racing. You can run the perfect race, but all it takes is someone else to have a mistake, and you can find yourself in the wall. But we've got a heck of a battle brewing here with GT3 machinery, 4-5 vehicles wide here. We've got Frey holding station in the Team America Audi R8, but he's being absolutely swarmed here by GT3 cars here. Again, this isn't for position, but we've got cars, all tripping over each other. Oh, here we are. We've got cars darting left and right here. Some's for position, some's for not. We'll have to scan out. There we are. Thank you, Director, for giving us a better shot there of all the action that's taking place. Prototype machinery just navigating its way through here, but we've got big lunges up the inside there from the machinery just to the rear. We've got Frey fighting and scrapping. Yeah, we've got big blocks going on the apex there. Cars jockeying for position there. A proper gaggle of GT3 machinery there, but it looks like the Audi R8 is certainly popular this round.
Audi's to the left of me, Ford's to the right, and here I am stuck in an LMP2. And here we go. Kadrich making a move for position 36th in the race in the number 93 machine. That gives him 22nd in the class ahead of TOS Racing.
And a lesser spotted Ferrari there.
Ferrari. Yes, a Ferrari underrepresented perhaps in this field, but really good stuff so far. We've got Sinner on the screen at the moment, and then behind us we've got some lap action there. The number 73, that's Steve McDykel, making his way past what looks like a Porsche.
We've got LMP1 flashes as they come through past the slower moving GT3 machinery. It's just one of those trademark things you get from endurance racing. A prototype car frantically flashing its light in the dark. I'd love if we can to get an onboard shot watching a car do that. Yeah, we've got a variety of different lines through turn one. It's a long, lazy corner. A few different options for all the drivers to carry the momentum through. I will have to be the judge of the lap times on that one. I wouldn't want to comment. I'm not the one in the car for sure.
It was the amount that the car behind caught just through that corner.
So we've got Laguskus, the 134.
P4 in contact in the back.
With that's some glasses on the car. That's Isaac Price on the bonnet, and he goes elects to cut the grass a little bit there. Does Laguskus, but it is for fourth place with Logtenberg just ahead in the Team America BMW.
I'm not sure if you watched the Boxing Day event that we had, but I seem to remember there was about 4 different drivers all entered as Isaac Price. There seems to be a bit of an LFS meme going on here.
Just a very common name.
Isaac Price, please stand up. Sorry, apparently it's 3 a.m. in. Oh, here we go, making the move. Logtenberg on the outside, but it's going to be Laguskus making a great move in that Ford.
Made it look easy.
Easily through, really. And as we said earlier, Logtenberg didn't stand a chance. One of the prototypes coming through. That's probably the 98th, but I don't know.
I don't think so. Yeah.
400, sorry. And then we've got another one of them coming through as well. But Logtenberg falling to 5th in the category. Laguskus making his way forward. We'll have a look to see what that gap to Loudon's is shortly. But yeah, certainly a car on the move forward in the 134 Yes Motorsports entry.
Yeah, I think Yes Motorsport have been doing very well at this race. Obviously, you've got that Ford there. We've also got the 2 prototypes running at the front and scrapping for the front.
Yeah, the 134 machine has been involved in all sorts of trouble from start to finish this race. It's having an action-packed event. It's not the smoothest running for them. Obviously, Yoni Katia running that in the first stint, and now we've got Laguskus running in the 134 machine, as we have Fornielis here on the screen now in the number 14 Master Race Car machine here with a 45-second gap to the good there, trying to make up for lost time now as they continue their march up the order, as well as we have our machine coming through here now as well. We've got Lara looking to overtake here some slower moving GT3 machinery, and Villa there as well. Yeah, we've got the leader there, Willer in the pits there. You got them.
That's big, yeah. That's a big moment because what's that? 43 minutes I think that is on the stint.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
so
have to
there you
see.
go. That will be the 47 seconds of his lead eaten into. He'll now need to do the same 2 stops, I reckon, as everybody else. Possibly even a little bit more than that. But if he's short on fuel from 2 stops, so will everybody else, I think.
Well, if you look at the timing, the 98 has been out there for 47 minutes.
Yeah, I think that some of them are electing to play it a little bit safer on the fuel, especially at the moment. Obviously, if you can pit possibly with some clear air potentially, or other considerations that we might not have looked at, then it might be a thing. It's 3:30 a.m. in sim time, so I'm going to go and get a little bit of beauty sleep, and I'm going to bring in the dulcet tones once more of Eoin Harmon.
Thanks so much, Rob. Appreciate you covering for me. I just had a small break myself there, but I'm back and ready to go. So Viller, as Adal in our ear, confirmed he was ready to go into the pits despite being in the middle of a fight. So appreciate that call. And we'll check out some other fights up and down the grid. Yeah, this is for P3 overall. Pershek versus Motojesus.
Seen this one play out
Lemon
before, haven't we?
Dinosaur. And Lemon Dinosaur just watching from behind here, from the Polish driver's perspective, to see the very, very impressive number 72 car for Yes Motorsports coming into range. Valero just in front needs to yield, basically, or just do what he's doing. Yeah, Valero in the Porsche does the right thing. Drives his regular racing line and allows Pershek to spot the gap.
Just thought that while you're away, the 15 did come out behind the 72, caught up and passed, and now obviously the 72's found some pace and is catching them back up again.
Just the ebbs and flows of the race, Adam. You just find certain drivers getting different paces at different points of the race. Again, we've got GT3 traffic interjecting itself in that chicane there. Both of them navigating their way through, but the number 15 of Project there just stumbling its way through, losing a little bit of time, which is going to bring Motojesus right onto his tail here. But as I said, higher strategies, fuel strategies, fatigue of the drivers as well. This is something to consider. You know, how far are they into their stint? Are they ready to be being subbed out? You know, do they need that break? But right now we are on board and on the front camera of Motojesus as he tries to keep reeling in that Lemon Dinosaur machine. 0.4 seconds the gap between the two of them.
Well, on the ebbs and flows, that 72 has been out for about 8 minutes longer, so they will have 8 minutes less fuel, which is probably where this has come from.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as the momentum, now that you've got a bit more time on circuit and your fuel load to be getting lighter, it will help you out later in the stint. Mathershaw will get out of the way there for 1 and 2. Yeah, the gun garage car will now get out of the way for both. We've got some damage. Don't know exactly from who, but there we go. Hopefully nothing too serious there.
I can't get over the amount of pace that Motojesus is carrying through those tight, twisty sections there. Just speaks to the downforce of the prototype vehicles, how much pace they can carry through those fast-flowing sections there. Really, really good stuff. As we just tick over 1 hour and 46 minutes left of the race, as we're hearing there's a crash on the track somewhere. We'll try and get the information on that one. It's the last turn. There's a big accident for Cabrel, I'm hearing in my ear, has been involved in that. Yeah, the 98 machine.
Damaged.
Yep, Team Synosis LMP2 is incredibly damaged, but lucky for him, he is right by the pits. He can pull in and get that fixed. He apparently clipped. I'm not sure, but at least they're not going to have to go a whole way around the lap carrying all that damage.
Yeah,
but that is
for 1 minute.
It's crabbing so bad. That's going to be so costly for their run. P9 overall, they're going to fall down the order. It's a real shame for that team, but there's still time left to recover this.
That's a cold tyres problem there. Got to be.
Yeah, most likely, Sonoris. That's a heavy blow for their chances. And a 4 team should be on the blower to say, yeah, the car ahead has had trouble. Try and catch up.
I think they're a full season entry, aren't they? The 98.
I'm not sure, but again, while everyone is having their own incidents, our race leader, Villa, in the Road Oppressor Racing team, is quietly going about his business, constantly putting in those consistent laps and staying out of trouble. And answer to your question, Adam, yes, they are a full-time racing outfit, so every point counts for them in this endurance series as well. The 98 only changed their front tyres, which explains the balancing issues that they were having with their car there, as well as we have Augustino in the 96 race green Autosports machine trying to plow on with their race, as we have Lara, our 5th place machine, in the pits.
I wonder if that front tyre thing was a choice or a miscommunication or misinput, because I'd say it's brave. Go in and just change your fronts and not your rears.
Yeah, you don't normally do that, to be honest, Adam. So the trick may have been the driver who was incoming say, just change the fronts, I'll be all right. But it turned out not to be the case. So, yeah, unfortunate.
Presumably you're not going to do that again then.
Yeah.
The quest to try and save valuable seconds in the pit stop has cost them minutes out on track. It's a real shame for them. But these are the decisions that you live and die by in endurance racing. And Villa's been caught in that somehow, some way. I can't quite get over how Villa kept himself out of trouble there, but I believe Kadrich was the other vehicle involved. He is up and moving again there. You can see there it was a late dive, but Kadrich is now carrying damage to the rear of that vehicle. We'll wait and see how severe that is in the 93 machine there, the master race car. He'll be coming into the pits to get that resolved. It was an aggressive dive up the inside from the race leader, Villa, and he's got away with something quite lightly there, but we'll have to see if the stewards decide to take a look at that, boys.
It's surprising because it's a heavy contact with the bridge, the concrete wall of the bridge. There's no tyre wall there, so nothing to soften the blow. It was just straight in. So yeah, I'm sure that hurt.
Driver change for team number 46 there. Al Saki returns to the cockpit there. Villarreal has decided to complete his stint. So yeah, Al Saki towards the back of the pack, 36th overall. So yeah, a long way back there. Oh, spinner! One of the Ferraris is loose. Just towards turn 12. Didn't catch who it was, but race should be able to carry on. Oh, was it Al Saki? Oh, Martler, yes, Martler. There we go. Yeah. So the purple into blue transition there, beautiful livery. But it was just unfortunate, it's just in our background shot. And he's able to carry on, so race remains green.
Yeah, the TOS racing machine pointing in the right direction, just needs to compose themselves, take a couple of breaths, and then go about their race quietly there as they get overtaken by the fast-moving LMP2 machinery there. Now we've got GT3 cars heading into the pits now to crack on with their various strategies, and we've got McDykel here now, the number 73 Master Race Car LMP machine here in P6 overall, looking to try and make the move further up the order. They're 14 seconds off the pace of 5th place man Lara, and we've got a drive-through penalty for the number 27 machine there. That's Sinner behind the wheel of that vehicle there for crossing the pit exit blend line. It was a persistent issue in the previous round, and we're seeing several vehicles being popped for the same offence this time.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes have been absolutely dreadful for Team Sonoris. So their GT3 car is being piloted by Sinner at the moment. 3-driver crew there, and that's going to knock them from 22nd in class. Al Saki should be in range to get close. But yeah, race leader Villar is coming by there.
We've got the 27 straight into the pits there. That's Sinner on board. He just had the flash up there for the penalty, coming straight into the pits to get that served and out of the way now. And we've got another crash on the last turn there as well. Again, we'll try and cut to that and get the information over to you about who is involved in that. It's the number 17 vehicle. I believe that's Hurst at the wheel of the 17 vehicle there, just trying to recover now. But we have Augustino on board as he completes another lap. There is Hurst, number 17. They're trying to recover.
Silversay's had a spin. I might have made contact there, didn't spot who it was, but Silversay, I did see his name pop up, sliding sideways, but he's caught it and he's back on the road.
I can just pop in. We've had Rob doing some analysis in the background, and he's anticipating that the number 5 of Lara might potentially be 5 minutes short of making like an optimal strategy, so they're going to have to do an extra splash and dash. Potentially. We'll see how that plays out though.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes have been absolutely dreadful for Team Sonoris. So their GT3 car is being piloted by Sinner at the moment. 3-driver crew there, and that's going to knock them from 22nd in class.
5 minutes short.
Yeah, it'll be maybe a fuel save option there as well, Adam, for them. They have the time to be able to do that, but that might be a lot of lift and coasting here. And we have a flashing LMP1 vehicle heading through on the Garcia machinery. Thank you to the director for giving that moment to me there. Again, it's one of my favorite things from endurance racing, those fast cars coming through, alerting the slower moving machinery with the flashing headlights during those twilight hours. We are seeing mistakes creeping up and down the order. And again, this is where that fatigue is coming in. Your Ironman stints, doing the full 4 hours solo, but also the pressure of the second driver coming in and trying to keep the pace of the first driver. Again, we're seeing a lot of mistakes straight out of the pits when those fresh cold tires get put on, as Augustino likes to split the difference there. Really brave stuff, as you said there, Adam, between the slower moving LMP car and the GT3 machinery. Brave stuff from Augustino there, running in P8.
I think we're hearing that we're expecting the leading car, number 11, to come into, which will put Gabber in the lead. Probably about 5 or 10 laps, I think that's going to be. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, so I think that'll be Gabber's first time in the lead this race, won't it? He's jumped in the first time this stint, and how's his pace doing? He's found the pace now.
Yeah,
Gabber.
This car's led at different points in the race, but yeah, Gabber will be leading, I believe, for the first time from there as well. So we've got the number 72 of Mathershaw in the pits as well.
So yeah, we're hearing fuel only, so no tyres and no repair on that, so it's clearly not affecting the performance at all.
So
Quite a few in the pits now.
Coxie.
We actually hit that time of the race.
Sean Lee's car. It should still be Michael Malik in the cockpit though. Yeah. So.
Well, yeah, we're keeping an eye on this, see if there's going to be a driver change here or not for the 888, which is a brave number choice, a very brave number choice, the 888. That's had so much success in both British touring cars and also across in Australia in the V8 Supercar Championship 888. So it's brave picking that one, but. There's
a distinct lack of Vauxhall on this Ford, and I need some more Vauxhall livery or some more Red Bull livery, one or the other. But it's a great livery there from the Pixel Air Attack team. I really like that. I think you coloured that early doors in practice, Adam. That was one of the nicer liveries. They're taking a long time in the pits here, guys. I'm wondering what they're doing in here.
It's an interesting place to put the driver names. Usually you see them on the frame above the door, but they put it on the roof at the back. You can just about see there's some logos there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to call that.
So, Mouse driver Sean Lee from Singapore, ready to get onto circuit.
Had him in the box earlier, didn't we? And now he's out for his first stint. Hopefully he's woken up.
Yeah. Okay.
The coffee is in, that's for sure.
On board, yeah.
We've got Villa again here, just again quietly going about his business, overtaking GT3 machinery now. Had that kind of heart and mouth moment that we caught a few moments ago. Again, his gap 4.87 seconds. It's come down a tad to Gabor in second position. And here we have Fornielis running in P2 in his race. Slightly adrift from first place man Picanco, 49.67 seconds the gap there, and Hurst there as well, running in 26th overall, recovering from his incident a couple of laps ago. As the race is starting to quiet down ever so slightly now, we're having a look at the timing tower there as well, and Marquise there in the number 400 NFR team there running P7, trying to make inroads into the top 6, who have sort of separated themselves from the chasing pack.
Sorry, can I just jump in? I just looked at the old timing tower, and Gabber's last lap is the best lap of the entire race, I believe, with a 36.8. So he has found some pace and more.
Absolutely, Adam, yeah.
I think it's partially helped by the fuel load, because he's been out for 41 minutes. I think we're expecting about 45, 47 minutes on the stint. But I mean, yeah, we're also hearing that the gap to the leader hasn't really, it's not been coming down despite the pace. So, and last lap was a 39. That's not, he's obviously, yes, I think we're hearing his traffic management might need a bit of practice, because it's Yeah, he's not. We did see his teammate was doing pretty consistent 38, 30. I think it was 37, 38s. But yeah, that was. Yeah, it's not. It's some practice. I think it might be needed.
Yeah. Big flash of the headlights there, and we've got a car off the road up ahead of Gabba there, but Gabba keeping it all collected there. So easy to follow off cars through and off as they sort of wander off the circuit there, but Gabba constantly pushing all the margin that he can. This is brilliant stuff from Gabba here as he navigates his way through the fast flowing sections there. He's going to navigate his way past that yellow McLaren over the start finish straight as well.
I think we're hearing there was a spinner for the number 6. Or 16, excuse me.
Oh, Valenzize has spun it. So that will require a pit stop. Yeah, just getting
it's this car again.
Yeah, the trouble for number 16, the Hormiga Loca racing team there, way
Was that speeding
down the
in
order,
pit lane?
31st overall.
You called it there, Adam. I think there might be a speeding in the pit lane charge coming there. And I'm hearing in my ears it was all okay. All 4 wheels locked up on entry, but somehow, some way getting it stopped, as I believe they're taking on some new tyres there, and they're definitely going to be needed, having all been locked up. They'll definitely be running like 50 pence pieces, that's for sure. But if they're at the front for Road Oppressor Racing, Villa is continuing his stranglehold on the race, but that gap to Gabba is coming down again. 3 seconds, it's just come up to 4, as Stevenar just catching. Wow.
That's unreal. So we're hearing that he was just catching up with the car ahead and was shaping up for a little bit of a battle, but obviously that mistake is setting right back in. He's going to have to do all that hard work again. But despite that, what an incredible save.
Big catch, big catch.
Sean Lee will be chasing down for position though, so hopefully the tyres are back to their best health. So we have a battle.
Yeah, we were denied one battle, we've got another one now.
This is for 13th in class. So Sean Lee, he's gotten the cobweb sorted out and he's ready to have an overtake if this opportunity falls in his lap. Going one way or the other.
Going for that?
The chicane into turn 5.
Wow.
Yeah, one step is done. Can he get the other one done? Up to
He's
turn
backed off,
7 now. Oh, it's fabulous. Well done.
That's great.
Fabulous indeed. Set up hook, line, and sinker. Great work there from the 888 machine, and Lee living up to the epic team name that they have given themselves. Brilliant stuff. As we have Vazinskas here now, we ride on board with him, our 4th place man in the Yes Motorsport, who's catching up to this absolute scrap that's occurring in front of him here. 5 or 6 GT3 machines now all jockeying for position. Vazinskas elects to go round the outside of the Yes Motorsports Mustang, and up the inside he goes of Stevenar as well. Great move from him there, as we have our 3rd place man Prushek in the Lemon Dinosaur machine in the pits.
Yeah, big call for Darius Vazinskas. He needs to be told what's going on.
I've just noticed Gabba has lost 20 seconds.
Spin.
Oh, he's
spin
pit.
95.
Yeah, this is the moment for Vazinskas to try and take advantage of Prushek in the pits. Will Vazinskas be able to elevate himself to the podium rostrum? We'll have to wait and see. We're just hearing that there's been a spin and damage for one of the vehicles. We'll wait and see who that is. It's car number 995, Weze, the one on your screen now. You can just see the left rear quarter panel is all kinds of caved in, and again carrying a little bit of damage there. Will Weze elect to pit? It'll have to depend on where he's at in the stint. He might be willing to grin and bear it in the FSR team, and grin and bear it he does. He elects to stay out over the start finish straight. Damage clearly not bad enough to trouble and worth the pit stop. He'll elect to do that and get that sorted, I imagine, and his next stint stop we'll have to wait and see, as we have a BMW for Team America Racing off the road.
Garcia wide, yeah, that's just unfortunate, but Garcia down towards the back. It's been a long night for him, so hopefully he can keep on trucking and make up the remainder of the race without any more mistakes.
Yeah, it's 2.5 hours he's been going as Garcia, and he's got an hour and a half to go. It's a monumental task for him there as well. Eventually a bit of fatigue creeping in, but just peeling in front of the Renesis machine there of Shine, who very very nearly got caught up in another incident, who again quietly having a very good race, last event's winner for the GT3 category as well, currently running in P5 in class. But Gabor is hunting down Villa now as well. 37 seconds. Apologies though, having a time and tower update right as I'm talking there. Gabor 3 stops there to Preshex's 4, so we'll have to see how that strategy plays out and who will be able to take the top spot on the rostrum for the prototype racing machines.
Yeah, they're both fresh out the pits, I think. So yeah, that's a it's not like a different strategy. It's just yeah, they're on pretty similar pit strategies. Definitely was to see how that plays out though, with those drivers.
As we dip under an hour and a half remaining for round number 3 of the LFS France Endurance Series here. It has been action aplenty from start to finish, and your current race leader, Villa, in the number 11 machine, leads by Gabor by 38 seconds. And look at that shot. This is an amazing thing. I still can't quite get over this for the Live for Speed community here. A nighttime race under floodlights. This is brilliant. Boys, what do you think of those shots?
That's what dreams are made of. So many people driving in LFS for years and decades. It's been a long wait, but it's finally arrived, and it definitely means the world to everybody who's ever made their life, their sim racing life in LFS. And yeah, well done to the devs and everybody for making this possible. Valenzies is in the pits, so the struggling number 16 car will be in the box again.
Yeah, that prototype 2 is way down the order, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately so.
And we've got Gabor here flowing through his corners, just trying to eat into that advantage of Villa there. And speaking of eating into advantages, Marquez going through various GT3 machines as he lets peels into the pits now, all locked up. The number 400 NFR machine into the pits.
Yeah, down in the midfield for the Prototype 2s. He has to watch out for Agostino in just a little while. And Pershek currently in the bronze medal position. We'll see how he gets on. But now I'm delighted to give an opportunity here to Adal Coşkun, who's going to analyse the next lap being driven in P2. It's Gabor Gyor. So let's hear from you, Adal.
Yeah, thank you so much. We see Gabor on the straight line going really fast and tidy. It's a blank corner at T1, so you want to go with your instinct here, as we can see he's braking after the 50 here. Going around wide, trying to get the apex wide, getting into the apex, getting on the throttle early, really using the traction of the LMP2. Getting back up to speed. It's a really tricky corner here, really high downforce. You don't want to hit the wheels here. Keeping it tidy and nice. Hard braking here, a really slow corner that we see, and there's a GT3 car up ahead. Let's see if he'll be able to give draft to Gabor for him to catch up to Willer at P1, 40-second gap. And there's a nice long straight here, using all the draft, using all the speed. A really fast corners around here. S tracks, braking right before 50, using all the track, going into the apex, really slow at the third one. Going on the early throttle here again. You want to use all the curves here, going outside, not touching the inside curb. Going on the left for the GT3. Uphill corner here again, trying to go wide as well, hitting the apex. And one more blind corner that we see going downhill. It's really hard to predict what's going to happen here. You can spin easily. He gets it tidy and quick, and we can see the last corner up ahead. And that's a nice and fast lap by Gabor with GT3 on the line going left, and that's a nice lap.
Thanks so much, Adal. It's going to be a 139.424 there, so a little bit shy of the 136 personal best set by the number 51. But we appreciate that in-depth guide through the lap as we're heading closer and closer to the 1 hour to go mark. It's 1 hour 25, I believe, left in this race. So yeah, Gabor will have a little bit of time to try and figure his way back into contention. Villar, not really a marker for him at the moment. He just has to keep pushing while he's by himself.
Those onboard pictures are absolutely fantastic. You don't get an idea on the wider shots of just the amount of undulation that is within this track here. The cars going light and heavy as they go through dips and dives of the track of here at Westhill Circuit. It's a great track again as well. Those blind entries as well. It's all trust in the vehicle there. Hours and hours of practice. And you can see why Gabba is at the top of the timing tower again with the pace he's able to carry compared to some of his counterparts. And we have a car off the road in the chicane. That's not where you want to be. Oh, we've got a tangle there as well. Valensis has had tangle and hatch up with another car as well. I believe that is the car of George there. I'll get the car number. And he's changed to another car as well. The number 9 vehicle is facing the wrong way in the tunnel. He's got that out and away there, but we have another vehicle caught up with Valensas there as well. And George has spun it again. Oh, it's a shame. Suspension damage, as you're saying there, for the number 9 machine. I'll have to get back to the pits and get that sorted.
Pedro Pacanco, he may feel the yellow flag could be coming, so he's on strategy to pit. That will allow a chance for Fornieles just to make up a little bit of time. He's just about to enter turn 12 now. So Fornieles in P2 for Master Race Car has a little bit to go. And a spin for Benoit Hueze, or the French Destroyer, as he's known in the LFS community. He was in a fight with Etilieu in the number 49, but I think that fight has come to an end.
Pacanco's on the move now out of the pit lanes. He is up and rolling. Will Fornieles be able to make any inroads here as Maillard has a puncture on the right rear? You can see there that tire is on the rim. He needs to get that car back nice and safely. This car for Sodium Racing has been in so many incidents throughout the race. As second place in the GT3, Fornieles heads into the pits, and it's a spin for Maillard in front of cars, and somehow he just about got ahead. That was P3 Laguskas, the 134 machine there as well. Heart in mouth stuff. Maillard needs to take it easy and get it back nice and slowly. Is it time for VSC? He's on the racing line. Are we going to go yellow? He's off the track. We'll have to wait and see. Wait for race control to see what they can do. But that was very, very close, Eoin.
Absolutely, Kieran. Heart and mouth situation. This is a really fast part of the circuit. Oh, no! Is that going to spin? It's going to be close, but yeah, this is the fastest part of sector, the middle part of the track. So yeah, if he's going to be warned, like everybody needs to know, there is a very slow car in the final corner, basically. So there we go. He's just off the side, but if there are 2 or 3 battlers coming together, then they will not be able to avoid Maillard's limping Audi. So yeah, he's off the racing line now. You can see the race green. Oh, so close.
This is very hard to watch, you know. I mean, again, it's easier for us to sit here from the outside here, but we do need, I don't know, full course yellow maybe there. It's hard to make that judgment, but Maillard is way off the track now as he tries to get the car back to the pits, but he is well wide of all the cars now, taking a much safer route, allowing the race to run as long as we can. That Sodium Racing vehicle now electing to keep on the grass is in the line and into the pit lane safely without any further incident. He'll get that repaired, but wow, that was very, very close to disaster.
My. Well, we carry on as normal with Maillard, 42nd and last in the race. Just able to get the service. He's completed 72 laps. So that'll be important for him. Let's see now as Villar, he's pushing along on his 92nd lap, and no real concerns for him at the moment with the pit advantage. I believe he's got such a huge advantage, but Pedro Pacanco is the car in the way, so Pedro doesn't want to ruin his race either. There we go, nicely done. So both our class leaders in the same shot.
One thing that I don't think we've mentioned is that pit entry, because it seems to be right on the racing line. Like, you're on the right-hand side, right where people are driving, and you are, I guess people are sort of slowing off and backing off in the pit lane line, but right on the race line. So you've got to be really heads up when you're driving and trying to get that slip through and follow people through. You don't end up having a little collision.
Yeah, I suppose that's where the indicators come in, to be honest, Adam. So you have to make your intentions known if you're going to pit. And we've reached nautical twilight. So we're going to end our peak darkness situation. We've enjoyed the day-night cycle. Well, let's witness the next stage of our weather, our daytime cycle. So you can
say nautical twilight? I've never heard that before. That's a great phrase.
So there you go. You can just look at the sky. There's a little bit of a break of sunshine, but it's going to take another little while before the actual brightness takes effect. So yeah, there you go. You can just start to notice it. Another spin towards the back there, car 22.
I think the only way to grow that team this race has been nightmare, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've had a very rough time of it.
Yeah.
See, this is the twilight hour. So this is a really interesting time, that hazy morning now. This is where, if for all of you that are big endurance fans will know that this is where all the incidents happen. This is where the drivers are sleepy. This is where everything starts to go slightly wrong. That going from night into day, they're thinking, where is my first coffee? Oh, wait, I have an hour and 20 minutes to go. We've had many a horror story in real life racing for ourselves here in the broadcast team. I know I've had a couple of incidents racing in go-karts in real life, but
I broke my wrist at this time of day.
Well, that's what I was hinting at, but I didn't want to drop you in it. I thought I'd let you tell that story.
What I will say is the problem that you get at this time of day is that you've got drivers who are out in the dark with clear visors on. It's not a problem in sim, obviously, and then you get people who are coming in new with tinted visors on. That sun gets at a level where it shines directly in your eyes, and you can't see anything if you've got a clear visor. It's like putting on sunglasses during the day. It is having that tinted visor. When you don't have it, it's just blinding and you can't see anything. It's so dangerous, but there's nothing you can do about it because you can't drive with a tinted visor in the dark.
It's not not an issue that will affect our drivers here now, but I mean, in the reality of it, what I'm thinking about now is our Ironman drivers, those doing the big stints, the big 4-hour races. They've been going for nearly 3 hours now without a break. It's not any problem for our race leader Villa here. He's just finding himself getting slightly caught up with some GT3 traffic, but navigating it fairly well. Lets him to chop the curb there. And we've got a bit of a battle going on for GT3 machinery here. Luengo and Neva here scrapping for position. Big late dive up through at the inside there, but again, we've got slow moving GT3 traffic ahead of them. This is not going to help the battle. Neva in the number 100 Energy Virtual Racing Machine has that position unsecured. Their third place in GT3 machinery, but Luengo will not take this lying down. He is going to attack back. There's nothing separating them apart from that yellow GT3 McLaren machine, which is now navigated. We have GT3 cars tripping over LMP cars behind, but Neva finds himself up to the third place on the podium roster.
We said it's not a problem for Villa in the lead, but I think this is just a point where it starts to become a problem if it is going to, because I think probably from here to about maybe 30 minutes left is when you start to feel that fatigue. You start to feel like maybe you need to go to the toilet, maybe your arms are starting to hurt. All that sort of thing is when it starts to hit you now. When you get to 30 minutes to go, you get that second wind, and it's just like, right, I'll just get to the end now. But this is probably where you start really feeling it.
Okay, Adam, on that note then, let me ask you a question. You're leading, you're on your own, you got an hour to go, and you need to go to the bathroom. Do you pee in the seat?
I've done it before. I've done it before. It's not easy, I'll tell you that, because obviously you spend your entire life trying to not do that, and then suddenly when you allow yourself, it doesn't just happen.
That's where I've been going wrong.
Yeah, it takes like an hour.
We've just got the race control message on screen. 564 has causing a collision penalty, which occurred on lap 65, turn 4. And Adal has spotted this mistake from number 111, Stephen Art, who was in a battle a little while ago, but now he's going to lose all those positions. He will lose out quite badly in that McLaren.
He had that amazing save a few minutes ago, but that car is far from being saved now as he tries to get that coaxed back to the pit lanes. He's got damage to the front and rear of that car. He'll have to come into the pits and get that repaired. Can he get that back safely? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, Valero's in the number 6 car. He could catch up, but Donald Fenair in the Gum Garage will actually be quicker than him. So the urge to have your battle, he does want to pick up the situation. So this is Vitatis Aguskas with the number 134 car that was pole position in class, and Attilia for a 4 team in the spot bother there, but they're set to gain 2 places from their qualifying position. So we saw the Yes Motorsports car that was on pole just a moment ago from GT3, and Gorgiev versus Sean Lee is a battle. They're both Pixel Air Attack related teams, I think, something like that. So let's see how that can play out. And now Shine, who wants to help the championship leaders on their rise up. Is that an Audi spinning? Oh, just into the wall. Hurst into the wall. Goodness me. Hurst, yeah.
Did we note a driver change for the number 2 car there?
Yeah.
My
It was Loudon's earlier in the race. He did a mammoth stint, in fairness, 70 race laps, which would have been well over 2 hours. So incredible driving there.
Well, I don't. When we spoke to him at the end of the last race, I think he was even considering doing the thing by himself.
Solo,
he's changed his mind, but and I don't blame him. But I mean, potentially we'll see a stint out of this reserve driver. Then he'll get back in for the end, maybe.
That is amazingly tight stuff through there. You don't often see overtakes. It's still cracking on there as well. Shine, the man on the mic at the moment there that you're referencing there, Adam, finding himself in the middle of all the action there, somehow, some way coming through nice and clean, wanting to keep that car pointing in the right direction for Loudons, who's been having one heck of a run in the championship so far, as we ride on board with Fenner in the Gum Carriage vehicle, who's just got completely blocked there. This one isn't for position. This is just bragging rights here. Fenner looking left and right. Can he get the move made? No. Shine elects to block him and keeps him behind. And there we've got the Team America Porsche up ahead as well. There's a bit of a scrap going on in contact there as well. There's a wobble from the Team America vehicle. Keeps it all going, but Shine is going through their 5th place man, looking to make moves up ahead. He's like, move out of the way, boys. I've got a championship to win. I'm not letting my teammate Loudons down. It's Renesis going all the way.
There's so much pressure in the substitute driver, isn't there? Because you're not the full-time driver, but it's your friend, your team, and if you can get that championship, the good points of championship, you can kind of take a bit of credit at the end of it. But it's so much pressure to keep it not only in one piece, but also keep the pace up for your other driver as well.
Tell me about it.
Traumatic memories there, Owen, I'm assuming.
Well, I didn't crash the car, but I had pressure for sure.
Yeah, so here is a leader running through with a big gap at the moment. That he's properly extended that from Gabber, hasn't he? Because it was about 5 seconds before, then it dropped to 25 with pit stops, and now it's 45. Huge.
I think we've got fuel at play here as well. Fuel reserves and lifting and coasting. I mean, there's several things going on here now behind the scenes as the drivers start to head into their final stints. We've had some close calls as well for the yellow flags and obviously the safety car procedures as well. Will we get another one of those in the closing hours? We'll have to wait and see. But again, this is where 3 hours worth of racing will all come to it. Exactly that, Adam. Lots of damage to the front of that car as well. Not looking in the best of shapes, but still driving as well.
Turn 12, Tombo spins, but he does manage to point it in the right direction thanks to the wall. That was just in front of Neve. I was watching Neve's point of view, and then the Project Racing car had a big spin off the grass, but thankfully all is okay.
Well, so sorry, what you'll note from the damage on Gabber's car, if we can jump back to that, is that all of the damage is localized entirely on the front of the car. Now, I did have a chat with Gabber a few months ago, probably now, about sort of how to not get much damage in Live for Speed, and the way to do it is actually just to aim for the wall head on. Because the way the damage model works is it's entirely focused on suspension, so you get side impacts that can really hurt the car. You go front in, it's nowhere near as bad. So that's probably why you see from these very experienced Yes Motorsports drivers, the front of that car is ruined, but the rest of it's totally fine.
Viller is flat out trying to get out of his pit box. full revs to 9,000 RPM, but he's back on his way. So Gabor
See him leaving the pit lane there.
is nearly here. As the daylight is well and truly within vicinity, and there he is on
Cold tyres.
Yeah, cold tires,
cold
exactly,
tyres,
Kieran.
less speed. It's not over yet.
This
But
is going to
look-
be close stuff here. We ride on board with Villa, looking back at a very hungry Gabba, and there's traffic everywhere there as well, trying to navigate their way through there as well. Will Villa be able to do that? He's going to have his heart in mouth. He's got cars everywhere. Gabba is just about finding his way through. The longer he leaves this, the longer his advantage goes there, as Villa is able to warm his tyres up now and get on the pace. There's two vehicles between Gabba and Villa, and Gabba just about keeping out of the problems. There's the number 16 vehicle there, making life a little bit more difficult for Gabba. And around the outside of the Team America team goes Gabba. Now the next car ahead of him is the leader, Villa. 1.5 seconds separating them.
Oh, but
And
Donald
please
Fenner is blocking. He couldn't get out of the way in time, so Villa will lose a little bit of his momentum there.
And please remember that Villa has done about 3 times as much driving
Exactly.
as Gabba has this race.
Exactly. Yes, indeed. Adam, thank you for reminding us of that fact. So, Gabor still has a reasonably fresh mind with 41 laps done. And Villa by himself has done all 97, going on to 98 laps, or even 99 laps, I should say. So, incredible driving from Villa here. So, let's see how he can keep going.
Gabba's pushing for everything that he can now. Again, I think Villa's tyres will be now up to
Raphael,
temperature there as well. He is going to be up to speed now, but less than a second separates them as they cross the start-finish straight. 1 hour and 8 minutes remaining of the endurance race now, and there is 1 second separating our top two, a further 15 seconds separating them from third place man Prushek, who has not been on our screen for some time, but he is quietly plugging away, having a great race in that car. They were the pole sitters when this race started and running in a very respectable P3, and a clip of the barrier and around the outside of the GT3 Ford Mustang there as well, and the Audi R8 is quickly dispatched again. Gabba is doing his best to wheel him in. That's the gap. Nearly 3 hours of racing. It comes down to 0.9 seconds.
Oh, it's getting emotional for Kieran Redman here, but we have more driving yet to do, as the race leaders are going to come across Guda and Garcia, and the room is unavailable there for Gabor, but he's able to carry on just in the nick of time. But that's a little bit of advantage for Raphael Villa. He's able to push with a bit more freedom now. There's a decent enough gap in the circuit before the next traffic car comes along.
GT3s didn't do anything wrong there. They don't have to jump out of the way of these prototypes, but it's up to the prototypes to find their way through. But they're in their own battle. They're fighting for the position. They can't just jump out of the way and let everyone through. Just a tricky situation for Gabba there.
Now I've composed myself, I'll come back. It's just absolutely beautiful racing here on the screen, as well as I'm hearing that Sean Lee has been off in the Pixie Air Attack racing machine, and there's a little bit of contact there. Hearing in our ear that somewhere on the screen we went 4 wide, and Vazinskas is off the track. Has it all gathered up in the Yes Motorsport machine? This is not for position here on the screen, but it's certainly not going to help the Racing Green Events car looking to chase down the Yes Motorsports machine there as well. We've got battles brewing, but at the front, Gabba seems to have lost just over a second to Villa in the number 11 machine, who is starting to extend that advantage now that his tyres are up to temperature. Will that gap continue to grow? We'll have to wait and see. Again, probably traffic management as well.
We can go on board here with Enzo Marquez, as sunrise has officially been declared. So let's enjoy the beautiful sights of Westhill. There we go. There it is.
Wow.
The sun has now risen. A brilliant camera shot here. So the glare will definitely affect the drivers a little bit. They'll just have to monitor their situation when they're facing back down the circuit. And yeah, absolutely spot on there from the camera.
such a different element to these races, isn't it? The day-night cycle.
Oh yeah, it's exactly the way you would have liked it. So yeah, that's what the developers have been able to produce, and yeah, it looks absolutely fabulous. So well done to the dev team.
Brought a new life to the sim as well, hasn't it? We've seen so many people return for this update, and people seem to be enjoying it. They've stuck around.
Yeah, very few actual DNFs.
It looks great though as well. That obviously that update has just provided a whole new atmosphere to this race again, and we were able to have and simulate a 24-hour event. It's brilliant stuff there. Well, that's a very aggressive move up the inside. Gabba just about navigating his way through all of the problems, and as the action continues to build as we head into the final hour of racing, I am going to go for a drink. I'm going to go settle down. I'm going to watch the final hour from the comfort of my chair and hand the microphone over to Rob. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. And Rob, we'll hand it over to you.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I've been watching off the microphone. It's been fast and frenetic. Really enjoyed listening to you guys talking about what's been going on. It's frankly unbelievable that we've got this far into an event and the racing is this close. It's absolutely brilliant.
And welcome back, Rob. We have Yanni Catilla back in the driver's seat for the 134 Yes Motorsports team. So Vitautas was, I'm sure, pretty pleased with his stint. Just you'll have to see his teammate complete the final hour and 4 minutes. So yeah, just gotta stay tight and push on for as best he can.
Were they second before the pit stop as well? I think they dropped down to just about time to drop to fourth, but I believe they were
P3 to fourth now. Could be wrong.
Absolutely. So looking at Villa continuing on after his last stop, he is now 100 laps into his stint, and indeed the stint for the race leader. And we've now seen from race control it's sunrise. Headlights are now optional. So just a sign of how wonderful it is to see the sunshine for each of these drivers, and indeed for us. As Martins, we're hearing he's hit Gabba, and there we go. We see him on the screen. It's P2 in the race. Oh, and there's a big hit there to the left rear quarter panel. If there wasn't damage before, that should spell disaster, unfortunately, for Gabba. We're hearing that despite the fact there's only a little bit of damage on the left side, so maybe a bit of a lucky escape for Gabba, but unfortunately a massive blow to his chances, and indeed that of him, Isaac Price, and the Yes Motorsport squad. Unbelievable. That was really unlucky.
Enough to see when they cross the line how far down it's dropped him.
Yeah, it looks like 12 seconds as they go over the next timing beam. So yeah,
retained second,
11 seconds. So he's managed to keep second. Presec now 15 seconds off the overall lead, but also 3 seconds away from second position. So it is still closing up, perhaps not in the way we were expecting, but unfortunate there for Gabba. A real shame for him.
Yeah, you got Project carving his way through that traffic now. Obviously, he's seen the delta come down, and he is pushing to try and close that gap. Trying to take advantage, especially if Gabba does need to pit, or maybe if in that pit stop he needs to take a bit of extra time to repair.
Yeah, very much so. Looking at Vizhinskas in the car and indeed on the screen, nearly went right into the back of Shine in the number 2 Renesis machine. Vizhinskas continuing the trend of every pit stop they've done in the number 72 machine, swapping between the two drivers. So it's interesting to see how much that is keeping them fresh, which is really different in strategy even to Gabba in the 51. But looking at the time we've got left and the drive time for each of the GT3 cars, a real milestone for the number 100 machine in second position with Neva at the wheel. They've been done 1 hour and 5 minutes, and as you can see, we've got less than that. So I make it that they're the first car that can very comfortably go to the end by doing the same thing that they've just done. The leaders in GT3, the number 75 with Pedro Pacanco, they've been out for 20 minutes, as has Luengo in the number 14 car. So that's something to bear in mind, that as we start back timing this now, as the sun has risen.
Trouble, it's Mallard. Yeah, Mallard off, and Lemery is off, so...
Oh dear.
Yeah, I could see Neva's point of view. He had to take heed of that. So Lemery as well, getting back onto the circuit for Gum Garage. But we have
So we see Logtenberg and Bisset on the screen here, 20th and 21st overall, but this is for 7th and 8th in their class. So for really good points, bearing in mind the extended duration of this race, but Bisset there going nicely. Then we've got the 99 ahead, yes. And we're hearing that Maillard in the 22 has got a puncture. Their day goes from, well, bad to worse to monumental.
From the
That's
gravel.
stationary. That's not moving very fast. He's just about dug his way out. Oh my goodness me, he's just about dug his way out, but it's yet another puncture, and I don't quite see where that is on the track. But the danger is that if he's got a long way to go, we saw what happened last time as somebody had a puncture quite early on, even at turn 11. That car is not going very well at all. So hopefully we either neutralise the race early enough or we avoid any incidents.
Yeah, the grass doesn't provide good grip either, so it's tricky to make sure you stay out of the way on that grass, but also not spin it again, trying to put the power down and keep himself going.
I do admire his efforts there, but this is the critical moment. He's going to be on the apex of this next right-hander. He gets his way through there, and I think he's got one corner to go, hasn't he, until he can get into the pit lane. So well done there by Maillard when there is another incident that he unfortunately has fallen foul of.
You see, it was the rear right that was punctured the last time, and now it's the rear left. So he only changed the one tire.
Oh, it's gone.
So that was a mistake.
Disaster.
Should have been dealt with at the time. Just change all four when you've got a big puncture. So
yeah, I don't know.
So 1 hour to go.
Brilliant. With one hour to go, we'll go through the. Oh, that's pretty close. Maillard nearly getting clipped by an LMP2. But with 1 hour to go in this wonderful 4 hours of Westhill race, we are, of course, racing in the 24 hours for Anna. Oh, my goodness me. We've raised 7,540 euros, a great total so far towards the 30,000 target. That, of course, includes all of the events supporting and the 24 hours itself. Maillard looking like he might just about lose it, but he's got one corner to go, creeping ever so slowly. Once he gets back in, we'll do a rundown of the top 10 in each class, because it still might change in the 20 metres he's got to get to the pit lane, but he just about makes it. Good job from Maillard there. He's off the road and he's hit the barrier. This is excruciating viewing for everybody, including Maillard. He's in, he's past the pit entry. Great stuff. We have our race leader, number 11, as it's been for quite a while now, Road Oppressor Racing Team, with Villa at the wheel. 12.5 seconds to the good. We're hearing, though, that Villa is using up quite a lot of rear tyre with the way that he's driving. As the sun comes up, obviously the temperatures start to change. The complexion of those compounds and how they work will also alter the complexion of this race. But Gabba is 11.6 seconds behind. I think that gap is starting to close again, but Gabba in the Yes Motorsports 2 entry, the number 51, only 1 second ahead of Oscar Przec in the Lemon Dinosaur entry. The number 15 car has been it qualified on pole, it dropped a little bit, and Przec has really wrung its neck and continued the great work of teammate Azar up until now. Brilliant little snap of opposite lock there. Great pictures from the onboard. But yeah, it's only a second. Przec, by the time we finish this rundown, might well be there and ready for a move. Just under a minute back, we've got Darius Wazinskas in the 72 sister car to the number 51. And he also has a 1 minute 20 second lead over Lara in 5th place. The first of our, in fact, Wazinskas being the first of our runners a lap down. Lara, we're hearing that Przec is now deep in the draft, so I'll go quickly, and in fact we're going to cut away, I think, because Przec is right there as they head into turns 1 and 2, tightening up through the right-hander. Przec nice and steady, but Gabba gets a good run, and we're hearing that Gabba's tyres are hot as well going into the next few corners, so this is a critical moment. Przec stalking his prey. We've got the Polish driver trying to take the Hungarian's place here, going into the tight left-hander out of this complex. And then we've got a couple of GT3 cars ahead. This is, that's really not the right time for Gabba to get caught by traffic. We've got Przec looking really close now, deep in the slipstream through the long straight with, I think it's a left-hander next, and indeed it's Przec that's pulled out to the right, and he's going to take the position. I don't think Gabba had an awful lot to defend with there. Przec is gone, and he will continue. So fantastic stuff there.
We've still got traffic.
He has. It's not over yet, but once he's dispatched this GT3, I think everyone can breathe just a little more. Yeah, I think there we go. Clear track ahead of Przec. That's P2, and obviously looking at the Looking at the stint times, that's a 34. They're 34 and 35 minutes into a stint apiece for the 15 and 51, whereas the 11 is only 13 minutes in. So obviously we're going to see them both all pit at least one more time, but it'll be interesting to see how that alters things as they continue on these older tyres.
So 45 minutes to go for the LMP2s will be the point where they potentially don't have to stop again, right?
Absolutely, that's the magic number. So looking further down the field, well, let's go straight to GT3, I think, for now, because looking at some of the gaps, we've got Pedro Pacanco in the number 75 car. Sorry for confusing our race TV director there. Pedro Pacanco in the 75 car. Roda Presa continuing to lead both categories with aplomb. But the gap for Pacanco is a lot more assertive. 56 seconds over the number 14 car of Luengo. That Audi, two Audis in the top two ahead of Yuri Katila, in the number Yoni's. I keep getting that wrong. I do apologise. The 134 of Yoni Katila in the Ford Mustang for Yes Motorsports. It's been a really strong run from them. They were the pole sitters with Lagushkas at the wheel, but going very well for them, and they are 8.5 seconds ahead of Shine in the number 2 Renesis machine, the championship leaders going into this one. So really looking good. Nelva, the number 100 car. I think this is a really important car for the race. They've just had a stop, and they were the first to reach a stint time where they're very, very comfortable getting to the end. Other cars ahead have so the Renesis cars have done a 46-minute stint, whereas the first two in the race have done 27 minutes. So you can tell that everything looks like it's going to close up there. Pacanco might comfortable relative to Luengo, but it's all. There we go. He's just pitted. In fact, has he just pitted again? Because I think they were. In fact, I think he has just pitted. Oh, we're hearing he's actually got a penalty. He's serving a penalty, is Neva, we're hearing, for speeding in the pit lane. So the car I was going to call out as a real dark horse for getting the victory in GT3 has just proven me wrong by making an unforced error. So that's a really big one. But yeah,
right in front of the battle for second as well.
He has, yeah. So that's a really big moment in the complexion of the GT3 battle. Nelva, I thought was really going to be there in the lead of this race by the time we finished. But no, I think that's taken the pressure right off Pedro Pacanco as well.
Well, so where are we at with GT3 stint lengths? Because I'm assuming some people that are pitting now are going to be able to go to the end. I think I'm seeing a 1 hour 10 at the moment.
Yes.
Someone that's been on, but. What's the maximum you've seen?
1 hour 10 is about where I've seen. I don't know whether or not others have seen longer, but that 1 hour 10 looked like a very comfortable cut-off point. So anyone who pits now is done for the day with pit stops.
And anyone with 18 minutes or less of their current stint?
Yes, well, I think so. It's worth noting, just looking at the timing screen that we have in front of us, it's 3 minutes less on the time remaining. I will just wait for confirmation from someone more knowledgeable than me about which one is the authoritative source, because obviously those 3 minutes could well be critical for quite a few of our drivers. So we're hearing that the 52.25 that you guys can see on the screen is exactly what we should be going with. So that's a big incident behind. That's one of is it a Sonoris car? I think there was a pink car that's gone straight into the wall head on.
Oh, Lemery again.
It's Lemery again. Unfortunate for that. Oh, sorry, it was a Gum Garage car. I do apologise.
Oh,
nearly turning a solo incident into a everybody incident, which is quite concerning. But yeah, the fuel mileage I think is about 45 to 50 minutes, maybe if you can really save it for an LMP2, and then nearer to that 1 hour and 1 hour and 10 minutes for a GT3.
So if we have a quick look while we're talking about it, we've got the first and second are going to need to pit again, right? And also fourth place, which is the number 2. So that's the championship leader who's going to have to pit again before the end of the race because they're on a 49-minute stint currently. But I think who's the first person who doesn't? That would be the 134 is the first person on track that doesn't have to stop again. If I'm reading that correctly.
I think so.
But what's their gap? 1 minute 10?
1 minute 10 to Pacanco in the lead. So that's more than the pit stop. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say, as Lemery just clips one of the tyre bundles that's been placed back by the marshals there. continuing to derange the front end. He has indeed got his hazards on, so I'm anticipating that he'll come into the pits pretty soon. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that the 134 is the safest on fuel and is the first that will be able to get to the end without stopping. However, I think that the amount of time they've lost while achieving that might be too much, and I think it's enough to get up to second, but I'm pretty sure Picanco at the moment still looks like the favourite in GT3 as it stands.
But could that be a battle for the lead, do you reckon, once that pit stop's all cycled out? Assuming the pace goes well.
Yeah, it's tight, certainly. I think that it's a little bit more clear-cut perhaps in LMP2. Villa with the 11-second lead, having already completed a stop more, which means that everybody, I think, will have to do one. Well, from here they will have to do one more, I believe. 15 looks like, according to the timing screen. In fact, yeah, we've got Adal back in the car to finish this one. So if he can lift and coast, that's all. And we've got another bit of incident there with Gabor, with one of the Team America BMWs. I don't know how much that's going to affect him in terms of damage, but it's certainly another thing that is going to...
Alsaki in a spot bother as well, just coming back on the circuit.
Oh,
seems to be all right.
Yeah, everything seems to be happening in all of a sudden, which is interesting. But I think
turn 2, spot butter, one of the GT3s has gone off the circuit as well, backwards, but have they managed to recover it? Couldn't tell which one it was either. So much going on.
Well, I think that's, in terms of strategy, I think we're going to have to... Oh,
Janssen.
I think he might get that out.
Yeah, should be able to get it out.
Yeah, good job there from Janssen in the FSR Team GT number 3 entry, the number 62 car. Good stuff digging his way out of that one and saving us from a late full course caution.
It's quite nice there. We've got you don't get stuck forever in the gravel trap, but you do lose so much time. You do get punished for falling into it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're hearing some screams in our ear, and I think this might be why. We've got the number 2 of Shine with the... Is that the number 1?
Cardozo isn't in this race, unfortunately, but he's pushing hard with certainly Martin. The spinner!
Team America Audis, that's Fry. With a pirouette, he's going to continue onwards. I think it was rear contact. Yeah. Oh, no, it was on his own. Sorry, I meant rear contact with the wall. He's spun it. But in fact, we were hearing that he even missed the wall. I was wrong twice in one sentence. But Fry making his way through. It looks like, has that car got a puncture perhaps? Because it's certainly not looking like it's got a nice attitude, or is he just driving it nice and slowly? I don't know. We're hearing, the tyres are hot. I'm just getting overexcited. I'm giddy. It's been a long night, as you can tell.
We're in the last hour.
I know, we've got 47 minutes of this one to go, and Villa continues. I think he's now growing that lead quite nicely. It looks like it's grown over about a couple of seconds over the last few laps. Oh my goodness me, it's all of a sudden 2 P2s, 2 GT3s, all in the wrong order, which suddenly rectifies itself, but only just. Thambu with a great job being the first of those to pass through. And that's the 12th and 13th. They are. This is for position. This is to avoid being, I was going to say last, but they're not. They won't be last. They'll be last of the main group. Second last being number 16 of Hormiga Loca. But Georg driving really nicely to try and catch up with Thambu. So it'll be interesting to see how that one progresses. As we've said, that he's lost quite a lot of time in that traffic, unfortunately. But we've got plenty of time, and there'll certainly be an opportunity for him to make that back up.
Yeah, that's the 98 coming out of the pits as well.
Yep, so that is Cabral coming out of the pits in the 98, 2 laps behind the nearest competitor in the class. And that's a gap that will continue to grow, whereas the 49 will catch up. But here we go. We're hearing that Thambu has hit the wall as well, and you can see it was a big impact on the right side. The bodywork completely deranged, and you were mentioning it earlier, Sears, that if you're going to have an impact, you don't want it to be on one of the sides because it just deranges the suspension. And we're hearing that front right is well and truly damaged. So I think we'll probably see him in pretty soon, and Georg will get that position without necessarily having to make the overtake on track, unless the car is so slow that he's. In fact, I think it's inevitable at this point. Yeah, it might be that.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, yeah.
Rob.
It might be that Thambu can. Oh, that was a snap, wasn't it?
Oh,
Wow, we're hit.
but this is not where you fight, guys. Not where you fight.
That's a tense moment. It's going to be that Thambu's going to do those repairs while also fueling.
On the grass.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Oh my goodness me! Oh, I was about to say the only good thing we can say about that incident was that Thambu managed to turn away from Georg, but while he did that, he nearly ended up getting wiped out by an unsighted Cabral. So, my goodness me!
On the other hand, what an excellent J-turn.
Yeah,
That's a very
almost
good
went
point.
to Westhill National, yeah, and that was the entry to the shorter course, which probably saved his bacon. He won't pit.
Absolutely. Oh, and there's
Oh,
another
that's
one
a
of the
wall.
Audis off into the wall. Of course, there's been plenty of Audis in this race, so that doesn't narrow it down hugely. It's Vauclair. Okay, is that the... Yeah, it's another incident, unfortunately, for the 22. It's a very distinctive livery, and he is still circulating and doing his absolute best with it, as has Maillard. So you've got to give them a lot of credit for being in it over 3
Someone else on the
hours
grass.
into this one. Lara, P5, into the pits. He's got a minute in hand over Sleeve McDykel in the 73. And I can hear in my ear every time I say that, a little giggle from Adam Sears. He loves that one. But yeah, so it's...
Another solo driver here.
So here we go. We've got Azar in P2. Oh, here we go. We've got Isaac Price back in the number 51 machine after Gabor gives it back. Slightly shorter than it was when Price got out of it, admittedly, last time. But Price has done 2 hours so far.
That's an even drive time, I believe, between those two drivers.
It is at the moment. But once Price has completed this one, and of course has pitted at exactly the right time to do a 45-minute final stint, Price will get the 45 minutes extra.
Yeah, sorry, I meant
one.
even currently.
Yes,
My
absolutely.
apologies.
Absolutely. Next time we won't berate you for being right. But yes, but what that has done is it's given Villa that 49-second lead. Last time we saw the 15, not the 15, sorry. Last time we saw Villa owing everybody a stop, he had about a 44 or 43. Oh my goodness me, we've got GT3s everywhere. And we've got a P2 coming into the pits. Oh wow. Thambu trying to raise everyone's heart rate beyond what is medically allowed. But yeah, last time we saw Villa owing everybody a stop, he was about 3 seconds closer to everyone than he is now. So you can see that over that stint, I think he has net gained that 3 or 4 seconds over Azar, Price and Vajinskis. So really good stuff. So Sean Lee is in, as is Thambu, both tyres and fuel, and then of course that damage for Thambu's stricken prototype. In fact, both of them with big damage. 16th overall, it's third in class. It is Catilla in the 134 Yes Motorsports machine. That gap is now 8 seconds behind Luengo, but as we've mentioned previously, there is a 17 or 18 minute drive time difference between 75 and the 14 who are in arrears, with the 134 getting that benefit. So that's going to be definitely close on the drive time, or not the drive time, the fuel mileage, with 42 minutes to go. And of course it's 42 minutes and then you have to complete the lap. So it might not be plus 1 lap, but it's certainly, you don't just stop when the clock reaches 0. If you just start the lap with 3 seconds to go, because that's where the prototype leader starts, you might end up having to do a full extra 3.6 miles of the Westhill International reverse layout, which when you have been racing for 4 hours, for it to come down to how long, 1 more lap, it's always very much heart in mouth territory.
While we're on board, I just want to point out, if you look at the dashboard there, the blue oval with the gear shift and the gear indicator on there tells you exactly what car they're driving.
It's very nice, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very genius HUD display, I suppose you can call it. You never mistake for anything else. So big crash! Marquez in the wall at 11. He's been hit. Takes an impact from one of the. Yeah, I think it might have been the last place car there, but so unlucky. Enzo
think
Marquez in the wall.
both these teams have had issues all race. I think they're constantly in the wars. I believe. I mean, we've had quite a few, but yeah, it's been a bit of an issue, this one. I think there's quite a few drivers in this paddock who are going to be sent down the shops by their mechanics a few crates of beers after this race.
Right front puncture for Marquez. That's what happened. Yeah, he can't steer. And heading
He's done very well to avoid the wall there.
Oh, absolutely. So we've hit the €7,600 landmark for the donation campaign for the 24 hours for Anna. So well done to everybody for your donations. Very much appreciated. Both front tires are gone. Oof.
Oh, that's not good. The stance on that car is pretty worrying. And he locks the wheels up, getting the tyres changed. Front two tyres with fuel we're hearing for the 400. They haven't repaired the damage when, well, it probably would have been a good idea. The right front toe is very deranged, so I doubt it will be long until we see an issue there for them again. But Vauclair driving a car which appears not to want to turn right or left.
I don't think he wants to do anything, really, does it?
No. He's got punctures abound, I think, as well there. Yeah, and he's a very long way from home, isn't he? Absolutely.
Well, it's potentially, is it? I mean, we had Adal mention earlier about curbs. Is it potentially just overusing curbs, damaging suspension, and getting a puncture, or?
Yeah, I think they're just overusing the tyre, spinning, locking up, and I think that their strategy when they puncture a tyre is to change said tyre without necessarily worrying about the rest of them. So, unfortunately, it probably means that one or two of the tyres have been doing 2 or 3 stints worth of work when they probably should have changed them, unfortunately. We've got the number 9. Not at all. I would probably agree with you on that. We've got the number 96 machine, Race Green Autosports, started, of course, by Roni Krompus, and now with Silva Agostino in the car. They are from Iceland, or Silva is from Iceland, and he is in 7th place with a really comfortable, well, definitely a comfortable gap to the 400 car behind, having just seen the escapades that 400 has had to endure. So, a solid run. I think that's a mark of how much you have to really realise that these endurance races are a proper race of attrition. That we've just said that the 400 car has had one of the hardest days that we've seen of everybody today, but they're still P8. They're still going to get a decent number of championship points, considering what kind of, considering this is the longest race, there's additional points on offer. It's all about getting to the end and just seeing what you can do, isn't it, really?
I mean, yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. I think this is the longest race in this endurance series, and it's showing. There's a lot of attrition going on, as you say. It's just, and the drivers at the top are the drivers that can manage the traffic, manage the incidents, stay away from people they need to, give the extra room, just be safe and not lose time coming in the pits with issues that just don't need to happen.
Yeah, very much so. I do have a question for you though, Adam. Since you actually understand all of that and know that, why were you never able to do that driving?
I think that would come under the category of skill issue.
Fair. I will move swiftly on. We have the number 11 car, 48 seconds to the good at the moment, still owing us one more stop, probably in the next 15 minutes or so over Azar, but that gap is still slowly but sure. It's either maintaining or increasing depending on the lap, with Isaac Price 12.3 seconds further behind. Meanwhile, Picanco extends that gap in the GT3 lead to over 1 minute, while Catilla is closing rapidly. It's now under 7 seconds, and we're hearing that Thambu he's had one hell of an off, because as you can see from there, he is the wrong side of the tyre barriers, and the cameras are struggling to pick it up. He's gone so far. So it looks like he's going to be able to make his way around to one of the clearing points for the marshal's posts. No, he's going to have to find another creative route out of this one for Thambu. This is not good for him. I think it's time to look back at the race leader, and indeed, there he is.
In the background there, that Mercedes, is the only Mercedes that is in this field. So I admire the selection. It's nice to have a variety. Given, I mean, where are they? They're in 10th in class, so actually, not too bad a choice.
Yeah. So considering our density of Audis, we've got one in 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 7th and 9th in the top 10. So that's five in the top 10, which, to be honest, considering the mass of them, is not really, it's not bad. I think that the balance of performance seems to have been pretty good. There were points where I think that the 134 has been the fastest car today, and indeed compared to Luengo, Cotilla now under the 6-second mark of deficit, so it's really looking pretty good for them. I think maybe on a different day, on a different run, that could have been a very close battle between the Ford and the Audi. Perhaps other cars a little bit further off the pace, but without the significant numbers of them in the field, it's very difficult to make that kind of judgment.
Well, I think we see it here. There's the Team America. We've got 2 Team America entries, both with the BMW.
Mm-hmm.
One is sat in, if I can read the timing tower correctly, I think it was 8th. Yes, 8th. The other one is down in 27th. So a tale of two different races going on there, I think.
Yeah, which is good, because at the end of the day, we want these races to be about strategy, driving skill, and setup. So obviously, if you've got a car that you can set up to suit you, and it doesn't matter what the power plant is or what the chassis is, then that's even better. I mean, I would say that I think that the Audi probably sounds the best in the GT3 category, but that's just my biases for anything that's got a V10, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to find it difficult to find anyone that argues with you on that one, I think.
Oh, here we go. Look at this. Tell you what, we had a GT3 talking. We had an LMP2 onboard lap earlier on with Adal giving us the rundown. Adam, when we get back round, and it might be a little while, so I can fill for a little bit longer, or when you're ready.
Well, it depends if Adal's still hanging around the commentary booth and wants to take over for this one as well.
Oh, here he is. Right, Adal, we've got 3 corners to go. We are going to give you the reins, and I would like you to commentate over a lap of Pedro Picanco in the Road Presa Racing Team leading Audi R8 GT3, and tell us what it's like from a GT driver's point of view.
I'll appreciate it, okay.
So we've got a couple of corners to go, and he's just been passed by an LMP2. I think the closing speed when we're running on board is going to be really interesting. We pitch into the final corner, and here we go. Adal, take it away.
So as we're on the starting straight, once again, having the drop from another GT3, really important to brake early here with a GT3 car, because you don't have that much grip here getting inside early. As you saw with the LMP2 cars, we were going wide, but in the GT3 cars you don't have much grip with the dumper, so you're trying to get it from the inside with your weight of the car with braking. That's how you're getting to move. So as we're on the straight again, we're going to see heavy braking once more time. As you can see, pushing the car to its limit. You want to throw yourself with the car to move around with this in order to be fast. You want to throw the car around, you want to throw the car to the right in order to move quick, in order to get through the throttle quickly. And again, early on the throttle, GT3 car in front again with under blue flags, early on the straight, going under the bridge. We're going to see some heavy braking once again, getting through the inside, close on the apex, hitting all the corners here. A really slow section once again that we see. He's really close up to the GT3 right now. GT3 is letting him go all the way. We're gonna see him use his braking to move. As you saw, he did light brake in order to turn his car. He transferred his weight in order to turn. Once again, he's gonna do the same thing here. Fast and tidy, really quickly, really nice. Let's see what will he do in the last couple of corners. Braking once again in order to turn and transfer his weight. Really nice and quick, using all the track that he has. And I don't think he has to brake here, he's just lifting off. And yeah, that's a nice and tidy lap around the Westhill circuit in a GT3 car.
Thank you so much for that. It's exceptional insight. It's also really nice to see the track through, not quite the driver's eye, but within the cockpit. It gives you a different kind of perspective on the circuit from the external cameras.
Yeah, it does. And I want to mention that 28 number car is back on the track and racing once again with no damage at all. The race director allowed them to come back and join again.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, good sportsmanship there from race control. So at least that car is perfectly fresh. Oh, Garcia has a heavy hit in the wall by the bridge. I was watching Picanco for a little bit longer, but that was a big hit at the wall. Hopefully that car can get back out of the gravel. Yeah, it should be okay, but a heavy hit
major
on the
damage.
rear right. Oh, that suspension could be destroyed.
Yeah, that's the second of the Team America BMWs that's had not quite as good a day as the other team.
Absolutely, our second to last runner overall in the field. We're hearing there's a big crash at the bridge as well, so we're going to possibly
Vauclair,
see that.
22,
Oh
so
no!
both the back markers.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! There's not a lot of the front end of that Audi left. It's a good job it's a rear-engine vehicle, otherwise it wouldn't have anything to propel it. But anyway, looking at Pedro Picanco, we've just seen a wonderful narrated lap from Adal there, looking at how Pedro is pedaling this car with aplomb. There's lots of P's
I
in
want to
that
quickly
sentence.
mention that number
Yeah.
22 car pitted 15 times in this 3.5 hours race, and now 16 with this crash right now.
Yeah. Right. So we're hearing that Garcia is backwards with that deranged BMW. We're hearing he's going to wait, and he's waiting very well. I'm very impressed. He's going to elect to go now. Get the loud pedal down. Get off the grass. Get going. Come on. The side skirts.
Oh.
Oh my goodness me. Oh, the side
Jesus.
skirt was
Well held though.
The side skirt was dragging, and Vauclair had no option but to go around. Really good car control as
gone
we
again.
see the BMW
Any
go
loops?
round back. Oh my goodness me! But we're hearing Vauclair and
Team
Maynard
that's
have
gone
both
past.
had problems with tyre changes and getting everything mapped properly. So really good stuff from them. Like they've had a tough race. They've had plenty of pit stops and plenty of action, but they're still here. And at the end of the day, the spirit of endurance racing is getting to the end first.
Exactly that.
We have seen so many people turn up for a 24-hour race or whatever it is and just crash after 15 minutes and call it a day. They haven't. And I think that deserves a big lot of credit, no matter what else we think about this situation, as Garcia finally makes his way
Oh, it's pulling to the right.
pit lane. It is indeed. It's our race leader, Villa, with half an hour to go, takes the stop. Azar 49 seconds further back. It is too far. I think Villa's going to have this relatively comfortably, but will the gap be close enough to even give Azar a little bit of hope to try and push? I'm not convinced it is. I think Villa has played this one absolutely brilliantly from start to finish, really.
I don't want to be jumping the gun here, but so far, with just under half an hour to go, what an incredible drive from that number 11 so far. I'm not going to jinx anything, but so far.
Absolutely. We see Azar going through the final corner, so you can see that's the gap, that's the margin visually as he crosses the line. We'll confirm it's 42 seconds. That's huge. Here we go. Yoni versus Luengo for second place. He's going to pull out here. We've got one of the P2s taking to the right-hand side of Catilla. That's
Isaac Price.
I think it's Isaac Price, yeah, the third place in P2, getting in between.
Oh,
Sorry, yes.
They've both got similar damage.
Oh my goodness me. And that's a big lunge. He's seen the LMP2 card open up the gap and he tried to go for it, but he couldn't quite get there. Catilla doesn't quite get past Luengo, but this has been a long time coming for Catilla. His pace has been fantastic. He's going to pull out to driver's left with the left-hander in his favour. It's a sweeper, though. It's going to take a big load of bottle to get down the inside here. He keeps his nose in, but it's a good run out from the Audi compared to the Ford. Catilla tries to switch it back at crew. Another sweeper, and then they're going to have a left-hander, I think, after this. It's another fast one, and we've got Agostino coming through in the number 96 machine, which will just break up proceedings ever so slightly. A little bit of deep braking there from the Audi just to give the space to the P2. That gives Catilla the space all the way back up. And we've got the race leader right behind as well. Villa, he gets down the inside. He leads by 19 seconds now, but that seems like a subplot compared to the battle that we have for second place. Catilla loses out massively there. We saw Luengo lose out a little bit when the P2 went through from the corner before. But things are back as they were. Luengo with a decent little margin, but it's only 0.8 of a second, and we've seen Catilla is fast enough. That is going to close up again very quickly.
I think we're used to big American V8 Mustangs having so much speed in the straights, but the V10 Audi pulled away there.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a good point. So it's a 5.2 litre V10 compared to, I can't remember the size of the V8, but I think it's smaller, which means we can say there is indeed still no replacement for displacement.
Yes.
Hey.
Oh.
And admittedly, it's the wrong way round for what you'd expect between the Audi and the Ford, but Facts are facts, and we can't
Have
argue.
you been sitting on that all race?
I've been sitting on that all my life.
Well,
But
that's
here
two
he
life
is.
ambitions that have been realised tonight. Day-night cycles took a very long time to come to fruition, and a bit of rhyming from Rob.
Absolutely. Catilla, though, looks like he's just about to pick up the toe once more from Luengo. It's down to 7.5 tenths of a second. Catilla with a good exit there through the left-hander, but and it looks like relatively clear track ahead, and also no imminent threat from a P2 behind. So this gives Catilla a good half a lap by the look of it to really close the gap, and indeed he is. In fact, as soon as I say that, two of the P2s come stalking in the background, but they look like they're busy battling actually behind. Side-by-side action everywhere you look if you're not careful, but Catilla starting to really close that gap up as they go through the final corner one more time. 25 minutes to go. Catilla knows this is a straight, well, it's not a straight fight really, because actually that number 14 car has been out for 55 minutes. If we're saying an hour and 10, he's going to have to pit in about 15 minutes. So both of the top two will need to pit. Catilla's going to have too large a gap to make up to get to Picanco as it stands, unless something changes. But absolutely, and well, that's a fair point as well. But Neva being 39 seconds behind Catilla can sit here. I don't think he will. I think we've seen enough from him over the years to know that he is going to race and then have fun doing so. But he can just sit here, and this will be all he needs to get P2, especially when there are multiple P2s all trying to make his life slightly more difficult like this, as well as another GT3 backmarker ahead.
I think it's going to be absolutely crucial for Picanco in the 75 to just take it easy coming to the pits. Is he losing 5 seconds, 10 seconds, just being cautious on the pit entry doesn't matter. Getting a drive-through penalty because you went speeding through the pit lane will matter a massive deal.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you saw that Villa lost a 49 seconds. Oh my goodness me! The pit stop.
Valero's going to understeer in the grass with the contact. Luengo gets away with it.
Oh my goodness!
Oh!
That's
That's
more.
Thambu hitting the back.
Oh, more contact, more everybody around. Thambu's getting involved. Oh my goodness me! And we've got Azar there. Thambu, the LMP2s are waiting at the drive-through here. Oh my goodness me! Oh, and there's a lock-up from the one behind, but he decides to evacuate stage left. Side by side action. Catilla. Oh my goodness, Catilla and Luengo both completely blocked off there, but somehow Catilla finds a way through, parting the storm. And there's another P2 there, but it's going to be a good slipstream for Luengo. He's going to pull out to driver's left. It's going to be the outside line for turns 1 and 2, but it looks like that Audi's going to draft straight past. Oh, not quite. The front quarter panel of that Mustang is still there. It's going to give Catilla the advantage, and he's going to put the power on it. It's going to keep it going. We've got 6th place Lara in the overall standings going past as well, and it's still side by side. Yoni Catilla, that Audi is really good in a straight line. You can see potentially why people have been picking it, but Catilla really nicely into the chicane, getting it there. It's not over yet, but you feel that now that there's that P2 in between the two of them, that Luengo might just lose a bit of his momentum, and Catilla with P2 on the track, as you would hope it would be. Brilliant stuff. Now, with 22 minutes to go, it's head down, see what kind of gap you can make, and if there is indeed an issue or a mistake for Picanco, Catilla could be on to an absolutely fantastic result here.
Yeah, the irony is this number 16 is many laps down to this battle, so it is bizarre that the P2 needs to obey blue flags if it can't pull away, but thankfully I think it has just about enough grunt to make its escape.
Do we have blue flags in this race?
Yeah, we do.
Absolutely. And it's really interesting that you say that, because you look at the way the LMP2 obviously is way faster in the straight line and out of the corner.
Oh, big spin!
Oh!
From Thambu!
Oh, there he is. He's just gone past on the screen. Thambu with another escapade into the wall. That Project Racing entry is having a tough run of it. You can see from the aerial camera, someone nearly joins him before Thambu even tries to rejoin. He's doing a really good job here, waiting. Waiting for a gap that nearly didn't need to appear. Thambu gets back up and running, straight on with the light flashing before his eyes. But still 13th in this race somehow. Villa going past the number 42 McLaren entry there, looking 36 seconds to the good. I think that gap was definitely lower than that. I don't know whether or not Price has had an issue. in the background, because I thought at one point that was 20 seconds after Villa got out the pits. And Przesh is now only 9 seconds behind in third, as we see the number 22 car clearing a path through the tyres.
But that's the grass.
Price gets through. Oh, that's unlucky. I think we'll stick with Price, I think, for now. We're hearing he's going to get out safely enough so we can watch Isaac Price manhandling that LMP2 car through like he has done so well alongside teammate Gabor in the number 51 machine, with 36.5 seconds to chase down in 20 minutes. You have to say it's not going to look particularly easy, but stranger things have happened in motors. Attila is ahead of him there.
I believe, right? Yes, Motorsport.
Yeah, yes, Motorsport. Yeah, it's P2 on P2 in a P2. And anyway, I'm going to stop that thought. But yeah, really good stuff all round here. Yes, it's Yes Motorsports 2. The 2s are everywhere. Looking at our field, I'm trying to look to see where the interesting gaps may be.
Look what the pace of the 15 is at the moment compared to the 51.
Yeah, that's a good point, because Przesh is now 8 seconds rather than 9 seconds behind. It's still continuing to grow.
Last lap was definitely a traffic situation because it's
absolutely.
4-second lap difference, so I think we'll just keep an eye on that over the course of the race.
Definitely. Przesh has been pushing really hard since he got in that car again, and credit to him, when they've been making those driver changes, it's been a really quick time for him to get up to speed. He's done really well, just plug and play. 7.5 seconds now, that gap. So if we're going to see a big position change anytime soon, I think it's that one there. So it'll be interesting to watch.
Do you also concur that was an 8-second difference, that last lap as well?
Yes, I think. Yeah, it was 8.1 down to 7.4 or something like that. It's continuing to drop. So yeah, 20 minutes to go. I was going to do this with half an hour to go, but then 10 minutes of excitement happened. With 20 minutes to go, I think most of the positions are pretty well set. But who's everyone's one to watch?
Oh, that's
and it can be a subplot. It doesn't have to be an obvious someone's going to win. But I feel.
Great question. Do you know what? You asked the question. Why don't you answer it first? Well, I would think, because I wasn't anticipating that one.
Me? I've told you. I'm looking at Przesh. I think he can take P2 if he keeps pushing like this. Bisset for Fantastic loses out a little bit there, and we see one of the Audis also going wide to get the place back. So no harm, no foul. Everyone loses a couple of seconds, but everyone's still pointing in the same direction, which is pretty good. As I've said, that Przesh I think is one to watch. He's just lost another second in traffic, so that one will ebb and flow. We'll see how we go there. And we've got the 888 car of Lee. I know we've said it before, but that livery is absolutely stunning, and I'm really, really pleased to see it continuing to circulate so well.
I've thought of one. The 100, you mentioned earlier they might be in for a shout before that drive-through penalty, but actually, I'm thinking, have we had a pit stop from the 14 yet?
No, not yet. So the 14 is 1 hour and 5 into its stint, so it's going to be 5 minutes to go.
So that is going to be, with 30 seconds back, that could be a bit of a scrap, isn't it?
I think you're right. I think that's going to be a close call, and it's very much a case of what could have been, because obviously that 100 had some significant damage through an incident of no fault of its own. So it remains to be seen. We're hearing that Valero and Hornos have had an incident. Hornos is off in the number 44 Ferrari machine, I believe that is.
These
so
cars
that's a shame for them.
These GT3 cars, well, when they pitted, will have had to also consider how much fuel they're putting in the car. And I know we sort of missed it, but they'll have had to also thought how much fuel they're going to put in, because a lot of these aren't running to a full tank for this last stint, and you don't want to overfill it, really, do you? So that would have been a factor. Which, again, another thing, if you're running it solo, very difficult for you to mess around with that and decide what you're doing.
Yeah, we're just watching Gabriel Lara here. He had a spin, he went 180 degrees and then turned it around before anything worse could have happened to him. So good save from Lara, still in P6 overall here. And the slower LMP2s were arriving on the scene, but he's able to catch the spin, the rear left tire. He just needs to moderate that temperature for a little while and he'll be back right as rain.
I don't know if you guys did. You guys see the second MX5 race at Daytona was it yesterday? I think it was.
Is that the one where Lightning McQueen got wiped out by Chick Hicks?
So that race was interesting because the day before was just action-packed all race. That one, it started off with a full course yellow and a safety car period, and then over the course of the race it was just sort of a bit kind of, there was a few battles and it was quite good. This is kind of reminding me of that. We had that massive safety car period at the start where they were recovering quite a few cars that all crashed in the safety car and had issues, and now we've just had a race of just battles here and there. It's been quite good.
It's been really interesting. I think there's been a couple of close calls that on another day in history we could have had a full course yellow or a virtual safety car, but a good job to keep things nice and green so far. And as I've just heard in my ear, it's 15 minutes to go. That's 15 minutes of opportunity for all hell to break loose. So we will wait and see. But no, you're absolutely right. I'm very impressed overall with the driving standards, and even those that have been having some of the more difficult times during the race, let's say. They've really pushed on. They've really learned a lot, hopefully, from this experience. And we've said it before, and I'll say it again. They're still here.
Exactly. One of the biggest things is people just bailing on races because they haven't quite had a good one. But you never ever know what's going to happen. Obviously, with 50 minutes to go, you're not going to gain X amount of laps. But over the course of the race, it's possible.
Absolutely. We've seen Agostino been it there from 7th position, a lap ahead of the number 400 of Enzo Marquez, though. So Silva Agostino should be completely okay in terms of retaining his position, but will probably put paid to any hopes of catching the 6th place car, the number 5 of Lara, who we did hear earlier on. We didn't get a chance to say it while he was on the screen last. He did get pit maneuvered in an incident, which is why the right hand side of his car looks quite so messy, I will say.
It's a good description.
Yeah, that gap at the front, 33.5 seconds, it is going down quite rapidly over the last few laps. Now it's 32. It's a big gap, and I don't think it's a gap that I would put money on Price cutting down, but it's certainly coming down.
has dropped off as well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. So,
but is that just because Price has found pace?
I was going to say, I don't think that it's that Villa has necessarily got slow and Przec is still going on at the pace that he has been. I just think that Price has found something extra in these really late stages.
But he was in contention for the win for a while. See, the gap there is... it is coming down, but with 30 minutes to go, it's going to be a tough ask. Assuming that Villa doesn't make a mistake.
Absolutely, it's very close indeed. We're hearing
Oh,
a big crash. Vizickas and Gar.
Yeah,
oh my goodness!
There's so many cars.
The number 49 as well involved.
Oh, Proxy's involved, as you say, Eoin as well, and that one's going to be particularly big as well because Vizickas isn't that far away from losing a lap to the race leader, and if we do get a full course yellow very late on, not being on the lead lap, of course, means you can't go for the win in the last 10 minutes. So that's going to be a real tough one for Vizickas beyond just having the incident as well. So
while we're here, Rob, can we have a pronunciation of the driver name?
Which one?
The car we were just on, if we can jump back to that. I can't remember. I've forgotten who it was now.
You pronounced it wrong, and I'll pronounce it right.
The 49.
Or wrong. But yes. Oh, there you go. Villa now 29 seconds ahead. Proxy. Oh, Delcourt, or something like that. They've been laughing at me all race for all night for this. Yes.
I've just been wanting a bit more of it. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, LFS France. They want to hear the correct pronunciation.
Yeah, you're the only one that can pronounce them properly.
Answers on a postcard, please. If you are a native French speaker and I do get it wrong, please do tell me, because I like learning. Absolutely. Race leader Pedro Picanco in the GT3 category pits from the lead, and he's going to sit there. He's making his way out, and it looks like he's going to be very comfortably ahead, as we did anticipate, ahead of Catilla. Number 98 has spun. Number 5, Lara, looks pretty deranged, and Cabral
kept it going.
He's in a blind corner, and I thought he was going to get stuck in some gravel there, but he's managed to keep his way out of it there nicely. 11th place. Before that incident, they were 1 second away from getting a point from this, or some points from this race. And yeah, we're hearing that he had an incident that involved 2 other people as well. So Cabral with a tough end to this one. It looks like the car might be handling a little bit iffy. But Villa making his way through now. Another bit of traffic. I would love to see, and I don't know whether we can, but I'd love to see some stats about overtaking GT3 cars and the sheer numbers of cars that they have to deal with on this. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Oh, you'd lose count, wouldn't you?
I've only got 10 fingers and 10 toes, so yeah.
I should say, since this is LFS France, Rob, did you not translate a rulebook into French?
Yes, I did actually. Yes, we did a 24-hour race at the Le Mans International Kart Circuit, and it was being run by a well-known UK kart circuit that does 24-hour races. And as part of that, we needed to translate them in France into French to support the French Motorsport Federation over there. So that was quite fun. But anyway, that's Cabral with a massive off, far into a gravel trap, deep into a gravel trap with 10 minutes to go. Are we going to get a reset of everything going on?
Well, again,
And
as a
10
reminder,
minutes-
they can't just reset back to pits. They have to wait until they're giving clearance for the race director or anything like that. So,
Turn 10, I think he's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're hearing he's so far away from the actual track that they're not going to. Everything remains safe. He's got his wheels rotating, so hopefully this means that if he's a hardware issue or anything like that, it's being solved. But
stationary in the gravel trap.
massive drama. We're going to have a virtual safety car. We're hearing from our race direction team
Please,
with 9
full course yellow.
minutes
Let's
to
not call
go.
it virtual safety car.
If it's a
Full course
if it's a-
caution.
If it's a virtual safety car not different from a full course caution though? Remember, everyone's going to. So, in other language, it might be considered a code 60. 5 seconds to go until.
I'll accept a code 60.
VSC. Or
Code
code
80,
80. VSC.
excuse
So
me.
it's a code 80 for us in this race in the LFS. We have a virtual safety car. We've got Villa in the lead. Don't look at that time on the tower too closely. It's 29 seconds now, but it's going to, of course, grow because everyone's going so much slower. Everyone is adhering to the code 80, as you might expect. Picanco with a 43-second lead after his final stop. It looks really good,
Ooh.
and you can see there that we've got all of the we've got all of the gaps growing, as you might expect, because everyone's going at the reduced speed. But wow.
I wonder if the difference.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting point. I don't know
I'm
whether
watching
there's
pit lane,
anyone
guys.
too
I'll see if
close for
anything
pits,
happens.
but we've got Eoin looking primed, ready to tell us. And yeah,
Or maybe there's an 89,
Oh,
potentially.
maybe, yes.
Yeah, car in the box. McDykel's in.
Ah, great stuff. McDykel electing to take the pit stop in the VSC conditions, which means it's going to be a greatly reduced issue. The 97 has been helped all the way out of the gravel trap and is now back on the grass. But he's not driving and no one quite knows why. We think it might be a hardware issue, but that's pure speculation. But with so little left in this race, and he's gone, that's going to be a hardware issue. He has gone, but that does mean, of course, that the issue has been cleared on track, I would believe. So the
Was it
virtual
10
safety
minutes
car,
remaining?
It was 10 minutes before the virtual safety car. So this is probably another minute
Triple
and a half.
one might need to stop as well. They've done an hour and 2.
Yeah. So they are
They'd have to
18th.
fuel save massively.
No, they're 18th in the class, and they've gone back round, and the VSC is ending, or I think it has now ended. We've got 7 minutes, 10 seconds to go.
Fry
The 111
won't give up the position or his track position. Yeah, it is for position, actually. So this is a straight fight.
27 to keep
here we
it
go.
on as well.
Really good stuff. Stephen Up pulls out to the left-hand side. He looked like he reacted the best out of everybody we could see on the screen to the VSC ending, but it looks like he's just gone a little bit deep there and lost all of that momentum. The 111 car behind the number 19 Team America car of Fry. I don't think he's quite got the pace there, unfortunately, but really good effort from him. Oh, absolutely. The Camel Racing Team, an hour and 2 minutes into this stint. It's going to be close.
The rear window is a Belgian flag as well.
Nice. I wonder where they're from.
Oh, yeah. Camel. That's a clue.
Anyway, Rafael Villa, 24.5 seconds. That gap does keep going down. I'm going to keep saying it until something doesn't happen. But Villa is 24.5 seconds ahead of Isaac Price with only 6 minutes to go here in the 4 hours of Westhill, which has been primed with action. And there you go.
Oof.
Rafael Villa keeping on the inside of the final corner. Somehow the grip of that car managed to react and adhere to his demands, meaning that he could go past 2 of the slower lap traffic. But Villa certainly not slowing down just because he's got that margin. It's 24 seconds now. He's got Vizhinskas behind him, who is now the first car a lap down, I believe.
No, the teammate of the person in second chasing. That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
I'm not going to say anything else.
Conspiracy theories abound from Adam Sears. We're not going to worry about that. And also, Vizhinskas at this point isn't close enough and fast enough to catch and do anything about it anyway. So Villa really pushing on. He's certainly not just having a nice little Sunday drive for 5 more minutes around Westhill. He's really pushing on. Similarly, Catilla, 39 seconds. That gap is closing to Picanco as well. Again, not by enough in 5 minutes to take 39 seconds off. But certainly our P2 runners, or our second place runners in both categories, keeping the race leaders very honest here.
Yeah, it's definitely Yanni Catilla's style. He loves the
15 and 16th, sorry, the 100 and the 14. The deltas are showing us nothing. Is that because they're in a battle?
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Nelva in the 100. We did say it was going to Neva. Sorry, we said he was going to be close with his alternate fuel strategy that I think may have even yielded better results if it wasn't for some issues outside of their control. But it will put them right now in the 3rd place on the podium for GT3 here at Westhill. So brilliant stuff there. Luengo won't give it up too easily, but he does have to yield to the number 5 car of Lara, who just gets past him without too much issue. Luengo looks like he's lost a little bit of time there. And that's a Porsche going very, very straight on. Villarreal with Growler Racing taking the Joker lap here at Westhill as well. I didn't know they installed that one. But
they put rally tyres on that car at the last stop.
I'm not quite sure why it was going into the. I'm not sure why it was going in quite so fast, but he did well to hold on to it once it was. So great driving from Villarreal.
Is that a Venezuelan team?
Racing.
Am I seeing that flag correctly?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Venezuelan. Yes. I think it's a good-looking car. That one. Well, once it has all its body panels on, I think it'd be a good-looking car. But I do like the PlayStation sponsorship as well. So yeah, really good.
Nice, I like it, yeah. It's a good, contender.
Absolutely, as we see our leader continuing to take no prisoners, getting past the 888 car with, I think that's still Vizhinskas just behind. The 888, of course, getting out of the way as he should. Really good work.
About 11th, I think, in class, the 888.
Definitely. Marquez.
Enzo
Marquez. And who's that? That's the same... Is it Picanco?
No!
Race leader. Yes, it is. It's the race leader. So I thought it was a similar car. I didn't know whether we had more than one. But unbelievably...
Yeah, Yanni is just under the Avon. Yeah, Avon.
Catilla is all of a sudden right
Avon.
there as most of the field goes through the final corner. Picanco loses
and that's why you stay in it.
Huge amount of time. So Picanco's going to cross the line now, and then we wait. And we wait with bated breath. Catilla comes round the final corner.
It's half the gap.
The gap's still too big. It's only going to be 2 laps to go, maybe 3 depending on where the leader is. But Catilla,
no more mistakes.
35 seconds becomes 14 in one fell swoop. Picanco now has nowhere to hide. And in the leadership, in the battle for Prototype 2, 18 seconds Price behind Villa. Again, both of our race leaders here have hemorrhaged time for one reason or another. That's big. Villa passes Picanco on track, which means that Picanco will have to do 1 lap fewer than he was going to otherwise have to. So that is a huge win for Picanco after something that was such a catastrophe for him for this race. Unbelievable stuff. So we're here.
Yeah, it would have been context.
Yeah, adding 2 plus 2, Marquez. Oh, we're hearing the leader has gone off.
Oh!
Yeah, Vizhinskas has run into the back of Villa, we're hearing. Oh,
that's a suspension.
Massive suspension damage we're hearing as well. Unbelievable stuff. Oh no, Tempest. Oh, serious damage on the left-hand side for Villa's car. We're going to watch it through these corners with bated breath. But it's only the shock absorber. We're looking at the live telemetry. We're going to see when he goes through the next. We're going to see when he goes through the next.
This will be last lap then.
The next timing beam. What happens and what that gap is. It's a minute to go, but where he is, he's going to make. Is this the final corner? I think so. Yeah. So he's going to have one more lap at the line. So one more lap, 11 seconds. But every corner now, he is just going to hope and pray that that car holds together, doesn't snap in an unpredictable way, doesn't do something it just shouldn't do and hasn't done for the last 4 hours of his life. Villa has pushed so hard as a solo driver, and it's a 10-second margin between Isaac Price in second and Rafael Villa for the race lead. Ioni Katila is only 8 seconds behind Picanco. We need split screen for the final lap of the 4 hours of Westhill.
Stand by for virtual safety car.
We're hearing there's going to be a virtual
Villa.
safety car. That will save Villa and Picanco.
D'Agostino.
Car number 90, Gouda, is beached. Gouda is beached.
Stop.
No, it's worse than that, guys. Agostino on the straight.
Oh my goodness, we've
out.
got Agostino off the straight. We've got a virtual safety car. Picanco is still ahead of... Oh my goodness me, Agostino is up on his side. Unbelievable.
How's that happened?
That is unbelievable. We think the virtual safety car has been called. Someone slowed down in front of him in an unpredictable manner. And that is what an ending to the 4 hours of Westhill. It's going to end like this now, though. It's the final lap. Rafael Villa is going to take this one before the incident by about 10 seconds over Isaac Price, with Oscar Przec third in the race in Prototype 2. Wyzynskias had a great race for Yes Motorsports. Yes Motorsports will take second and fourth, but a solo performance from Rafael Villa is going to crown him the winner of the 4 hours of Westhill in support of the 24 hours for Anna.
GT3.
Amazing stuff. And then in the GT3 category, Pedro Picanco is going to win ahead of Ioni Katila by not a lot over the course of 4 hours.
They can see, see each other on the straight, can't they?
Oh, he's going to.
Don't.
No, he's not. He hasn't overtaken yet. Oh, this is tense. I'd hate for it to come down to this.
Is this just different manufacturer speed limits or something?
It might be. There we go. Agostino's managed to get himself going, and I mean, there's a slim possibility now. Everyone's moving. The virtual safety car will end before the final lap.
Imagine that.
So let's just keep an eye on what's going on. But
yes,
it's going green. It's going green with a very small amount of time to go. Villa, and here we go. Villa goes through now. We've got a thing at the top saying we're finished, but that's because the timer has run out. Villa has to
remember the
complete
suspension
this lap.
damage for this leader.
One more corner. Rafael Villa, despite 4 hours of wonderful driving, has his heart in his mouth and is going to win the 4 hours of Westhill solo for Roda Presa Racing Team with a beautiful performance. That gap is nowhere near what it was going to be 5 minutes ago, though. Katila is right behind Picanco. Picanco keeps hold of it, but only just. Amazing stuff. Roda Presa Racing Team win both categories, but Ioni Katila made it his ambition and his sole mission to try and catch up with Laguskas alongside as well. Isaac Price takes second place. It's only 6.4 seconds over the line. He takes second for Yes Motorsports 2 alongside Gabba as well. Przec
is that
and
both
Azar
winners?
Take third.
Sorry, is that both winners, both Brazilian, both in the same team and both solo?
Yes, I think you are right. So yeah, a brilliant day for Roda Presa, a brilliant day for going alone and not doing it with your friends, and a brilliant day for Brazil. Absolutely unbelievable finish to this one. It was unbelievable throughout. So, folks, driver of the day. I'll start with you, Sears.
I mean, can I split mine between the two winners, because I didn't realize they were both solo. That's
absolutely.
I'm amazed. I couldn't do it. I don't think. Unless someone forced me, I don't think I could do 4 hours willingly.
Absolutely. How about you, Eoin? Any thoughts for driver of the day, or just comments on the race in general?
Yeah, I think Adam has nailed it. The two winners deserve a split of the prize as drivers of the day. So yeah, that's my feeling on it. But Darius Rosinskas might be one of the last cars to cross the line now. Still going. Oh, maybe Agostino's still going, yeah. Yeah, just to say, yeah, we started the race with the car turtled on its side. The NDR team, I think, beg your pardon, the NFR team, excuse me, get my acronyms wrong. That should be it. Now, yes, there we go. Final classification. Yeah, Cabral, though. See Cabral. Yeah. So the trouble for Cabral is he's marked as basically doing one lap in the horse, so he should be given his laps back in post, so that should be okay. But yeah, we did have the NFR Team 2 car turtled on its side on lap 1 of the race, and then the ending had Agostino in that same position, so quite a hook to have this race go back and forth. But yeah, the drama was absolutely sensational. I know.
Was that
the
our only
pressure.
retirement, the 74?
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So yeah, I think everyone made the point that the will to stay in the game, the preservation instinct, survive or certainly surpassed expectations. Everybody did not want to lay down and give up. So absolutely remarkable stuff. I know the talking points all throughout the 4 hours will be, I was so unlucky I got hit out of my control or some other incident like a puncture. But yeah, there we have it. Lost points team. No, it's not incorrect. No, Roda Preza should be the winners there. So
we're missing the 100 third place finisher from this photo here. There they are.
Yeah, everyone is ready for a photograph at the end.
Yeah,
good
wonderful
for the socials. Making sure the donation campaign will be given an extra marker just to show how impressive everybody was to complete the race. Otherwise, if we can get some graphics, yeah, we can see the regular display. Yeah, the podium anyway, you can see on the front there, we've Roda Preza Racing Team, LMP, we've Yes Motorsports 2, and we have Lemon Dinosaur in the top 3. And then for our GT3 category, Roda Preza Racing Team, Yes Motorsports, and the Pleb, and Energy Virtual Racing all make it to the podium there. Brazil will be jumping for joy. They've got a lot of trophies to bring with them, with Viller, Picanco, and Cabral all involved with the successful crossing of the line. And then Victor Veloso shared the drive in the number 100 car, so let's give him some credit as well.
Yeah, really good work throughout. And I think seeing the Roda Preza cars taking the top position in both categories and is just a testament to clearly how well that they've done their preparations. We know that this race has been a long time in the making for everybody, including those off screen and off track. But these guys have been putting in the practice, the long qualifying campaign that saw us result in this. Of course, both of our winners starting third place from on the grid for the number 11, and then second in the category, I think it was, for Pedro Picanco. So really good stuff from them.
I'm really, really impressed with the sheer amount of different nationalities we've got involved in this event. It's obviously a very widespread desire to take part in this event. We had more people enter than we could have start, and obviously for a great cause as well. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, 100%. Just before the interviews take place, so just mention that the Master Race Car E-Challenge is coming to Sim Broadcasts for the first time in 2026 tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. It's South City, the South City circuit. So that should be a fantastic season opener as E-Challenge runs again. I think it's probably for the 5th year in a row, 4th or 5th year consecutive for season 5. Yes, indeed, of MRC E-Challenge. So yeah, we'll be very excited to bring that to your screens tomorrow. So yeah, get your timing ready for that. Okay, so apologies to our viewers on Twitch and YouTube, but I'll just use the New Dimension Racing tracker just to confirm the results. So, Road Appraise. Oh, maybe is this going to be better? So we'll start with the LMP2 category. Road Appraiser Racing Team have won the race with Yes Motorsports 2 in second. Lemon Dinosaur P3. Yes Motorsports. No, it's still not working. Yes Motorsports in P4, the 72 car. 73 Master Race Car LMP with McDykel driving solo. Saturn Esport 6th. Race Green Autosport 7th. NF4 Team 5th ahead of NF4 Team in P9. The top 10 was completed by Antiaris/FSR team with Benoit Huezé, or the French Destroyer, going solo there. FSR team LMP2 11th. Project Racing in 12th. Team Sonoris was behind the top two in GT3 but was classified 13th in class. Hamiga Loca Racing 14th, several laps down, and then the NF4 Team 2 crashed out on lap 1, so we didn't get to see them whatsoever. Then for GT3, we've Road Appraiser Racing Team completing the sweep ahead of Yes Motorsports and the Pleb. Energy Virtual Racing in the number 100 car, 3rd place. Master Race Car number 14, 4th. Renesis, 5th. Chiadola Estecola in 6th in the 420 car. Fantastique with Zero Basset in 7th. Team America number 99 with Rob Lautenberg 8th. Gum Garage number 3, 9th. Savage Sim Sports getting the last couple of points there in P10 with Martin Capal. Pixel Air Attack Racing, we heard from Sean Lee, who crossed the line, finished the race with his team, Isik and Malik 11th. And then the Air Attack Racing car with Georgiev, the McLaren 12th. And Giggles Racing 13th. Road Appraiser have another car in 14th. That was Rosa and Igor Santos. FSR Team GT number 3 in the 62. And Camel Racing Team, Team America, Race Green Autosports, Vortex V2 Racing Team, and Team America number 6 complete the top 20. So we have our driver names up there, so that looks reasonably okay to me. So very good. Just down to P20 in GT3. So for our viewers on Twitch and YouTube, that is probably your reference points. You can probably cross-reference against the tracker just if you need any more information. Tracker.newdimensionracing.com. There we go. So where was I? P20. Yeah, so there we go. Valero was where I was. So Valero finished 32nd overall, 20th in class. Then we've Kadrich in the Master Race Car 93. Team Sonoris, number 27 is there, 22nd. Then we've Growler Racing, TOS Racing, Gum Garage number 1, FSR Team GT number 1. That was Sid Danik. Then we've Garcia, and then Vacalair, the last classified car in the race. So yeah, there we go, everybody. That should hopefully fix the tech gremlins. And let's make sure these interviews go ahead. So I suppose it makes sense. The race winner is in here, so I suppose Isaac Price in number 51. He's probably the first preference, wouldn't he be?
Have you seen on the tracker, assuming it's accurate, that we have one of the GT3s did 2 stops that entire race? The 89 Air Attack Racing is the lowest of anyone, which I just thought was a thing to note there. It's an interesting strategy in that McLaren. Apologies.
I'd have to look back on that. Isaac would make sense, wouldn't it? Hi Isaac, can you hear us? Oh dear. Yeah. So if Isaac can hear us, you're on stream.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Hello. So a bit of drama. Okay, no problem there, Isaac. But yeah, the drama at the end was probably a bit unexpected, as Viller had a bit of damage on the suspension, so you're absolutely tearing into his lead. But then the virtual safety car took place, and that ruined any hopes he had, really.
Yeah, I don't think I was going to catch him anyway without the VSCs. I think that he was taking it a bit more carefully into those VSCs, where I've done them a bit more before, so I knew kind of a little bit more how to try and maximize them. But I think by the time that we kind of figured out how to handle the traffic, it was already too late. We'd lost too much lap time, so we were a long way behind, made a few mistakes. And yeah, I mean, normally with the back markers, you kind of gain the time by anticipating, but I felt like it was so hard to predict what people were doing. You kind of just had to send it and then sort it out when you get there. And I think Dark was doing that a little bit earlier on in the race. And so credit to him. He pulled a big gap at the start, made a few mistakes, and yeah, it was too much of a gap to catch up.
And going back to hour number 1, where the lead changed several times in the LMP2 category, there was a crash you had. You went head on into a barrier. So could you describe what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of those situations where I was trying to kind of anticipate what was going on. There were, kind of a couple of GT3s in front, a couple of GT3s behind, and there was an LMP2 directly in front of me and one on the inside slowing down. And I was kind of trying to stay out of the slipstream or the dirty air of the LMP2 directly in front of me. But I was also kind of thinking, is that guy on the inside going to get out of the way so that we can go through the corner? And I just drifted too far to the left and got caught in the dirty air. And yeah, I was just off then. There was nothing I could do. It was just passenger at that point. Very easy to do. Just one of those things.
So, hi there. I was just curious. Obviously, I'm sure you've done a lot of prep practice and testing and fundraisers since the update's gone out. But for this race, with a sort of 24-hour vibe squeezed into those 4 hours, how did you find that experience?
It was good fun in the sense, like, you get into practice with your mates and go into these races. It was a little bit of a shame, the way the race played out. There were lots of safety cars at the start and there were lots of VSCs at the end, but then there was nothing in the middle, and it felt like there were some situations where, it worked out okay, so it's fine, but like, you've got cars driving back to the pits on punctured tyres. If that's not a situation where there should be a VSC, I'm not sure what situation it is. And there was some weird situations as well with cars being allowed to shift P. I'm not sure what state their cars were in that allowed them to do that, but if you do that in the right time, you could gain an advantage. But also, it's part of endurance racing is to keep your car in one piece, right? So it's kind of a little bit strange, but at the same time, it's a charity race. Anything that can add more laps to the counts and get more money for charity, then that's good at the end of the day. Just a bit of a shame we spent so long under safety car at the start and the VSCs at the end. Probably cost us a few laps then.
Was there any thoughts on your driver selection based on day versus night and who felt more comfortable in what conditions, or was it just how it played out?
I think it was more just how it played out. I don't think we really realised that it was going to be quite like that. I think we thought that I would drive in the day and Gabor would drive at night, but that wasn't like we specifically planned that. It was more just down to the fact that Gabor was out last night, so he wasn't sure what state he'd be in, so we just planned it that way. But it was just the way it worked out. And I think because I did the first stints, it kind of naturally meant that then I do the end, because otherwise he'd be driving 2.5 hours in a row. So yeah, just one of those things.
Great, thank you very much, Rob.
Yeah, firstly, awesome drive. Really enjoyed watching it with both of you guys in the car. When you're looking at kind of the change in night and day now within LFS, how different does the car feel? Can you feel the difference in the tyres and the temperatures, or is it the same kind of basic? You get in it and you just drive.
I definitely setup wise, I think there's some things you could do. I think just because of the way it works with the accelerated time, there's less kind of incentive to make changes to your setup based on changing the pressures, because half your stint might be at night and then the other half will be in day, so it's not kind of quite the same, but it definitely makes a difference to the way the tyres heat up. You can push the tyres much harder at night because there's just less temperature going into them, so this naturally means you can kind of push that a little bit more. But then it means that the second stints, when we were double stinting the tyres, the tyres would get cold quite easily. Like, I wasn't really prepared for that in the first stint, especially after I went off. The tyres kind of cooled down a bit, and then I never could really quite get the temperature back into them. Whereas if it had been day, I probably would have been alright. I would have got a bit more temp into them. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, the LFS tyres are quite. I feel like it almost simulates quite well how it is in real life, where it's kind of a dark art to get the most out of them. In other games, it's kind of minimum pressures and maximum cambers or minimum cambers, just depending on which game it is, and you're kind of just pushing as hard as you can all the time. Whereas in LFS, it's much more tuning the car and trying to balance that start stint versus end stint, and where that balance point is different, whether it's in the day or the night. So I think it'll be definitely an exciting feature, especially if we do like full-on 24-hour races without the time acceleration, but just normal time. I think it'll be, you'll definitely see the pattern where some teams might have a setup that works better at night, and some teams have setups that work better in the day, and also the cars themselves will just naturally favour one or the other, I think.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. That's a really fascinating insight to it all. No, that's really cool, and I think I can speak for all of us when we hope there's a 24-hour at some point soon, and we certainly hope that you'll be in it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's always good fun to do some LFS. Obviously, it's always frustrating when it doesn't go your way, but yeah, Dark did a great job, so congrats to him.
Thanks very much, Isaac, and indeed his teammate Gabor Gjor finishing second in today's race. A fabulous drive from them both. And I suppose we'll have another Yes Motorsports driver. I believe it's Darius Verzinskas in the number 72 car. So let's have a chat with Darius. So Darius, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. So not quite the podium you would have liked today, but a P4, a very valiant P4. Could you tell us all about it, please?
Yeah, so overall great event. Thank you for everyone for making it happen. Event from one side was fun, from the other side was quite frustrating. I think potential couple of people already said the issues potentially we had. So it was fun. Some people need more experience in lapping and letting us by, but apart from that, was fun. Good battles and congrats for I think 11 for the win. Really impressive. No one really expected for him to win, so good job from him.
Absolutely, yeah. So the teamwork with Carolus certainly helped out a bit. So you split the load 83 to 55. So not too shabby, but yeah, average lap time just a little bit in your favor, but it goes to show how consistent you were. But was there any point in the race where you thought you could catch up to the Lemon Dinosaur team or anything like that?
Yes, potentially had times where I was catching everyone in front of me, just that I hit traffic or hit some kind of accident or something. At the end, I had a couple of those where I got cut off on people by small lag teleport that caused quite a crash at like last 30 minutes or so. So just some unfortunate events that caused their time. If things went a bit better, potentially could try to be in that fight, but guys are a bit too fast for me today, so good from them. Good job from them, and pretty much got what I managed to get, and don't really think there are more to gain at the end.
Good evening, Darius. How are you doing? Good. Thank you for stopping in.
Evening.
After such a long slug. Yeah, I mean, obviously points are important for you for the season. Obviously over that course of that race, it took a while for it to shake out for us to kind of figure out who was going to be in the fight at the end. It seemed like all four of those top runners were in with a shot. Were you pushing right to the end, or did you start to look at that gap at the end and just think, I'll just keep it safe?
I was pushing because after some accidents I was lapped behind the leader, and I was like, I'm not getting lapped by a leader. So
I'd love to hear that.
If I had chance, I was sending it a couple of times. I was thinking potentially to die bomb because I had the draft. I was inside, but I'm like, I don't want to take out the leader, so I backed off a couple of times. but both times on the VFC, he started to brake quite early, and I'm like, okay, I'll brake right at the limit. If needed, I'll slow down more if I'll make sure I'm not getting a penalty. So both times I did overtake him, and at the end I managed to stay on the lead lap.
Where do you think you mainly lost out over that one? Was it just through an instance with lapping people, or something else?
Just lapping people. Some people were doing what they're not really supposed to do in the slower class. So basically, they were trying to go out of the way and lift the exit. And us in LMP2s are trying to get that insane line to jump them on the exit, because we're expecting them to take the racing line. So at those scenarios, you need pretty much go full on the brake, try to not crash into him, and you're costing yourself like 2-3 seconds. And those were quite a few times where me, I think Isaac and others had similar scenarios where like, what are you doing? Please stay on your racing line. So please, people, next round, stay on the racing line, do your own race. We will find a way around you.
Cool. Thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it. Well done today.
Thank you, guys. Really will be fun to check their play.
Yeah.
Hi, Cyril, can you hear us?
Hi.
Hello. So definitely your championship bid. It probably was a tricky race for you out there. Few incidents, but yeah, the fact that you got 7th in class, that'll get you a few extra points. So did you feel P7 was the right result?
Well, I think it's pretty good in the end, because from the little practice I had, I think I didn't quite have the pace I wanted to. So getting P7 is quite a good result in the end. Even though I had a few incidents, made a few mistakes here and there, and I had some traffic management issues at some points, but otherwise it was okay in general.
Yeah, I think from the GT3's point of view, there's just so much to deal with on circuit, and knowing that the LMP2s all want to get past safely and quickly. So perhaps your battle, I think. Pardon me there, Cyril. I just heard something in my ear, but the battle, you've got the dilemma of making sure you pick up some points. So against Rob, you managed to beat him by a few points. So, but I think in terms of catching up to Renesis or even the Shidoris, the Cola team, it was probably just a bit out of reach. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think you're right here. I actually beat Rob it was luck, I think. He
was a bit unlucky.
He was in a few incidents as well, and I actually finished him off. He collided with an LMP2 at T1, and on the exit I slowed down a bit, but not enough to avoid him, and I think I sent him a bit out of the track. As for P6, I actually had a short battle with them. I think one of the two drivers was faster than me, and the other one maybe not as much. But I didn't have the pace to keep up with them, and made a few mistakes anyway, so I couldn't catch up in the end.
Cyril, well done. Fantastic race from you today, along with everybody else. So you're in the McLaren, which is one of the less represented cars in the field. How does it feel to drive that in comparison, and then race with others in the GT3 field? Can you really tell the differences between the individual manufacturers?
Well, I personally didn't really try the other cars, and they also had a BOP change quite recently this week, so I'm not actually sure how it all comes together. I just think the Mustang may be a bit quicker in the straights. I'm not too sure about the Audi, but many people were driving it, so surely it has some advantage of some kind. But I think it's mainly about setup and drivers. Fast drivers with the Audi are obviously very fast. Fast drivers with other cars are also very fast, much quicker than me at least. And I think it mainly comes to setup and driver skill.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, that's really interesting. No, thank you very much.
No, I've not really got
that's-
anything interesting. So
Okay. I suppose, Cyril, I'll end on the last question. How do you feel the next round will go? Because I know the hype of the day-night cycle made this a superb event. So how do you feel getting back to normal, I think, in March for round 4?
Well, we'll see what normal means. There was definitely a bit of a difference between day and night for tire temperature. I actually decreased the pressures a bit at my first stop because it was a bit too cold at night, and it ended up working better for the day stints as well. So I think it's well, again, it's a matter of trying things out and making sure you're ready for the day. And yeah, well, next time is a shorter round. Probably will be entirely in the day, so I'll just prepare for that.
Lovely stuff, Cyril. Thanks very much for your time, and take care.
Thank you.
Good stuff. So yeah, the 3 hours of Aston coming up in March. But last but certainly not least, for our interview section, Sean Lee is back for another chat. And I suppose the big question is, Sean, now that you got to drive the car for the first time after our chat at the 2 hour mark, so how did you feel it went?
Yeah, what a race. It was fun to drive, to be honest. It's been a while since I've been back doing any sort of race, actually, besides the open lobby stuff. And yeah, it's good to be back. I can see the field, the cars have gotten there's way more cars now from a few years back. And for the most part, it's been enjoyable. Our car, I think we started with a desync, so the result is not retrospective of our pace. We had, I think, top 6 pace, so should have been higher, but you take what you can get. But yeah, it's alright. I think I had a big off in sector 2 at the uphill super, the fastest part of the track. I didn't know about the tires getting soft, so the car was actually bottoming out on the curb. So at one point, the car just spun out by itself at 200 clicks.
Well, that is certainly an unusual situation, but at least you kept going. Alas, the top 10 positions are the ones that receive any points, and you got 11th in class. Martin, I think, beaches Martin Capal.
It's like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Martin Capal, yeah. So just 2.5 seconds exactly there. Adam says it's just 2.5 seconds. So almost got a couple of points, but not quite. So the VSC, did you notice what happened?
Oh yeah, I saw the chaos because I was watching as usual. I was watching the screen on my phone. Everybody was screaming. Adam was going everywhere on the screen. I saw one car facing. I don't know where it was facing. It was upside down or something, and yeah,
on the side.
It was chaotic at the end. I was surprised we got to green. I nearly wiped out Picanco on the final corner because he had stone cold tires. He checked out on the final corner. That would have been terrible. I nearly wiped him out, but yeah, could have caught Capal without my big off. But yeah, it's the way it goes. I think still a lot of things to be worked out with the tire physics, but once we are there, I think Lift for Speed has good potential, don't you think?
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. This is the massive step that has been craved from the community, certainly since the 2020 revival of the game. It felt like a new lease of life when people had time and certainly the freedom to practice a bit more in LFS. And yet the big patch from a couple of months ago has really made a big difference. So yeah, I'm fully on board with that, Sean. And the floor is now open for our next question.
Yeah, I should say morning for you, shouldn't I? So that 2.5 second gap, was that closing down towards the end, or was that sort of, especially with that VSC, did you manage to gain any time on that? And how close do you think you were to actually gaining that points position?
Yeah, so this gap, the 2.5, started from when I had my big off and I slammed the wall at the sweepers. Honestly, I didn't know how I didn't walk into the wall and retire, but I managed to do a pit stop. That was 10 seconds of repairs. I came out about 59 seconds behind Kapal, and I was pushing quali laps every single lap. So I got the gap down to like 30 seconds. Then there was the double VSC near the end, and from what I heard, like Kapal's tires were like ice cubes. So near the end, he was losing 4 seconds a lap. And then there was a upside down car. You know what happened. If that didn't happen, there was a chance I would probably catch him. Passing him would be another thing, but if there wasn't a crash, of course, probably a be ahead. But 2.5 seconds is a small margin, but in such fine margin like this, every mistake counts. And I could have done a better race, but I think all in all, it was number one, it was fun and it was for a good cause, and I think everybody enjoyed it. And it's a good learning experience for the guys who didn't really race much on like how to get a move aside for cars and keep to their lines and so forth. And the next endurance race probably will have a better showing, I think, from everyone.
I think last minute stuff from Michael Malik as well, being that close to the points is pretty impressive after 4 hours. Rob, have you got anything?
Solid. His team was really solid.
So firstly, thanks a lot for joining us, and especially because you've been doing really unsociable hours to make it happen. So I'm really glad that the coffee kicked in. Your pace was fantastic. So I'll be honest, I don't have a question as such, but I think you've embodied the spirit of endurance racing as a team, trying to, with having to make a late change to your driver lineup and still managing to get such a good result. So I just wanted to say really well done. I thought it was an excellent drive from you and everybody of the team.
And beating your sister team as well.
Yeah, I was rushing the sign up replacement for the substitute. I think 5 hours before the race, and I only have 3 hours of sleep, and it's 8 in the morning. So I'm probably going back to sleep after this, but it's worth it. I swear to God, it's worth it for this kind of fun. And of course, credits to everyone who participated. I think everybody deserves a pat on the back, and also to I don't know who, but when Tembu spun at some point, there was a lot of screaming in the commentary box, and I had a good chuckle. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was you, Adam. I don't know.
Probably all of us.
But it was fantastic.
Yeah, I think we're all screaming.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Alas, Sean, we'll all go to bed in solidarity with each other. Yeah. So thanks so much, Sean. And when you wake up for your afternoon, I'd say have a good Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the coverage as well.
And I suppose there's no real time to dwell on this race. It has been absolutely fantastic. So I just want to thank everybody who has made this a reality. And New Dimension Racing, of course, having to steward the race for the entire duration with race control, safety cars, and the course cars. They've all made it absolutely a wonderful race to present. And of course, the likes of Pete and Chris in our ear, helping the broadcast move as smoothly as possible, and our big commentary team. So I'll have to pull up the list. I think I had it earlier, but I'll see if I can do it off memory. But anyway, it was huge. Kieran Redman was here earlier, but he's not here. So Adal Coşkun as well, very helpful with his analysis. And then it's Rob Mathershaw, Adam Sears, and myself. So I think that's everybody. Yeah, Great stuff. So yeah, it's time to go. Hope you enjoyed, and best of luck to the 24 hours for Anna cause. Feel free to donate if you choose. So there we go. Thanks very much for tuning in, everybody, whether it was on Twitch and or YouTube. So have a good night. See you again for Master Race Car E-Challenge. Bye-bye for now.